surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out a weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough.
Is that really your best? I reserve mercy for what's known as the masses. And as for my wrath, it is reserved for the wicked. Only after enduring all 81 trials did I see how this world's hardships never end. How does your head compare to the serpent sovereign? Yeah! Huh? Divine form renewed! Evil, be gone! All forms fade! Before the Lotus Podium, all suffering ends! Mercy and wrath unite! I return from the West to dive back into this chaotic world. Little ones of Mount Huaguo, do you still remember me? The great sage, heaven's equal? I'll be back in a flash. Don't let any demons sneak in while I'm gone. Time to leave the stone behind and see where fate takes me. This land belongs to Mount Huaguo now.
Legendary!
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands.
Double kill! Double kill!
This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Ke depan! Astis in front. They're going to use it. Golden Tide slows down constantly. Go!
Victory!
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
The new Honor of Kings version is here. Let's take a look at the two major areas of updates: hero control adjustments and battlefield balancing improvements. Basic attack targeting rules have been updated. If a player is crowd controlled for too long while using a basic attack, the attack command will now automatically be cancelled, preventing heroes from continuing to chase enemies after the crowd control ends. The movement wheel's dead zone has also been adjusted. After the improvements, there's no longer a dead zone in the center, helping prevent input interruption issues. After improving basic attack and skill targeting logic, even if base attack target priority is set to lowest absolute health, you still prioritize nearby epic monsters, and targeting will feel more intuitive. Next up is an overview of the battlefield balance updates. In the new version, The true damage value of the Crimson Golem buff has been adjusted, with the minimum value slightly reduced. The tower destruction slow effect has also been improved. When a tower is destroyed, nearby enemies will now be slowed. The teleportation portal cooldown has been reduced from 45 seconds to 30 seconds, allowing for more flexible tactical choices. A new lizard platform return mechanic has also been added. When a lizard leaves the platform's area, it will automatically climb back onto the platform. There are even more battlefield improvements waiting for you to experience in-game. See you in the Gorge.
Azuria, the southern archipelago of Primera. Here, humans and great beasts live in symbiosis. How this came to be traces back to a never-ending catastrophe. 2,000 years ago, Azuria's mightiest great beast, Anita, merged with the power that fell from the Sky Dome. That power amplified Anita's strength, but shattered its sanity. Driven mad, Anita transformed into a massive vortex, the world devouring everything in its path. Where it passed, great beasts were torn apart and islands were destroyed. This was the disaster that would define Azuria's history, the Eternal Calamity. In its wake, Azuria stood on the brink of annihilation. This catastrophe became known as the Great Desolation. In despair, the humans and great beasts, once mortal enemies, became each other's only hope of survival. The great beast Devita and humanity's greatest champion, Devara, abandoned their conflict and chose to work together. The great beasts sheathed their fangs, and the humans let go of their hatred. All surviving life grasped at one final power, the churning. Deep beneath the sea lay Amrita, a force brimming with boundless vitality. Through the combined efforts of humans and great beasts, it was awakened, restraining the calamity at the center of Azuria and restoring life to the world. But the calamity was not destroyed, merely sealed within Azuria's center. It erupts from time to time, bringing countless disasters to the land. Devara collected his knowledge and power and passed them down through the generations, hoping that one day the calamity could be ended for good. And so, this has continued for 2,000 years.
Chief Elder Devara! The calamity has erupted again!
It seems trouble has returned. The secret to life is to just take every punch and keep going.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia. This is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Itu bukan track kita. Relax, bro. Phone aku! Jom kembali. Mountain View! Angkatkan pengembaraan! Kau boleh! Kat mana pula ni? Water truck!
Kasih boost!
Adventure! Dapat pun. Steady, bro!
Rancangkan kemana gengmu!
Double kill!
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage! Slain. Don't crush us like insects! Slain an enemy! Defend our base! Our light round tower is under attack! Amazing! Unbelievable!
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
With the new consignment market feature, both new and veteran players can earn consignment items just by staying active. Sell them to earn tokens and purchase the items you've always wanted. Players can head to Dragon's Hoard to get tradable appearances, chests, and more. Players can list tradable items on the consignment market to earn curio tokens. During the initial launch period of this feature, all item listings will have their listing charge waived. Use your curio tokens to trade on the consignment market, or purchase skins that were available before June 17th directly from the shop. With the new consignment items, players can complete events to earn tradable chests. Choose to open them yourself or list them on the consignment market for sale. Tradable skins can be obtained by opening tradable chests or by redeeming them in Dragon's Hoard. Tradable spritlings can be obtained by opening tradable chests. Tradable cards can be obtained by opening tradable card chests. If you bought an item but did not use it yet, you can still relist it on the consignment market.
Itu bukan track kita.
Relax, bro.
Phone aku! Jom kembara. Mountain View! Angkatkan pengembaraan! Kau boleh! Kat mana pula ni? Water Trust!
Kasih boost!
Adventure! Dapat pun! Steady, bro!
Rancangkan kepala gengmu!
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Legendary.
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its words? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain, the more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight, the light that shines inside us. We're against all odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
As the Honor of Kings Asian Games qualifier entered its third day of competition, the battle for qualification continued to intensify. Uzbekistan and Pakistan delivered a closely contested matchup that became the event's first three-game series, where Uzbekistan ultimately secures a hard-fought 2-1 victory. Kyrgyzstan followed with a more straightforward performance against Jordan, securing a clean 2-0 victory. Nepal delivered one of the day's most dominant performances, leaving little opportunity for United Arab Emirates to find momentum, as Nepal secured a convincing 2-0 victory. Vietnam followed with a composed display against Saudi Arabia. They maintained control in key moments and executed their game plan effectively to secure another clean sweep. Laos and Kazakhstan went head-to-head in a series that tested both teams to their limits. As the longest and most intense battle of the tournament so far, every fight felt decisive, every objective fiercely contested. In the end, it was Laos who emerged victorious, securing a hard-fought 2-0 win in what many will remember as the defining match of Day 3. The road to the Asian Games grows more demanding with every passing day. And if Day 3 has proven anything, it's that no victory will come easy.
The Gorge is calling once again, and Day 4 of this journey is set to unfold. Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Yesterday shattered the rhythm. For the first time in this tournament, a match went all the way to game number 3. We saw moments of quick flashes and a reminder to every single team in this competition that nothing is guaranteed. This tournament is only getting harder. But wait, there is still one more region we have yet to see. While everyone is battling, Hong Kong, China has been watching, and their waiting is finally over. But you know, what they're stepping into is a tournament that has evolved, more grueling and demanding. Every match day carries more weight than the last. So sit tight, as day 4 is coming your way. Casters, lead the gorge.
We are halfway through the 2026 Asian Games Esports qualifiers for Honor of Kings. My name is Sagi. This is day 4 of this event. With me on the casting desk is none other than Sir Cloud and also Holler. Welcome back to the English broadcast.
Yeah, happy to be here. Day 4. We were making some serious moves and we're seeing some crazy games. I think yesterday has been the highlight thus far of the Asian Games qualifiers. I mean, Sir Cloud, your thoughts just overall?
Oh, yesterday was absolutely insane, especially the Lao game, right? That was like the most intense game so far. That game went down to like the last hit of that crystal. That was crazy.
I mean, we had like the first, before we go into that second game, right? Our first game, we were like, okay, pretty back and forth. Alihan on that Dharma here, setting the game back into a 20-minute mark, and it actually ended with a Tempest Dragon. But game 2, it actually topped over game 1's Tempest Dragon with back-to-back double Tempest and a Hail Mary play coming in from the side of full hum on that Marco Polo. I gotta say, yesterday might be one of the most interesting games that we had so far out of the last 3 days.
Yeah, and actually watching that one, I'm not gonna lie, I saw game 1 and I was like, that was an amazing game.
Oh yeah.
That was really competitive, it was a lot of fun to watch. And then all of a sudden game 2 was kind of starting and I was like, okay. I mean, you're thinking that there's no way that they match that, but they did. They exceeded it. They surpassed it. That game was absolute fire yesterday.
Yeah, it almost feels like this tournament is like building up, right?
Yeah.
Like day 1, it was like, okay, everyone's starting to get the groove. When it comes to day 2, day 3, like the games are starting to get even more intense. And now we are here today. I'm sure we can expect even more interesting matches.
Yeah, talking about interesting matches, the upcoming one will be Pakistan and Mongolia. Before we go into today's matches, let's check out the updated standings here for the Asian Games qualifiers here in Group A. Indonesia and Philippines, the group favorites, are sitting comfortably, but Uzbekistan, this team did surprise us yesterday with an amazing comeback against Pakistan. And Pakistan and Mongolia, they will be playing up against each other in the opening match of today, but they're still finding their first victory. Now in Group B, Nepal sits comfortably in the first spot, and Myanmar debuted yesterday with a comfortable 1-0 win. 1-1 coming from Kyrgyzstan, claiming their first victory yesterday, and Jordan and UAE looking for their first victory as well. Now coming to Group C, this is where the group is rather interesting, right? Laos and Kazakhstan were pretty 50-50 yesterday, and they had an amazing match. And Vietnam, I wouldn't say clear group favorites, but they are definitely showing dominance against the other teams, while Saudi Arabia and India still finding their groove in this particular group. Now coming to Group D, Hong Kong, China has yet to play a single game, and today they will be debuting with their first match. Republic of Korea has played on the first play with the side of Singapore, so it's starting to shape up a bit of a look coming in from Group D, with Syria and Republic of Korea sitting on top, Singapore and Sri Lanka sitting at the bottom, just waiting for their future games.
Yeah, going into the Asian Games qualifier, I thought Group D was going to be the most competitive, would have the best games, but I was wrong. I'm sorry to all of these regions because I was not familiar with your game, and going into Group C, all of those games. Yes, even India, who's 0-2, had some very competitive games. These games from Group C have been so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it almost feels like between Vietnam, Laos, and Kazakhstan, the 3 winners so far, right? We don't know who will be like the top 2 or who will end up in the last chance qualifiers, so anything can happen in Group C. But Group D, Hong Kong, China, they have yet to play their first game. They will be playing today, and I'm sure the fans of Hong Kong, China can't wait for that.
Oh yeah, they are one of those powerhouses coming in for today's tournament that you will be seeing on later at the final match against Syria. But this is today's matches in day 4 of our Asia Games qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Pakistan's taking on Mongolia at the opening match coming in for Group A. Afterwards, we will be featuring Myanmar taking on Jordan. coming in, India and Laos. This is going to be interesting because we know for a fact that, yes, India did lose consecutive games, 0-2 currently in the standings, but their gameplay, I would say, would match Laos style pretty well, coming in as an emerging region. And Kazakhstan, they also had a phenomenal one coming from yesterday, so they want to be able to repeat that success against KSA to further stabilize their standings in Group C. And finally, we talk about it, Hong Kong, China debuts against Syria coming in for Group D. And Syria currently, they are looking pretty comfortable in Group D, yet to suffer a loss and cleanly on that sheet with a 1-0 score.
I want to talk about the India-Laos one. Again, going back to Group C. I just love Group C. But Laos, I mean, you had such an emotional game. It was incredibly competitive. It went to the late game yesterday. And then now you're going into today. You have to kind of shake that one off because you have a brand new opponent. India, 0-2. You know that they're going to come out firing. They're going to be aggressive because it's a must-win situation for India.
And you kind of think about it, right? Even though India's score currently is like 0-2, but their games were kind of competitive as well.
Oh, yeah.
True.
So I guess we can expect a really exciting one between India and Laos later on, in which Holler, you'll be casting. And we all know what happens with Holler cast.
Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if it's a curse or a blessing at this point. I mean, but we've seen all of the Tempest Dragons when I happen to be on. So again, if this is, again, I think they're primed for yet another Tempest Dragon here.
Well, I like how you guys mentioned about the India and also Laos game because it's a very crucial series coming in for Team India. They're currently 0-2 in the standings here. So if they lose the upcoming match, they might lose their entire, I would say, potential in making it to top 3 for the last chance stage or top 1, top 2 to directly qualify to the main event. So it's a, I would say, must-do situation for them. They can't fail in this moment.
Can't fail at all.
Can't fail at all.
When you're playing only 4 games, you're generally speaking, I think that like 2-2 will get you maybe into that third slot. There's going to be tiebreakers that we have to kind of deal with, but I think that that's where you want to be. So if you've already lost twice, it's must win from here on out.
Yeah, and you don't want to be in a tiebreaker situation as well, right? Yeah, you put yourself in a tiebreaker situation. Imagine the pressure. Like you lose and you're out immediately, and you don't know who you'll be facing with then.
It's a stressful situation, right? But you also don't want to miss out on this free skin on this hero called Bai Qi here. It's the Playground Hunter here. How do you claim it? You just gotta log in the HOK, complete some missions, and you will be getting yourself a free skin on this tank hero.
Yeah, and I'm actually super excited about that one. I like the skin. I've not been a Bai Qi player myself, although I have been experimenting in the Clash lane, but I do think that that hero has a lot of potential, and I'll do anything for skins, right?
I mean, it's free stuff, right? Who doesn't like free stuff? I know Cloud likes a lot of free stuff, you know? Like, who knows, maybe one of these days we're gonna get like a Zhang Fei free skin, but this time around, it's a Bai Qi skin, so you know what? If it's free, you just take it.
Hey, I've been paying for my last 2 Zhang Fei skins.
Oh,
so,
you're right.
Yeah.
Those were pretty big, man.
The cat one, the collaboration one, so yeah, I wouldn't mind a free one though.
Yeah, we wouldn't mind a free one though. But let's put our focus back onto today's exact matchup here. Pakistan taking on Mongolia here. I would say that Mongolia definitely is trying to find their groove in this tournament. They have been, I would say, suffering quite a bit against stronger teams. So we are still looking forward to Mongolia's growth coming in towards this tournament. And Pakistan, they did debut, but then the games weren't in much of their favor here. They still had a pretty solid gameplay. It's just how they transition it into more leads, more team fights, into bigger goal leads and ending those games.
I'm kind of looking at it. I mean, you're looking at the Mongolia side, and they played Indonesia and the Philippines, both absolute giants, right? In the Group A. Everything is going to look way worse when they're playing up against those teams. I think that going into this one, it's winnable, right? And I think that you want to keep it as competitive as possible. The biggest thing is about getting your nerves straight so that you're not going in negatively.
Yeah, I think having a proper mindset matters a lot, right? So for these two teams, it's really important that they make a statement coming in for this match. But hey, let's welcome both teams coming in towards the stage for Pakistan going up against Mongolia.
Every battle has been a lesson, and every setback fuels their determination. They continue to adapt and search for the breakthrough they have been chasing. Now they return with one goal, to claim their first victory. Give it up for Pakistan!
The journey has been difficult, but their determination remains. They into the to fight once again. The challenge awaits. Mongolia!
This will be the opening match coming in for day 4 of our 2026 Asian Games qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Pakistan taking up against Mongolia to see who can find their spot in Group A and make it to the main event.
0-2, both of these squads. I mean, they're both searching for their first win. This one would be a huge statement win if they were able to go, but it's going to be Pakistan up first. Mohsen, Anwar, Hassan, Mohammed, and of course, Uzair rounding this one out. We saw a lot of, potential from them, but they haven't been able to pull out that first W as of yet.
Yeah, having the potential as well, and of course having played a couple of games, I'm sure they will have that feel of this tournament and what kind of pacing to play with, and I'm pretty sure they will also transfer that into this game as well.
I do agree that Team Pakistan, they had a pretty good showing, right, yesterday against Uzbekistan, just that the way that they play out the games, it's more on how they play around their carries, right? Maybe sometimes that Anwar, when he's on those uncomfortable picks, you can see that he's not that great in the jungle and he takes a bit more time to get used to it. But Mohammed N is one of the players I want to shout out to in that exact lineup. He's been pretty consistent with those late game carries so far, and if Pakistan is able to allow this player to get all the farm, to get much time to scale into that late game, maybe Pakistan can get what it takes to find that first W.
Yeah, and actually Mongolia is probably going to be scouting the same thing because they're going to be targeting Mohammed N as possible. But walk me through Mongolia here.
Yeah, so Mongolia, they're represented by Yahushan, Dafurdoch, Yondo, Batuzi, and Badgaril. So this team, they have gone through arguably 2 of the biggest in the group, right? So they're done with that.
Yeah.
Right? And really talk about this, like, is it better to be like over some of the the group favorites or not? And in my opinion, it's better to be over that, and now you can focus onto the teams that you potentially have a chance to win against.
Hey, it's about taking those pummeling as a lesson, right? You learn from making mistakes, you learn from losing, and then you now convert that experience coming into this important match between these two teams, finding their footing here in Group A. So the draft will be pretty interesting thus far. I would say that if you are against Pakistan, knowing for the fact that they are a farm lane-centric team, we've seen how you deal with farm lane-centric teams. Ban a channel, remove the early, and then you have a higher percentage win chance against them.
Yeah, but I also want to respond to Cloud's point of just, kind of getting steamrolled in a way, because let's be honest, some of those games were very quick. But Mongolia, the biggest piece to them is that they didn't show a lot of data. How they want to play. They haven't, again, shown their hand, so to speak.
It's like when we were kids, right? Like when we had a rough time with our moms, right?
Yeah.
And that's to make us a better person later on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this could be one of those situations.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I was getting lost a bit when you talk about moms, but I kind of connected back on what you actually mentioned there, so it actually made more logical sense towards me. If I were to miss out a few of those sentences, maybe I would be running towards a different direction.
Okay.
I mean, but let's be honest, the moms, actually, it's funny that you bring up your mom, because my mom actually texted me last night, and she saw me cast, and she was just like, hey, maybe you should tone it down a little bit. I'm a little afraid of your blood pressure. And I was like, Mom, I love you, but you know what I mean? It's actually on Laos and Kazakhstan. They're the ones that are just being this difficult one where I have to, again, increase my blood pressure.
Hey, Holler, work is work, and you gotta put in the effort to do so. Thank you so much, Holler Smart, for checking on his health. But right now, we gotta check in on the first game draft coming in between Mongolia and Pakistan. With Mongolia coming in towards the blue side, more priority will be given over to that clash lane, removing the Dharma, removing the Guan Yu, while Pakistan strategically aiming towards those fancy picks like the Ata and Maestro Nui, which had a lot of success on towards the blue side.
Yeah, and actually, Mongolia are going to go first. I mean, they're on the blue side here. Ukyo, something to kind of stick out. Like, they might go like a Zhangfei Dharma style. It really, like, the world is their oyster in this point because, again, Mongolia, we haven't seen too much. We don't, I mean, we have those drafts from previous games, but I don't know if that's really the same level of success they want to continue here.
I kind of thought that they would go for the Chano pick, though. But going for an Ali, I guess that's okay. So that would mean that Pakistan might not want to go for the Chano because the Ali is quite a counter as well.
I think so. It's like a different thing, right? It's like Arlie excels well in the mid game, while Chano excels in the early game laning phase against the Arlie because those Spirit Wolves, you can't block it with the Maple Dance coming in from the Arlie. But we are going for a different approach here coming in from Team Pakistan. We are looking at the Dolia and also the Garuda. Some of a, I would say, more Dolia appearance compared to the first 2 days.
Yeah, I think Hassan really likes the Garuda. Again, you're kind of being able to poke from so far away. You're supposed to, again, from the mid lane, you're creating a lot of pressure. And you're able to stand up in front, which is kind of the Pakistan playstyle where, again, it's keeping them at bay and then letting them come from the sides. But Mongolia, they're going to go with the Haino to counter that.
Interesting enough that the Dolia are starting to fall out of favor in terms of the ban phase. Yeah, during the first 1-2 days, it's like, okay, it's just Dolia ban all the way. But nowadays, it's like teams don't mind just letting go of the Dolia, which seems to be kind of interesting. Now, you did talk about the Chano, right? So it looks like Chano is going to be picked up. What I noticed is that when it comes to farm laners, it's either the Chano, the Arlie, or the Direnje. These three have been super popular.
Yeah, in this Asian game specific patch, those has been one of the best few farm lane heroes they can actually offer here. And I like the fact that the Dolia has been skyrocketing in pick rate, especially for teams who are looking for their identity, like Uzbekistan, Pakistan. They like to play these picks so that they can find their inner identity. And coming into the second ban phase, more of these tank heroes are being removed from the pool, especially against Mongolia, because they have yet to find their roamer pick here.
Haven't found it yet. I mean, going into this, I mean, when you're going up against the Dolia, the one big piece is like the Celestial Melody's great. Yeah, you have your sustain and your heal and your ranged, but when the team fights are actually happen, there's not a whole lot that you're going to be contributing outside of that Celestial Melody. So again, your draft needs to revolve around that, and also understanding that your team fights might not be as good as Mongolia, so that's why you want to be targeting that.
And speaking about the Celestial Melody, I'm seeing a combination between the Dolia and the Dune here for Pakistan. Right now, to combo with the Garuda, with the Chano is not particularly the best. So I do say that they do need a sort of like a tank frontliner as well. So a Dune would work well for Pakistan.
I think if they do take a bit of the textbook playstyle coming in from Uzbekistan yesterday, where they just brute force the Dolia and also the Kaiser, maybe that could work, right? Because yesterday we saw Pakistan winning game 1, and Uzbekistan coming back-to-back games in that reverse sweep. It was both on that Kaiser, which had easy executions and a strong body to allow those carries to push up and march up further for that damage output.
Actually, it does quite well against them, right? If you're thinking about it. I mean, yeah, the Dune was already banned out, but the Kaiser actually makes sense because you're going to be jumping on top of the Haino. It's like, okay, you want to Fate Rewind, but he's just so tanky and he has a decent amount of sustain to continue on because you're looking at like a, 14-second Invincible Warrior?
Oh, that's great.
You have a lot of options, right?
You do have a lot of options here, but they are going for a different approach here with the Elaine here. I am okay with this pick. Might not be really relevant in the meta as of now, but Elaine has received several buffs prior to the Season 13 patch, which is what we are referencing off of the Asian Games version. So if Mohsin can actually pilot this hero well, maybe this could be a very strong late game powerhouse coming in from Pakistan's lineup.
I like it. I like it. And I mean, we're kind of able to get to the back line. I mean, you're also like looking at the Byron as well. There's potential that meat shield, but the Arlie is looking juicy. The Haino is definitely a target as well.
Wow, and I'm looking still at the... Yeah, Kaiser will still work well for Pakistan because right now they lack durability. Yeah, they have the Alay, but Alay is not the most sustained sort of hero, so they need a good frontliner to just protect the Chano. If they can have that, it'll be a perfect draft for them.
It goes back to what you mentioned about Lubu, right? It's like you need a body in front to make sure that you can start off the fight first, and then the Clash laner comes in as the subsequent follow-up engage. That would be a pretty good draft if Pakistan does lock in the Kaiser here. But let's do check out Mongolia here. They lock in our first ever Xiang Yu in towards the roamer role.
It does what you want, right? You're able to charge, you're able to get some stuns. I mean, they had banned out the Zhangfei and the Lapu Lapu, both of which they kind of like to play. Those are probably the more traditional ones. And now with the Zhang Yu, you have the same idea. It's like a poor man's Zhangfei or Lapu Lapu in a way.
I mean, it provides some physical crowd control that we're looking for, and then the damage resistance coming in from his passive, it works out pretty well. And then we did see coming in from Pakistan's last pick, instead of a Kaiser, they're going in for a Nurza. Also a pretty good combo coming in with the Dolia for that double ultimate in the early to mid game.
Got options, right? You're able to dive on the back line. That seems to be the big target. Plus, you have that and the Elaine. You have, like, you know, Death Star coming at you, like, flying in on you from all different angles. So you have a lot of options here.
Yeah, perfect comboing here coming in from the Team Pakistan lineup here. But we are looking at Mongolia, whether their growth will push them enough to come back in towards their standings here in Group A. And this will be the first series of the day between Mongolia going up against Pakistan, finding their footing in their respective groups.
Thank you so much, Saki. As we go into game number 1, the first series of the day. The teams are fresh, we're good to go. But who are you giving the edge to, Cloud? Okay, I think it's over.
Yeah.
All right, the edge has already been in. Okay.
Well, that's actually a clue towards what I was about to say. Okay, I was kind of thinking hard about the whole Zhang Yu pick when you guys were like debating about it, right?
Yeah.
And am I a fan of it? Not really.
Yeah.
Because I kind of feel that Zhang Yu with the Hegemon Slash, it takes a while to channel.
True.
So to really hit your target, especially if you're going up against a lane, you're going up against a channel that can leap, it's not the best, right? So it's going to be really hard to hit this target. And if you remove that, who's going to set up fights for Team Mongolia? You don't really have an alternative there. So I am kind of giving this one to Pakistan.
He almost needs to be very predictive with that Hegemon Slash, right? When you know that things are about to happen, potentially where that fight will be, and you need to, again, keep Batuzil alive as much as possible. As long as you're able to do that, again, it takes like a sixth sense to ensure that you're able to kind of predict these plays and the jump-ins that are going to definitely be happening from Pakistan.
Yeah, I mean, honestly speaking, there were other options as well, like the Napo, for example. It was open, but and I thought that Napo would have been a bigger or a better pick there for Team Mongolia. But okay, maybe they have some secret strat that we don't know of, right? But Bagheera's now not having a good time. He's being harassed quite hardly at the bottom lane.
Yeah, that is tough for him. I mean, the Wolves are on top of him, and now he has to recall. So, again, he's not in the lane. That's going to leave Batuzzi wide open, and he has to cower under the tower. This is not a great spot. Pakistan right now, we knew that they were going to be aggressive. You want to attack Mongolia. They're doing a great job here.
Yeah, exactly, right? So you push the Arlie underneath the tower, and now you rotate in to try to take out the jungle minions. So it's really good progression by Pakistan.
It's a huge edge already, right? 1.4k lead by Pakistan. It's not even 3 minutes in this game. The way that they've, been able to be aggressive, force them out of the lane, taking down those minions, and Mongolia really can't even farm in their lane. Here's the Wings of Judgment. Bakkarol has to flash away. The Skyfall is going to be used on top, but he does get the safety. And with Yandu's support, he does survive. But Bakkarol, again, hasn't had a great time. This is the second recall.
Yeah, and I do get the point where, okay, you as a roam, you as a tank, your job is to absorb as much damage as possible, absorb as many skills as possible from your opponent. But if in this case, yes, you absorb, but your teammates are not able to get anything out of it, to me it's a deficit.
It is definitely a deficit, right? They're playing from behind already. This is a worst case scenario in terms of starting this game. I mean, 1.5k by Pakistan, and again, once that 4-minute mark happens and you're down by so much, you're doing a lot less. Things are just, again, not looking great for Mongolia.
Not at all. Okay, but anyway, they tried. They made this rotation sending 4 down, but they can't engage because, like what we talked about, right? Like, who is going to engage from Mongolia?
I mean, I think that you're kind of, Yavalan, on the Byron, that's like best case scenario, and then like Dagvadorch, and Yandu and like Batuzzi just like kind of rounded it up, right? The counter initiation by the Zhang Yu because he is slow, right? That Hegemon Slash does take like an hour to queue up, right? Before you're able to do it. So it's really tough to just secure that one down. But now this Tyrant completely spaced out, Pakistan zoning them away.
Yeah, it sounds like me queuing up for my drive-thru this morning. Yeah, but yeah, even as, like, what you say, right? Let's say you put Dagvadorch, okay, you will go in and engage first, right? Because you're going up against the channel, and the channel can leap behind. By the time you reach the channel, your health is probably half gone.
Yeah, half gone already. And then, who else are you going to go on? If you jump on anybody, the rest of the team is going to be there. Uzair and Anwar can be there at a moment's notice. You just put up the bat signal, and then people will be there, and Batuzzi gets picked off yet again.
Okay, I also want to point out that when it comes to the laning phase, right, the early stage, you put an Arlie versus a Chano, the Chano will dominate because of the Spirit Wound.
Yeah.
So the Arlie won't be able to stack up just the basic attacks, the passive. So it's going to not have a good time at the farm lane.
Not much time there, and Yandu actually tried to fate rewind it, but it really didn't do much. Batgirl has to just flash to just stay alive. But I mean, considering okay, now there's a gank attack. Damador's is going to be on the side, not able to really do too much. The scepters are just kind of being pushed aside, as that damage is kind of little to no damage at this stage.
Yeah, and that's what I mentioned about, right? Like Damadorj wanted to go in, but the time he kind of arrives close to the channel, his health is kind of like quarter or half down. So he can't really like continue on the fight. Yeah, he does have some life steal there, but you know, sometimes at the back of your mind, it's like, oh, you kind of doubting yourself, can you actually do it? And you just decided to turn back.
And I mean, you're looking at the side of Batgirl, right? Just because he's had to recall away, he's had to like leave the lane so many times, you've kind of isolated Batuzi, who needs your support. You're talking about the Chano matchup. It's not great for him. And the Arlie, like, first picked into that, where they're, you know, Pakistan is able to counter. I mean, you're playing into the hands of the Pakistan squad.
Okay, and it's going to be even scarier right now with the fact that Team Pakistan, they're starting to group up, and let's not forget, they do have the Celestial Melody. So you have the Wings of Judgment to push them back, and then you have the Celestial Melody to refresh, so you can double zone or double push your opponent from afar.
And also the favor rewind. I don't think that Yandu has that perfect timing. I mean, yes, it will heal the tower, but it's within a certain gap. He's timing it incorrectly where the heals aren't happening, and now he doesn't even have that ult. So just a little bit more of a question mark, I would say, from the Mongolian side.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about some winning conditions here for Team Mongolia, right? Okay, so the Hackamon Slash will need to land. And the best way for him to do it is to do that flash forward or channel the Hackamon Slash and then flash forward and land.
Yeah.
That would be the best. But the timing has to be so right that Pakistan has to be grouped together at that point of time.
Yeah. Hegemon Slash is kind of like an anime when they charge up, like on Monday. And then like by Tuesday, they're like still charging up. Wednesday, charging up. And then by Friday, when the fight is actually happening, they like will attempt to go for that attack. Attempt.
Yeah.
But it takes about 5 days to get there. 5 business days.
Here's
the first Skyfall. They actually go under the force field suppression, though. He's trying to flash away, but he's just going to be chased down. Not enough shields to keep him up. Anwar taking that pick off.
Oh, but the rest of Mongolia coming in, though.
Here's the flank. The Wings of Judgment on the side. Nice 3-man stun. That's going to be a little bit of work on top of him, but now can they get any sort of clearance? It looks like Muhammad N has actually gotten away, but they do get the pick off. They find Hassan, but here's the Death at Sunset. He goes inside and actually gets the pick off on Dagmadorch, so he did get a little bit of a revenge. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Pakistan.
Well, gotta give credit to Team Mongolia, right, for making this rotation. At least they got something out of it, and I really admire like the call for them to come towards the Clash lane side. But Team Pakistan still, well, they got the best out of that situation. They got 2 takedowns. At the same time, they are able to push to take down the first tower at the top, so it's all good. And because of that as well, they open up a little bit more space at the bottom for them to get the upcoming objective.
All right, so when the fights are happening, I want you to keep an eye on Batgirl when he does start, when he queues up the Hegemon Slash. Because by the time you let me know, then I can count to like, 5 business days, and then I'll let you know when the strike happens. But at least I know it's coming. You know what I mean? Like, we can do that delivery tracking, if you will.
All right. I'll try, right? I'll try. 5 business days, right?
It takes forever, man. The mid T1 now under siege, and now they're going for the flank. They need to be careful as Batgirl gets picked off. He's not even able to start this one off. They find Yavalan as well, and they thought they were going to be aggressive, but look, the entire flank was at risk, and they find yet another, and it looks like 3 members down from Mongolia.
Okay, I don't know when the Bagger start channeling the Hackamon Slash, because
it did come out.
You can no longer use it, right?
Yeah, he was down for the count already. And they find with Batuzi as well. They're taking the mid T2. This game has been nothing but Pakistan.
Oh man, I mean, he probably did channel it maybe for like a second before he was taken out. And that's why, it's used, but we didn't really see it. So that kind of situation. I mean, that's why the Xiang Yu is not really a good competitive hero.
Yeah.
In fact, in ranked games, you don't see that many Xiang Yu.
Yeah, you really don't. Actually, there was another caster named Phil who used to actually play that quite a bit, but he played it in the Clash lane, which I think that has a little bit more of an impact. I think as Roman, I have seen it in my games. It's just that you're kind of seeing why it's not as great of a roamer when you have so many other good picks. Like the Raging Sea, instant. The Zhang Fei, yeah, if you've got the Madness, instant almost, right? So the timing is very different. Zhang Yu is a very different type of hero.
Yeah, and yeah, there's so many other options. But anyway, they've already taken it. So what Bagheera is doing right now, he's going for a shield item, which is a standard roam item, I must say, just to give his team a little bit more protection. Totally understandable. And they're going for the Tyrant.
Yeah, they're going to start this one. I mean, it's the Shadow Tyrant, if anything, and he's there trying to go for the backline. He's actually fighting this. He's all by himself, and it looks like he's going to be picked off, not able to get to the skies, and now Mosin is going to be there as well. He's trying to just stay alive. They go for the flank, but Batuzis gets picked off. Anwar is doing a little bit of work, but he's isolated. The Hegemon slash, there we go. Thank you for telling me he was about to be queued up, but Anwar running for his life. He's going to be chased. They have 4 members on him. They do have the numbers, and that should be enough, and Anwar is down as well, but the top lane is pushing.
Oh, dude, I was about to point that one out. The top lane being pushed out for free, and now they're going to stop all of them from getting back. Okay, they failed to stop at least 2 of them, so they can still defend the top lane, but they will lose John Doe at the bottom lane. Hassan will be the one to take him down.
Yeah, and that paper rewind, he's like, oh, I'll just be teleporting way over there, and it was like 2 steps to the side, to the left, and it was like, oh, that's not enough. And Yadu gets picked off here, and now it looks like Pakistan, again, you put that pressure. You got the top T3. I mean, yeah, you traded away 2, but it was a bit of a ruse in that sense.
Dude, mission complete for the top lane. All he needs to do is like, okay, I take down the tower, okay, that's it. That's done. And Muhammad, he survived. So Team Pakistan, it's still falling into their plan.
Yeah, and actually going into this one, both of these squads were 0-2, but this is must win, right? And Mongolia right now on the back foot, trying to figure out a way to overcome this 8K deficit that they're in right now. And now you've got Vanguards here. Really tough spot for Mongolia.
Ooh, I don't know, man. Okay, how are they going to come back from this one? Again, the Hegemon slash has to land. We have not seen a good one yet. We did see the animation, but it did not land onto anyone. So that's something they need to try to coordinate. But because of Team Pakistan, they obviously know that, okay, the winning condition is going to be that. We don't want to get caught in that big CC kind of skill. Let's spread out whenever we fight with Team Mongolia.
Yeah, now with that Wings of Judgment completely spaced away, Baccarat was trying to make the play, but he went in and he gets perished. Batuz is just going to be taken down as well. They've taken the bottom T3. Dagvador just down for the count as well. 2 men standing. Is there some way the Death at Sunset, even on the back line, he's going to be rushing back into the fountain, but they're going to take the crystal, and just like that, Pakistan will strike first in this game 1.
And Pakistan is one step further to cementing their spot, their hopes in Group A itself. But on the contrary, it's not looking good for Mongolia, because if you base it off numbers, if Mongolia loses this upcoming game against Pakistan, they lose all hope of qualifying to the main event or even last chance stage in Group A.
It could be just like that, right? This is again, must-win situation for Mongolia. But if anything, I think that there's a lot of tape to watch back on, and they can be like, okay, these are the mistakes that we're making. They're very apparent, they're clear, they're not like microscopic in that sense, and their ability to hopefully bounce back will be much better for this team.
Yeah, and I think they need to kind of rethink their draft again. Yeah, it was kind of okay-ish until the Rome pick comes in, and then we're like, That's why you guys were having that conversation, and I had a long thought of like, is this actually a good one? Is this like a secret strat? But as we saw everything unfold in the game, it wasn't a good pick.
Maybe it's like a comfort pick coming in for the side of Bagheera on that Romer Xiang Yu pick, but I want to give props over to Mongolia as well, right? If you compare it back to their games against Philippines or Indonesia, the stronger opponents, yeah, it's a bit difficult to watch. But when you compare it to today's game, yes, they still lost. But the problem, the thing I want to point out is, at the very least, you still see proactive plays coming in for the side of Mongolia, like Bagheera trying for those like Hegemon slash coming in for the back line, or the side of Jungle going in for the aggressive plays. So these are things that you actually can see improvement coming in for the Mongolian squad.
Yeah, actually that was the biggest difference, right? Where they were being aggressive at most. They were trying to take that mid T1, they were trying to take some fights,
correct.
But then they would get a little bit flanked. So it's like, okay, the thought process is there. Definitely we need to, like, we have an idea of what we want to do, but you do need vision before you make any sort of commitment like that.
Right, I do get the idea, right, as well. Like, especially when they responded to whatever that was happening at the top. Yeah, they were still at the deficit after the entire fight, but they did show that, okay, they're able to respond, they're able to come and back up the teammate, they're able to at least trade something back on, which is which is absolutely fine. Now for Team Pakistan, to me, this is an okay lineup, right? This is an okay draft. We see the idea of how it's going to be executed, and what I noticed is that the Celestial Melody is not especially or exclusively for the lane. There are times where it was used to refresh the Garuda as well, which is okay because by refreshing the Garuda, the Wings of Judgment, it will allow them to push even faster.
I mean, you're going to just use whatever's available. And I think that Hassan definitely did he left the mark. Those Wings of Judgment were definitely annoying for Mongolia to deal with. So it just kind of further on with that damage. So I think that it's not terrible of a choice.
And I think Molson did a pretty good job, right? 0-0-13 on that Dolia that you mentioned just now. And he was pretty flexible, like what Sir Cloud mentioned. Like, it's not only a bond tied between Uzair's Elaine and Mosin's Dolia. You can be flexible with Hassan's Garuda or Anwar's Skyfall coming in from that nerds up here. And these are the stats from that game just now. And you can see the channel pick once again coming in from Muhammad N. Really, really consistent stuff coming in from the channel player.
I mean, you were eyeing him. You definitely noticed that Muhammad N has been the guy from Pakistan, and he's just showing exactly why, right? As that farm laner, you definitely need somebody who can be consistent, doing that damage, but staying alive. And Muhammad did such a great job of that. Very key member of this Pakistan squad.
Okay, I still stand to my point of like, okay, if your opponent has an early and you pick a channel, it's an auto counter. Especially during the laning phase, because of Spirit Wolf.
Yeah,
right?
that's correct.
Yeah, and because you won't allow the early to stack up the passive.
That's true.
So the early was the first pick. If they had the plan of playing the early, to me, ban out the channel first.
That's a very good point here, Sir Claw. I think that is one of the more, I would say, counter picks that we actually been seeing so far in this tournament itself. When you have an early, you would generally see a channel coming in because in this specific patch, channel, I think, has one of the highest priority in the farm lane pool.
Just one of the best heroes that you need to be fighting for right now. And I mean, you're seeing the gold graph completely shift in their favor, but Chano just with an absolute like shellacking of a game in the sense of just like being able to control it. It's the #1 pick right now in the entire Asia Games qualifier. It's with 20 picks, it's 11 wins and 9 losses, and yeah, it has a bit of a mixed bag, but I mean, it just has a lot of games where it's just able to just like, you know, take over.
And talking about taking over, right? Look at this gold lead that's been generated coming in from the Pakistan squad. A very smooth gold lead from start all the way to finish. Yes, there were hiccups here and there, some eliminations getting over to the side of Mongolia, but overall, the team fights, the invades, the tower destructions, I would say Pakistan played it really, really well. That's why you can see at a 12-minute mark, there's a 12,000 gold lead going in for the Reds.
I mean, 12,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. Everything going in the favor of Pakistan. If you're just riding this roller coaster, you're like so happy because everything is shifting in your favor. It's constantly growing and it's steady growth.
Okay, we're gonna check out some of these highlights, right? So look at the laning phase again at the bottom, especially. It was just quite a disastrous game for Batuzi. By the top, this is what I like from Team Mongolia, right? Look at how they respond, look at how they come from the back. At least they played off something.
That charge coming in from the side of Begaro, that was a 4-man charge. Just that the team wasn't ready to follow up, but in the normal circumstances, he actually played that really, really well and allowed Zagudorj to actually find the elimination coming on towards Hassan. But the moments coming in for the mid lane here, you can see they overestimated their approach towards that power push, and they got punished heavily coming in from the Pakistan Clash laner, which is Desire.
Yeah, and also Bakarol. I mean, he had some moments, nice charges, and a nice repositioning. The idea is there. But with the state of the game, when you're far behind, you don't have any tanky items, you're not able to kind of be like a Lian Po, like, you know, and just survive these things, right? So that's kind of why in the early game is got to be key.
It goes back to Sir Klaus mentioned there, right? It's like, okay, maybe if he plays like a Lian Po, Zhangfei, Lapu, maybe it will have more effect, so that he was questioning slightly a bit over towards the Xiang Yu pick on how well it can actually pull off. There were moments, but the bad moments kind of overcome the good moments.
Yeah, and it's like if the net worth were the same and you're making the same play, you're going to have a much better time. But the MVP on this one, Muhammad N, he's shushing everybody as he was 5-0-8, 36%, you know, damage of the entire team. Just done a really good job. But the damage taken, also something to take note of. This speaks volumes about his positioning because it's less than 15%.
Yeah, and I really like the fact that he's the MVP, not only because he dominated the lane, but also he did that split push at the top, just by himself, right? And he survived, he took down the tower, it was all good. While his other teammates or the opposing side was on the bottom lane at that time. So great job here by Mohamed.
It's not just about the damage dealt coming in from Muhammad N, right? He also won his lane really consistently against his opponent on the early. So he actually, from start to finish, planned out his laning stage really well, got the first strike, and then subsequently dominated the entire farm lane, transitioning that lead into actual map pressure, helping his teammates take down turrets in the cross lanes here. So very well-deserved MVP coming in from the Pakistan farm lane himself.
Yeah, I mean, but it started with Batusi just getting out of position. Just like the amount of impact that he had, it kind of just snowballed out of control because you win, you get first strike, then you just completely dominate the lane. Back row can never get into the lane. You're constantly just, again, hounding in on that tower and taking everything. I mean, this is why it just got out of control.
Yeah, and talking about control, right, you definitely need to be able to find some if you're on the Mongolia side, because we've already mentioned, right? If they lose this, they lose all hopes to qualify for the main event on the Asian Games. So for Mongolia, it's a must-do situation. If they fail this, they are onwards for the early exit.
Yeah, it's all in for them next, right?
Correct.
Like the draft has to be on point, the execution has to be on point, the timing has to be on point, everything has to be perfect for the next 2 games at least. Well, if it goes to game 3, that is. So, if there's something to be learned from the game before this, I would say it's the draft, right? Like, big use of the meta heroes. There's a reason why those heroes are meta, right?
I mean, you want to. I think that was like kind of where they are, but I think that also it seems like they're not 100% comfortable with some of those heroes, and that's kind of why they're like defaulting into these other picks here.
But that's in-game, right? But out of game, I'm pretty sure they're really comfortable because they are staying at the Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, which is our official venue partner and hotel partner for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifier for Honor of Kings. Thank you so much, Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, for sponsoring our prestigious event.
And as we go into this one, I mean, game 2, there's a lot of things that they could shore up on, but I think for me, you have to look at like one thing at a time. You can't just look at everything and be like, oh, just fix everything. It's not going to be possible, right? We got to go room by room. We got to figure out exactly how to fix this. And I think that if you're looking at it, draft is one thing. It wasn't completely off. Obviously, the Xiangyu was a little bit of a question mark. But I think when you're talking about laning, the first 3 to 5 minutes, you can't be giving up first strikes. You can't be, getting so whittled down that you have to recall on back. You need to support your guys as much as possible and stay in the lane.
I perfectly agree with you, right? Because when you lose your laning phase, it's not you're just losing to your direct opponent here. You're losing out push, you're losing out priority.
Yeah.
Priority means that you get to move first to achieve something. So imagine if you're losing all 3 lanes priority generates into jungle pressure, map pressure that allows the enemy team to always be one step upon you to look for those big goal leads by countering specific objectives.
It's the little wins, and those things are opening up the bigger doors, right? So I think that even for this, where you're able to kind of just win out the lane, like just go, and then you can take over the enemy jungle, then you're dictating the entire tempo, and Mongolia is then very reactive, and they're not able to have, the heroes to really kind of fight back. So a lot of things that we can kind of look into as we look at this draft coming up.
Okay, Mongolia, they will be on the blue side, so they have the first pick again. And if they plan to pick the early, then ban out the Shadow. Like, that's like, to me, baseline, right?
Yeah.
So far, they're going to remain with the same ban, which is the Dharma. On the other side is going to be the Mai. Now, I'm curious to see what they're going to ban. Okay, yeah, so surely the early is going to come out. Now, Pakistan is thinking to themselves that do they want to ban out the early or not?
So for me, okay, I get the Arlie. That's a great shot, assuming that you're solid with it. But for me, whenever you're looking to pick heroes, you just gotta simplify. You know what I mean? Like, because Arlie is a very mechanically difficult hero. When things are chaos, you have so many different things that you need to think about, right? I think that you just kind of play the simpler, quote-unquote, dumber heroes that might be easier to play just so that you can get the execution down and not have to worry so much about the mechanical play of the hero.
Puyi?
Yeah.
That could work.
Yeah.
I mean, like, in general, right, what Holler is trying to mention is, it's like not about being dumb or smart. It's about learning how to walk before you learn how to fly. I mean, not like we can actually fly, but in general, it's just like that sort of like saying, right? It's like, if you can't utilize something that is very mechanically difficult, but you can still try and master the game, try something that is less mechanically demanding. Like what we saw yesterday for Uzbekistan. They lost first game against Pakistan. They brought out the Kaiser and Futsu. Easier execution all around, and they still bagged the win against Pakistan. So maybe for Mongolia, that is something that they can actually venture to in this second game.
No, actually, I want to correct you on just that one point. I was talking about smarter and dumber. In this. No, I'm just kidding. As we go into this one, I mean, Pakistan, right, look, the Byron, solid, right? It's a great laner. As a Clash laner, it's probably the top tier at this point. Now you're going back to the Garuda. If it ain't broke, why fix it?
Oh yeah, and we see the Zhang Fei making an appearance, so that is a great pick. And then you have the Gan and Mo, which is great as well. He can scale from early game to mid game to late game because of its stacks. It's just that for it to be able to scale, Mongolia need to have a very strong or very quick rotation from the start.
That's true here, and Pakistan is going back to the basics here that we mentioned just now. It's still going to be the Garuda, Byron, and also the Dolia. Some of these simpler heroes with very strong power curves, especially the early to mid game. And for Mongolia, I would say it's quite mechanically demanding, especially on Dagudorj and also Yondu on that Ukyo Tachibana and Ganemo here. It has a lot of tournament appearance, and a lot of teams has been really good at them, but the execution is something that has to be nitpicked on.
Now, I mean, with this Dolia here, again, just continuing on. Right? I love the fact that they're not shifting away. Plus, you don't need to pick up heroes that might, give a little bit of intel as of how you want to play some other lineups. This is one where you just stick to the tried and true. It definitely worked in game one. Continue on.
Now I'm thinking whether Team Mongolia will go for the early or not. Because you already have a guy that Mo can be from the back line. Probably a good tower pusher will be kind of nice as well.
Something like a DRNJ would be great, right?
Yeah, DRNJ, yeah.
An Aaron, something that can actually be comfortable in the laning phase while also putting up early to make a progression against Pakistan here. But there we go. It's locked away. One of the best picks thus far. We did see how yesterday, on the side of the final game from Laos and also their opponent, the DRNJ was really consistent from the side of Kazakhstan in making sure that the game wasn't easy to end at all.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to ban out the Arlie as well. The farm laners definitely on both sides are needed to be picked here, but it looks like Pakistan, I mean, they probably don't want to pick the farm laner here, probably more of a jungle save it for that lane matchup. Ooh. But okay, they're going to go with the Marco Polo, they're going to think late game.
It kind of reminds me of yesterday's draft, right?
Yeah.
Polo, Dolia, the Byron, everything seems to chip in line real well coming in from Pakistan. Maybe this is your specific Tempest game you're looking for?
Oh my gosh, are we going to do another one? I mean, that game was epic. I mean, you also saw 2 Fever Barrages back-to-back to save the game somehow.
Wait.
And yeah, the Lapu Lapu.
Oh wait, is that a Zhang Lapu Clash lane?
Lapu or Zhang Fei Clash? Wait,
maybe the Lapu Clash lane here coming in for the side of Team Mongolia. That's going to be pretty interesting, right? I think we had a one-time thing from a Malaysia Pro League that we had a Zhang Fei accidental Clash lane.
That was accidental. Yeah, keyword accidental.
We're going to have to see. I mean, as the players choose a little bit more. I mean, but you got stuns galore, right? You have the damage of the Lady Soon, the Ganemo. You go just a lot of other things. You need to kind of just shore up maybe the stuns and the control that you're looking for. So it does make sense. But this is a little non-conventional, I would say.
Yeah, non-conventional is the word here. If they can really pull it off, then maybe it actually works really well. Pakistan here, locking in the final pick here on that Levi for the side of Pakistan's jungle Anwar. Interesting pick as well, non-conventional, but you don't really see much often in competitive. I think the only time we've seen it was from potentially IKL.
Okay, we get a confirmation whether it's going to be a Lapu Lapu Clash or not soon, right? And I'm really trying to think hard of okay, Lapu Lapu Clash, how will it work? Okay,
waiting for it. It's going to be a Lapu Lapu Clash.
Okay. Give me a minute to think about it.
I mean, it has play, right? It does what you want. I think you're just thinking the laning phase, you just survive, right? You're kind of tanky, you're just kind of ability to just stick around. But at the end of the day, it's about those team fights. Having more combos, the Umbrella Outburst on top of the Raging Sea could really just, turn the fight into your favor.
Yep. In theory, yes, if that combination lands, that sounds really, really good. But I'm also thinking of okay, how much space would the Lapu Lapu have to move away from the lane? Number one, is not the fastest lane clearer. Number two, is not the most mobile sort of hero. So I don't know. I kind of feel that he will be rooted at this lane.
No choice. I mean, you'll keep it there. I think that as long as you're not losing the top lane completely, because Uzair is definitely going to be a bit of a problem, but now it looks like the jungle invade is happening. You're going to look to take advantage of this, right? Especially as that, it looks like Yandu did, in fact, get the steal.
Oh, yeah, and that's what they wanted, right? And they stole it away from, potentially it was Byron that got it, but Team Pakistan looks like they're going to respond by stealing away from the buff from the side of Team Mongolia, and they did it.
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, this is a great start, right? Mongolia, it's going to be better for them. Like, this is the type where you want to be, right? You want to be aggressive. You want to take the fight to them. They were very passive in game one. They need to change things up.
All right, this is a... I don't know, I'm kind of scared about this draft, right? I'm looking at the Team Pakistan having a really good draft as well. I can imagine, like, Muhammad going in and he gets Celestial Melody and he gets a lot of damage out. In teamfights, it will be really good. Okay, but what would be some sort of something that's lacking for Team Pakistan is that they don't have like a big CC sort of type of hero. Like you don't have like that Zhang with the Unbridled Outburst, that sort of thing. Something to set things up. That's probably something that they are kind of lacking.
So Pakistan, I mean, I think they're trying to keep the momentum going. Okay, Mohsen taking a little bit on this one. The Resplendent Revolvers zoning them away. But Pakistan are probably looking, hey, we just win the lanes. We look to close things out. Don't let any sort of team fight happen. Because you saw, even in game one, there were not very many, right? Because they were able to, again, stick to objective-based gaming. But now, the flash away, Muhammad needs to be a little bit on the safer side. Mohsen is going to take a couple shots on his way out. The push back on, the Reforged Blades doing a little bit of work. Finding Mohsen, it's not going to be, yes it will be, in fact. That's going to be first strike going the way of Yandu, but here comes the Wings of Judgment. The Revenge Torrent is on, and now with that Storm Strike, the control is there, but they don't have enough to catch anyone.
Oh, that was a beautiful one. Yondo got his first strike, and that means that he will stack 1 right now. That is a good response by Team Mongolia. And it's showing from the game before, like they know how to move together, they know when to go in, they know when to take opportunities. As long as they can continue to remain consistent in terms of that, who knows, it might be in their favor.
Yeah, it might be in their favor, but it makes it much easier when Mohsen was a little bit out of position, and then that kind of drew a crowd, and Yandu able to hit some of those blades, really making it easy. And again, anytime a Gan and Mo gets some sort of farm, Yandu is definitely going to, you know, basically excel with that.
And they're looking to try to push Batuzi behind. Now, Batuzi could use a little bit of help, and backup is on their way. Waiting inside the brushes, and here they go.
Oh, the Umbrella Outburst on top with the Stampede. Hassan, he dodges the blades with the Wings of Judgment. Oh, he just barely gets the flash, and finally he gets the blades. Yandu with a nice flash play, ensuring that he gets that kill.
Wow, Yandu, where has your Gan and Mo been all this while?
Yeah, he's waiting for this moment, right? I think that also we're seeing a little bit of a replay in the sense that Pakistan, when they played against Uzbekistan, they won game 1. But then they lost game 2 and 3. The wheels kind of came off on that. So Pakistan, again, not to say that it's going to happen again. I don't have a script. I don't know what's going to happen. But Mongolia right now, things are looking much better for them as the Tyrant has been picked up. Batuzi is going to take this one, but Baccaral going down, not even able to get the ult off. Batuzi just barely running away, and Yandu tanking for his friend. Operation Human Shields keeping Batuzi alive.
Oh, look at the amount of protection just to allow Batuzi to get away. That was good coordination and just how they kind of understand what was the objective at that time for Team Mongolia. So well done. And at the same time, Batuzi repaid it by getting that Tyrant for the team.
All right, as a role player, and we were playing together, and I'm in that same situation that Batuzi's in, with some of those Wings of Judgment coming in at me. I'm about to die. Do you sacrifice your body to step in front to keep me alive?
I'm going to take it for you, man. I'll take it for you any day.
All right, okay. You say that, but let's see come game, all right? We're going to have to find out. But still, Pakistan now, they're looking to just, okay, Anwar just showing his face a little bit in between the times that he's farming. He's been a little bit kind of off the map at this point, but again, I think that we'll expect Anwar to really show up come 8 to 10 minutes in this game.
Okay, so Madness stack now enough. He does have the Unbridled Outburst. Here comes the Wings of Judgment onto Yandu in trouble.
Yandu just barely staying alive, but he needs to be careful. Oh, the Umbrella Outburst pushing him back, and Mohsen gets bounced back into the heart of Mongolia's team as they take him down.
Okay, we have not seen much action from the Lapu Lapu yet, so that's why he's Clash Lane anyway, so he'll be doing his thing at the top. But the 4 players, the 4 heroes for Team Mongolia, they have been synchronizing really well.
They've been playing well together. The execution has definitely been much better in this one. And now, I mean, they're starting to feel it. They're going to start with this Overlord here in Pakistan. They scout this one out. Uzir's like, hey guys, do we go for this? What are we going to do? I think it's going to be a little too late as Dagvadorj secures the Overlord.
Whoa. Okay, and what they could do better is in terms of goal efficiency, right? Right now, they're kind of behind by a couple of hundred. Yes, they are ahead by the...
the Fever Barrage! That's going to be used, and they find Batuzi and Muhammad Ed. So nobody, the roaming gun! He runs into the branches! Oh, and the blades! A disastrous Mosin goes down as well!
That's like 5 stacks now for the guy that Mo!
Oh, Muhammad, and that was like the coyote just like slamming into the wall. Like it was like exactly like he got stuck there. Oh no, that's a low light for him.
Yeah, and he gave away the stack to Yondu. That's the best part for Yondu, obviously. And now he already has like 5 stacks. Oh man, this guy Mo right now with a couple blades is gonna be really scary.
It's going to be incredibly scary. Anytime there's a Ganmo that's been largely like free to just farm, and he's been on point with his daggers. You know, the blades have been really good. Anwar, on the other hand, is still a little bit more time before he hits that mode, that Super Saiyan mode, where he's able to just really take over the team fights. And now, they're going for the mid T1. The pushback, and he gets pulled away on this one. The Umbrella Outbird is going to be committed as well. Just we're looking for the push, but they don't have the minion as the Vanguard goes down, and now they have to retreat.
Okay, they have to also be aware of the rotation from the bottom as well. They might play this sandwich gameplay, but here comes.
And now they're going in. Nice little stun. They find Muhammad N. They're going to take that as a huge win for them. The rest of them with that Wings of Judgment. But I don't know if this is the right play. You're down a member, but they're going to find yet another target. And now they're going to disengage here.
All right. So now we're starting to see Yaoshan starting to play together with the team. The Lapu Lapu starting to move together, and they move together as a 5. It's not the best when it comes to doing split pushing. He can't clear waves that quickly. So the best is that, okay, if he plays together with his teammates as a 5, they move around the map, they take fights, they force fights, I would say Team Mongolia has a chance.
Definitely has a chance. I mean, the net worth is like a bit of a wash. You're kind of thinking the kills and you're like, hey, what's going on? But it's just that Pakistan are very efficient. I mean, taking these big neutrals away, that's just going to be another spike in gold for them. So it's just a matter of playing. You get the kills, but you got to get objectives out of it. And I think that Mongolia right now have not done a great job with that kill lead, so to speak.
Yeah, that and maybe pushing out the waves as well.
Yeah, Hassan getting on out of this one. And the blades are doing a little bit of work, but where's the control? The Resplendent Revolver right onto Bakarol, who doesn't like that. Yes, it does a little bit of a stampede on top. He's going to look to turn this one, and now they find Mosin. He's a little on the lower end, and the Raging Sea just barely missing Mosin, but Dagvadorj is getting picked off on the side. The Wings Adjustment is going to be used yet again. They find the stun onto Bakarol, who leaping Savers back to safety, and Dagvadorj down, and he's the only one.
Okay, this is what I still like about them being able to move as a 5, right? You have a lot of protection. You have the Lapu Lapu, you have the Zhang Fei that can give protection towards the backline, especially you want to open up the space for the Ganemo to just throw those couple plays for free. And obviously you want to let Batuzi get those free hits as well from the back. So it's all about like, okay, move as a 5. But what I worry is that for Team Mongolia, that is their only winning condition. I don't see them able to like, okay, we need to switch up the strats, guys. Let's do a split push. Let's do a jungle invade, or let's open up the map. They can't really do that, right? They have to move as a 5 around to force fights. That's their only winning condition now.
But it's like, look at, they're staying on their side of the river, right? They're not getting aggressive. They're not taking things away. And yeah, they do get the pick off. That's going to be great for them. But they find Hassan, and now they need to turn this into a tower. But they got to push with the wave. And look at how Uzair is just like, okay, maybe I cut the creeps. If anything, I just delay and take attention away, because Hassan, he's going to be up at 15. It's just a bit of a bait because the top lane has been pushed. Mohammedan using that space.
That's like 6 stacks now for the Ganemo. And Uzair, is he really going to do it? Nah, he's going to let this one go for sure. Objective secured by Team Mongolia. And while all that was happening, Team Pakistan, they're putting focus onto the Overlord instead.
taking on the Overlord at this point. But now it looks like Mongolia are going to spot this one out. The Umbrella Outburst is going to be used on top, and he's going for the steal! And it looks like Anwar just barely got the Overlord, but the timing couldn't have been better for Baccaral. He tried to get the stun, and now Mosin is on the run. They have the Stampede and the Raging Sea, the Wombo combo with all of these big ults, but no control. They have so much control, but no damage. And Baltuzi's on the side. He gets sniped out. Anwar getting a double as he makes his way on out. He's got a hot streak.
Oh, this is what happens when you leave your backliners exposed. The frontliners, both Lapu Lapu and Zhang Fei, they were too far in front. They forgot their teammates behind.
Okay, I've left the teammate behind here and there, so I've been there. But I think the big ults, they were trying to go aggressive to get the catch, and they paid with their lives because the backline, again, as you rightly pointed out, completely exposed. Top T3 down.
Oh, man. This when I said about, like, okay, they have to move as a 5, right? They have to be together. The moment they start to split up, that's opportunity for, like, Anwar to come in from behind, and we saw what happened earlier on. And because of that, not only they lose 3 players, but they lose towers as well.
Oh, Raging Sea only on the 2 on this one. Yavalan, he's going to get stunned up. He's going to be controlled. He tries to just get back with that flash, and he does. Those blades have been on point, but all T3s are down for Mongolia, and now they need to somehow hold. The Wings of Judgment is not great, but it's going to push them back. They get a 2-man Umbrella Outburst, but there's no follow-up because they need to deal with these Vanguards.
Okay, Team Pakistan, they're not in a hurry, right? They got all the towers down. That's okay. Objective secured. They can pull back the break, and they can just chill, farm, get those buffs, probably get the next objective, maybe the next Tyrant before they re-engage again.
So you're going to watch this replay and go back into it and be like, okay, this is why kills are not everything. Because if you get the kills, you need that map control, you need to take towers, you need to get some sort of value out of that. Mongolia was not doing that. They were getting the kills, but they weren't continuing to push and to create that sort of spacing. And they stuck to their side of the river, and that in the long run is giving a lot of space for Pakistan to come back.
Yeah, when they had a lot of engagement potential, right? Like, it's either Raging Sea or the Umbrella Outburst. But
they have a little bit of control on the Anwar. He teleports on back. He's going to be fine, but Uzair is just going on. The Scarter Gravy goes, but Dagmadorj has been picked up. Muhammad is solo himself, the roaming gun. He's going to be chased by the Ferali, which is incredibly scary, but he will eventually get on out. Baccaral has given up on the chase, and now he's in a bad spot. He's going to be jumped off by 3 people in a dark alley, if you will. And does he have enough? The Leaping Savior, a little bit of shield, and the Raging Sea just to keep him alive.
Okay, this is what Team Pakistan did, right? They divided and conquered. You split up the team, they don't have much.
Yeah, they don't have much at all, but they find Yandu. They get him on the back line. They instantly jump on. They've got Yavalan as well, and they take down the Crystal. And just like that, Pakistan get the sweep.
2-0 coming in from Pakistan, a rather beefy game coming in from both teams. Lots of team fights happening here, but Mongolia stood tall as they lose their opportunity going in for the main event, but their growth is definitely something to be eyeing on.
Definitely stepped up, right? I think that was the biggest difference we saw from Game 1 and Game 2. Mongolia actually were ahead, I mean, in terms of kills, but again, getting value, turning those into objectives, that has got to be the next big step for them to really have a chance of winning a game and a series.
It was just unfortunate for them, right? I'm starting to see the pattern of their draft and how it's executed inside the game, but it was down to that Overlord fight. Yeah. That Overlord fight when the 2 tanks start to move forward, leaving like the marksman behind, leaving the Guardian Moon behind, and it was exposed. Oh man, if they stuck together, right, things might be different.
Yeah, just like what they did in the early game, right, where when they all stuck together, they had so much wins across the team fights, across the early pickoffs. We saw the fact that the Ghanem Mo coming in from the Mongolian squad on the hands of Yondo, he found so much success in the early game. You were mentioning in-game, he found a lot of stacks with the Ghanem Mo, which gave him more additional magical attack power, which allowed him to slowly scale into that mid-game, and the Unbridled Outburst at their Overlord, it looked good if they managed to steal it, but Primal Bond, you got lower damage.
Yeah, this was like every single horror movie, right? Where like you're like the guys, there's like a party of 5, and then 2 people are like, hey, I heard some weird noises in the shadows on the side. Let's go there. Let's go isolate ourselves from the rest of the party. Like everybody was just like, oh, hey, let's check this door out. They're like randomly going places and they're getting picked off, right? I mean, it's like the horror movie, the trope, if you will, where you just stick together. You're going to have a much better chance.
Exactly, right? Don't they watch enough movies nowadays?
I mean, if we were to go back to the topic of Adam talking about movies, maybe for Mongolia, they need to watch more horror movies together so they know the concept of sticking together. But I gotta give props, right? Like, we saw their growth coming in from day 1 and day 2 when they went against Philippines, Indonesia, and now coming in against Pakistan. Game 2 was really nice to watch. It was really back and forth. Team fights were nice. Maybe they could have rotated better. Maybe they could have worked as 5 better. But judging from day 1, day 2's performance and today's performance, I'm pretty happy for them.
Yeah, and I like they dare to put something unconventional as well, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, put something unconventional, something that they're probably comfortable with. Maybe they have tried it out in multiple scrims and it gave them success and they want to bring it onto the table. Cool, I see that, right? But yeah, the consistency has to be there. Yeah.
Just more reps. I think that at the end of the day, we can just be like really harsh on the Mongolia as we want. But all of the other teams, I mean, the Philippines and Indonesia, those are so they have so much experience under the belt, right? It's hard. Even us, we would get absolutely smashed, right? It would be incredibly demoralizing. And for Mongolia to go through the gauntlet that is, I mean, I think that, and having them bounce back like you saw in this game too, they're in a much better spot than we are, let's be honest.
I like how you're comparing us and like Team Indonesia and Team Philippines, like us as in the casters.
Yeah. Oh, we got a chance. Oh, you know, I've seen them play. You know, Jamie won. Joshi, come on, guys. I got no chance. Come on.
Yeah, we're
Neville, let's go. Any day of the week.
We're putting like Hall up against them the next Asian Games. So.
We're having a show match later. 1v1 Holler versus.
Let's go. All right, I'm calling them out, right?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, but let's
1v1 basketball, right? Not
basketball. Filipinos are known for their basketball.
I know. I was thinking more on the Indonesian side. I gotta target the little one.
Okay, back towards the end game review here coming in for Pakistan versus Mongolia. We can see some of the good statistics coming in from Anwar this game. I would say that Anwar didn't really have good games back in like day 2 especially, but coming in today on the Levi, he definitely found his rhythm and he was finding those assassination attempts on towards the members coming in from Mongolia's teams.
Yeah, and also with Muhammad N. Those two have been like pretty much the core. I mean, Muhammad N has always been like the old, stable, farm laner, the core that you definitely want in your squad. He really just rose to the occasion. There was that one moment where he did run into those brambles, but aside from that, I mean, he had a phenomenal game as well.
Oh yeah, Moma, and I would say that even Anwar had a phenomenal game.
Yes.
Especially when he noticed that the two tanks are already way ahead.
It's my time.
And then the Lady Sun is exposed, the Ganemo is exposed. My time, I come in, soup, okay, done. And you don't have damage dealers no more. You're only left with the 2 tanks. What can they do? They can't do anything.
Yeah, they really can't do anything when your main damage dealers are left unattended here. The Overlord attempt steal was pretty good, but it was more of an inconsistent play. If they could find like everyone in the same position and they all went together, maybe they could have got the Overlord, the team fight win, everything in their backs. But it's just these little things that will allow Mongolia to grow even further once they master it.
Yeah. So it kind of seemed like a little bit like the rank game experience, right? Where guys are not, even if you try to use voice comms, not everybody's on the same page, not everybody's listening, and you're kind of doing your own thing at moments, right? There are definitely it's situations where you're like, okay, a couple people are top, other people are going on the side. Like, again, they're not on the same page, and you're seeing, again, why you can pick those people off then.
Yeah, and now looking over at these stats, right? Actually, it's pretty well balanced, I must say.
Yeah.
Actually, this game is like really, to a certain extent, kind of close. Like this game, like if we could drag on, I could actually see Team Mongolia winning because they have the Ganemo that's continuously stacking the damage.
Yeah, look at Yondu. He's just doing like 83,000 damage, highest in his team, and also having a really high team fighter of 86%. You can see the early game to mid game, it was really well revolving around this Ganemo pick coming in from the Mongolian mid lane, and it went really well for them. They were winning early pickoffs, early skirmishes. It's just those late game moments, the 10-minute marks, how you team fight as a team. They still lack experience in doing so, but you give them more time, maybe they can shine the next time we see them again, which is like their next match. But coming in for Team Pakistan, experience matters. their experience going up against the previous teams, how they convert those into game-winning pushes, they really stood tall up until the very end.
And I like it how Pakistan were resilient, right? The early game didn't look good. They were actually kind of getting out of position, getting caught out, and you're thinking, oh, Mongolia's got the chance. But Mongolia were like, actually, our team draft is based around deathballing, and we're not deathballing properly. If they were able to let just Yandu be that guy, that focal point up front, and everybody else is following for any sort of jump in, they're going to have a much better time. And this is kind of what you saw with just how close things were, pretty much in favor of Pakistan almost the entire way. Yeah, there was the neutral part at about the 7-minute mark or so, but other than that, Pakistan was in full control here.
Yeah, it went all the way down after that overlord fight.
Yeah, the overlord fight, they are sweet attempt, but then it just went all haywire. Especially when you mentioned that the tanks were chasing up front, while the squishies, the backliners, were left empty for Anwar's rebuy. And it really just showcased that when you're playing as a team, you can't just only chase for the takedowns. You gotta be revolving around the team's win condition. In this case, it was Yondu and also Batulzi.
Yeah, stick to objectives and mow them down. Use your advantage. When you get those pickoffs and you got those kills, you could take some towers. And it didn't seem like Mongolia were really too looking into this as a priority for them. They were just kind of like, okay, we can rest our hats on these kills and just kind of play our side. But again, just long-term losing situation.
Yeah. I'm trying to recall like the overlord fight, right? And attempt there, right? As a Zhangfei top Asia, I'll give credit to the Umbrella Armor's attempt there.
It was nice. Yeah. It was a very well-angled one. But let's check out the early game highlights coming in for Mongolia. These are the few moments that they were excelling really well. Look at those couple blades. Wow, just landing onto his Mosin, getting the first strike, and then they all retreated well. And this Umbrella Outburst was pretty good, capitalizing on Hassan's, I would say, uncareful rotation here. And Flash forced the couple blade, picking up another elimination.
Yeah, it looked like Hassan, if he just kept running back, he would have stayed alive.
Yeah.
Decent fever barrage on this one. He had a couple of good ones where, again, it's about doing the damage but staying alive, staying on the outskirts. And he went in on this one, gets the pick off, and it was like, oh, looks amazing. Ran right into the wall. I've done that.
Yeah. I mean, we all done that before. There's a specific setting that actually can fix this issue, the indicator that you can turn it on to see whether it can cross the wall. But these are still nice moments. The Lapu Lapu redirect flash, stopping Muhammad M from jumping in, and that's a nice charge in cancelling the fever barrage. And that's just the moment that Serkan was talking about, right? You are chasing the enemy. You are allowing your mid and carry, the two cores, to being left open wide, which is not part of the game plan.
Yeah. Yeah, and from then onwards, it was just like, okay, snowballing all the way, and Team Pakistan, they could push. And by after that one fight, the goal gap became so significant that Team Mongolia had no chance to fight back. And okay, here's another example of like divide and conquer by Team Pakistan, right? Like, they split up the fight, they sent two back and 3 at the front, something like that. And again, they won the fight because of that.
And if you're looking at some of those fights, I mean, Anwar definitely finding ways, like the stragglers, right? The people that are a little out of position. Anwar made him pay every single time. I mean, he was 5-0-2, cleaned up, did 25% of the team's damage as well, but he took very little. He was kind of off in he was like a ninja, right? He was never on the map, and you never knew where he was, but he was always there when, somebody was a little on the lower side of the HP bar.
They did really, really well here, right? Clean game coming in from Anwar. Usually we were always looking at him on how he actually plays the game, how he contributes to the team. Sometimes it's a bit lackluster, but this game coming in such a crucial series to defend their hopes in qualifying to the main event, he stood up and he found a game 2 clean victory.
Yeah, he came in as a finisher, right? Like, even based on the stats as well, like no takedowns onto him, damage taken only 9.2. I believe this is one of the lowest that we have seen so far, which is great.
Yeah.
And damage up to 25%, which is pretty okay. So he's more of like this finisher, and it was shown like towards the end, especially after the overlord fight. And that was good enough. You show up, you take down the key targets, the squishies behind, you're good.
Yeah, you're definitely going to be staying alive, right? And he was, again, off the map for such a long time. He was consistently farming, right? And the space that provided by the rest of the Pakistan squad allowed him to really just do that damage, to have the net worth when they needed him come team fight.
Exactly, right. So this case here coming in from Pakistan, like we mentioned, this 2-0 actually puts them up into the contention so far, potentially for the last chance stage. But sadly, coming in from Mongolia, this is where their qualification actually ends in this route of Group A.
They have still one more match, I believe, but they're just mathematically eliminated, right? So, okay, at least we know who's going to be 4th, 5th on that one. Mongolia, it was fun to watch. You know, definitely they had their moments, but I do hope that they watch this back and they do learn from that and they grow from this experience.
Hey, if anything, I would like to see what will be their best of the best of the best draft or strats or heroes that they can bring to the final game when they play it later.
I mean, we love the Lapu Lapu, right? Like, the Lapu Lapu clash, pretty eye-opening. He had some fantastic moments in the game itself where he found, like, 2-3-man Raging Sea, nice charges to engage a team fight, and the damage was actually pretty apparent in that game. The enemies coming in from the side of Pakistan, when they stood at the Raging Sea's line, they took a lot of damage.
Yeah. If they were ever able to set it up, right, with that and the Umbrella Outburst, like, the 1-2 punch, that would have changed things out. But the way the Pakistani squad just kind of decimated and dismantled from all different angles, and they picked them off where they never really got that huge team fight in like one certain area.
Yeah, that's the difficult part, right? When you're not really collaborated on the team fight, it comes to be pretty difficult here. But we're asking for a collaboration with the community here, so we need you to create a cheer text in your native language, submit it to support your country, and after qualifiers, the top one voice from the community vote will be recorded and turned into an in-game voice back. So if you have any fancy cheer, fancy comments, or fancy, you know, what do you call that, a memorable text that you have on the voice speech, do drop it on towards this collaboration.
How would a Korean cheer sound like?
Fighting.
Fighting.
Which is like fighting.
Like fighting, but with an H.
Yeah,
like fighting.
It's kind of pronounced with like a H sound. I mean, instead of just saying fighting, it's fighting. Yeah.
Fighting.
What about us Malaysians here?
Malaysia boleh?
Oh, Malaysia boleh. Yeah, that makes sense. But okay.
Okay, fighting.
Fighting indeed. Yeah, they're not. Korea is not playing today, but another Group D team will be playing today later on, which will be Hong Kong, China against Syria in the final game of the day. But man, this series I think it was pretty satisfying for me. Like seeing Mongolia grow as a team from what we saw in day 1, day 2, coming into day 3. Like, game 1 against Pakistan maybe wasn't the best, but game 2, they were fighting back and forth. They were trying to be aggressive. These things are what I actually want to see coming in from a team that wants proactive growth. It's not like, oh, guys, we're in a difficult group. We're not going to make it. So let's just, like, cruise by. For them, they're, like, actively trying to learn, actively wanting to win. So that's why I'm happy about Mongolia. But, of course, we also have to celebrate the victor, which is Pakistan.
Oh yeah, I think they did really well in this round, and in terms of like how they synergize with each other in terms of coordination, and they know the game plan. And when I start seeing the game plan, it's like, okay, let's try to split up the team. They know they want it. Yeah, it's like how we've been talking about, right? Like Mongolia's winning condition is that you move around as a 5, you protect your squishies behind, and you can win every single team fight. But Pakistan read that as well, and because they read that, they played with the strategy of like, okay, we split up the team. And they won from there.
Yeah, and also not to say that Pakistan had the perfect game. They didn't. There were definitely moments where they can kind of shore those up against better teams. They would really suffer, right? So those are the ones that they need to look back to, and kind of why they lost against Uzbekistan. They let some gaps happen where Uzbekistan was able to kind of, again, take over that game. It's about shoring up some of those mistakes, and you can see them, right? Even in this game too, they were behind, but again, I think Pakistan was just too strong in the end, and that's where they were able to close this one out.
I think mentality is also really important, right? Like how we saw the fact that Uzbekistan yesterday managed to come back from a reverse sweep angle, losing the first game and coming back-to-back games in the 2-1 fashion, which I think teams also need to realize that once you win game 1, you still have to lock in. You can't be like shaken on your determined to actually win the game. You can't undermine the enemy's effort in trying to make a comeback here. So teams like Kazakhstan, teams like Uzbekistan, the way they play the game is really, I would say, stamina reliant. It's like they actually grit it through the very end. Like Kazakhstan yesterday, I think their combined game time was like 15 minutes. Like back-to-back Tempest games, and then you have like Uzbekistan where they gave us our first BO3, which was pretty amazing.
Yeah, I go to the bathroom longer than those two games were in terms of duration. Okay, anyways, too much information. But yes, I do agree. I think that this is still a time where they can get much better,
Yeah, to know about Pakistan, we also want to check out a quick interview with them on stage with Mara to see how they feel after their match.
Team Pakistan finally gets their first win. Congratulations, Saleh. After 3 matches, finally, you got it. Did that relieve some of the pressure that you guys are feeling?
I mean, absolutely it does. For a team, for the entire team's morale, it does. Because when you're stuck in kind of like a hurdle and a loophole, getting a win off finally feels like you're getting momentum and tempo back. And it boosts the morale too.
And it's a great tempo that you guys have shown today. Team Pakistan was able to turn an advantage to an even bigger one throughout both games. You guys were able to do the lane swaps, dominate, control the map. And how was the team able to snowball so effectively all throughout the match?
I mean, if I'm being very honest, I would have to give a lot of that regards to our coach. He has been emphasizing a lot on developing a playstyle that is technique-based instead of being brute force. So we are always calculating a lot of things in our head about the timers of stuff and what small objectives that we can accumulate that will eventually turn us into a bigger lead, and what to do in certain situations where even the team is, for example, in a hurdle or stuck somewhere. I think we're one of the few teams in our region, that are actually implementing this playstyle, and it's solely due to our coach.
And sometimes it's all about that, with sticking to the fundamentals and really following the instructions that coach has given you.
Exactly.
Now, you have a chance to get the 3rd spot if you win against Indonesia. And that's going to be a tough match, seeing as how they've dominated their matches so far. How do you guys plan to go on that match, and what kind of mentality are you supposed to have?
I mean, absolutely, we do have hope, but as an esports player, as professional players, we are also self-aware. Indonesia is a developed region. It's has established pro leagues compared to our region. However, where we come from, we are taught to never give up, and that is the motivation that we come with from our region. So we'll be preparing very best, and we will give it our best fight against Indonesia, and hopefully we'll try to secure a win, because we're always eyeing for that spot.
Very well said. Congratulations once again, and for sure, you're giving hope to Pakistan, and they're watching right now, cheering for you. Let's invite them to support you for your next matchup, and a message for them.
Guys, please keep supporting us, because as Pakistanis, we always believe, never give up hope. We're always known as the corner tigers in the world. One moment we are down, next moment we are up, so keep supporting us.
Very well put. Congratulations. Never give up. Casters, what do you have to say about that? Lead the gorge.
Well, Mara, what I have to say, that was a very, very powerful and inspiring interview coming in from Muhammad and from Pakistan.
Incredibly eloquent, right?
Yes.
The way that he was able to just, like, everything he said, it was like almost like rehearsed, but it was like came from the heart, and just like I felt the passion. I'm a true believer now.
Dude, I feel inspired.
Yeah,
exactly. I feel like,
wow,
I want a Pakistan jersey now.
Okay,
are you aiming for the jersey, or are you supporting the team, or both?
I mean, it can be both, you know.
Yeah, it can be both.
Size M, you know, if there's... yeah, well, why not? Yeah.
But definitely, back to the interview that they actually had, you know for a fact that they call themselves the Corner Tigers. They really have the mentality to say that, yeah, we might look weak at first, but if you give us time, if you push us to a corner, we will actually prevail with our efforts here. And Pakistan, Muhammad, and great speech, man. That was a very inspiring speech.
I mean, it was incredibly humble. And then also, I like the fact that he was constantly, like, hungry for information.
Yes.
Right? You could tell it's like he's listening to his coaches, and the coaches, the way that they're kind of designing this team is to be like, okay, we don't have to be the best, but we need to be making good decisions, and we need to be, again, I like the fact that they were talking about the clock. They work around, like, good teams revolve around the timers. Right? Like every 30 seconds, when are things happening? Because you know, like 4 minutes, like when the creep wave is now going to be like released. Like all of these things are super important. You got to be working almost systematically based on that clock. And that just means you're a very disciplined team. And again, getting that side of insight from Muhammad, and just like hats off to you, my friend, because that is the perfect way to, again, just learn and to get better at Honor Kings.
And to top it off, he answered all of that like smoothly. Like there was not a second of hesitation when he started his speech after Mahara asked the question. It was like, man, that was just so. That's the best.
We're very well, I would say, eloquent, like in terms of how he delivers the message, how he actually does the interview. Because to be fair, when we talk about like some esports players, like they know how to play the game well, but when it comes to like converting a message, might not be the best. But for Muhammad N, he does it pretty well.
Yeah. Actually, I'm actually a little bit of job security. I'm a little worried right now because I feel like he's
He's coming for you.
He's coming for us, right? Like the way that he's able to speak and to just kind of, divulge that information, it's just very clear-cut, analytical. That's exactly what we need. And I mean, he's just incredibly smart and bright. So, like, the world is, completely open for this guy. I feel like, the way that he's able to play as well as just being able to, his speech and presentation is just really next level here.
Oh, man. I wish the best for Team Pakistan now, man. Rooting for you guys.
Rooting for you guys, indeed. It also reminds me of the player yesterday. I think it was the farm lane player coming in from Kyrgyzstan. His deep voice. Like his speech, his deep voice, and then now we have like Muhammad N. Like we have like some amazing players not only in game, but out of the game they deliver themselves really, really well, which I'm really happy for our players. And it's also cultural exchange here coming in from the Asian Games esports qualifiers because you have so many different representation coming in from regions and countries coming in together to share their knowledge from their respective hometown.
They're ready to go. I think that, it's been impressive. I want to see more of them. Obviously, we have more games ahead. They're not out of the fire, so to speak.
Correct,
they definitely have, a bit of a hurdle, many hurdles. I would say almost mountains to climb ahead of them, but there's hope. Right? I think that at the end of the day, as long as you have that hope and you're able to just strive for that, I think that you're going to be in a much better spot, at least mentally going into that game.
Sagi, can you do a quick check? Who is Pakistan's next opponent?
Pakistan's next opponent. After that, we played. Okay, so Pakistan, they played against
I think it's
Uzbekistan yesterday. So their remaining opponents are Indonesia and Philippines.
Aha.
That's going to be difficult. And okay, I'm not really good at numbers, but if they lost to Uzbekistan and they have to go through Philippines and Indonesia, means that they might be tying with Uzbekistan at the end of the entire run or below them if Uzbekistan wins against Mongolia.
Yeah, I mean, tough. I mean, you still have an out, right? I think that for anybody in Group A, you're always looking at least the third seed. I mean, not to say like to be like the fittest or anything like that, but I think that ideally that's kind of where you want to be. So you need to be higher than Uzbekistan and of course Mongolia. You've overcome Mongolia here. Just get over Uzbekistan, get yourself into a good spot, at least come tiebreakers, so that you have that edge again because you want third.
If they can find a win against either of the Indonesia or the Philippines team, then maybe they can force that tiebreaker that you're talking about, or even surpass Uzbekistan.
I mean, there's also a possibility of Mongolia winning next, right? Considering like how they have kind of improved along the way. Like this last game was one of the best games that they had. Maybe once they polish up a little bit here and there, they look back at this game and they improve, maybe they could win. And if they win, then, well, this will give Pakistan a free pass.
I think it's something potential with decent chance, right? I wouldn't say it's really high, but nothing is 100%. That's all I can say. Everything has a bit of a chance to actually overcome. It's just that whether or not the players or teams can actually grasp on towards that chance. So for them, this is all future notes that we have to be looking into later on. But the upcoming matchup that we will be having for today will be featuring Myanmar and Jordan for the upcoming second series.
That one's going to be an interesting one to watch as well. I think that there were, again, very high expectations for Jordan going in. But Myanmar is going to be a tough out as well. And again, we're going to have to see. There's going to be so many good games today.
Yeah, so many good games, and I'm still eyeing on the, I think, third series of today, which includes India versus Laos. I think that's definitely going to be the highlight of the day, featuring a very 50-50 team going at it against each other. Because as we move on towards to the later stages of our Asian Games esports qualifiers, you got to see more teams start cementing their spot into the main event. More teams start lowering their chances to go into the last chance stage or the main event. So that's the entirety of this first series. But before we head out, let's jump into an interview with the Mongolian squad that will be on stage with Mara in this upcoming segment.
We're here with Batusi from Team Mongolia. Batusi, it's been such a grueling event in this tournament for Team Mongolia. It hasn't been the result that you guys are looking for. And how has the team been managing so far for the past few days coming up to today?
Сая өнгөрсөн хэдэн өдрүүдийн тоглолтууд ер нь нэлээд хэцүүхэн тоглолтууд боллоо багийн хувьд. Тэгээд ер нь багийн хувьд сэтгэл зүй ямар байваа? Тэгээд ерөөдөө яаж хүлээж авав?
Сэтгэл зүг бол дээш нь өргөхийг л хичээсэн. Тэгээд гутрал мотрал байхгүй. Тэгээд чадхаараа л хичээе л гэж орж ирсэн.
We have been holding up pretty well, and then we have been supporting each others, and then we have been trying our best. Yeah.
That support is definitely needed. Up next on the 7th day of this tournament, you're going to be going up against Uzbekistan. How will you ensure that the team Mongolia will finish strong for that last fight?
Одоо Узбекистантай дахиад тоглоно шүү дээ. Тэр тоглолтод ерөөдөө тэр сэтгэл зүйчм ерөөдөө бас нэлээд хэрэг болох байхаа. Тэгээд дараагийн тоглолтуудаа ерөөдөө сэтгэл зүй ямар байгаа вэ? Бэлж байгаа ер нь ямар хөө байна та хэдий бэлтгэл.
Сэтгэл зүг бол оноохгүйгээр дэше ер нь өргөсдөл байх хэрэгтэй. Гутарж моторч болохгүй. Тэгээд Узбекистаны өдөөс үзэхдээ одоо сайн судалж байгаа л ер нь үзнэ.
We also have been quite stable on that as well, emotionally. And then we will be studying about Uzbekistan's games, the past games, and then we will play and prepare and play. Yeah.
And we can't wait to see that last match with Team Mongolia. And for sure, Mongolia is watching right now. They're cheering you on. What would you like to say to everybody?
Монголчуудаа хэлэхэд биднийг сайн дэмжээрэй. Гэхдээ бид нар ингээд анхны тэмцээнд орж байгаа болохоор нэг тийм бас туршлага байхгүй болохоор битээ бас тийм доош тэнгэрээ. Баярлаа.
We want to express our gratitude to the Mongolian fans, and then we want to say that this is our first match, and then we are not experienced, and it gave us a lot of experience. And then thank you for staying with us, and thank you for understanding whatever mistakes that we have done so far. Yeah, thank you.
And once again, thank you so much. Good luck on your next matchup.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the interview coming in from Team Mongolia and also Mara. I would say that people understand, like, mistakes tend to happen, and it's their first time coming in towards a Honor of Kings event for the Asia qualifiers this year. And I would say everybody can see their growth coming in from day one up until today.
Yeah, I mean, everyone understands. Even in game, you kind of understand when you're losing, things aren't going great. That's why there's a report button.
Wait, what?
Wait, no, that's not what it's for. I thought that was okay. That's what I do. But okay, go please continue.
but you know what I like the most about the Team Mongolia?
What's that?
What is that? The jersey. The jersey's nice.
You win yours
early. Size M. But you know what else I like?
Yeah.
It's the phone that they use.
What phone do they use?
They use the iQOO, which is the official gaming phone for the 2026 Asian Games Esports event, Honor of Kings qualifiers, which is an amazing phone. They get to use that with 120 FPS, and they get to play those amazing gameplays, high mechanical gameplays smoothly.
Yeah, I heard about a lot of good things coming in from iQOO 15R, the device model, especially from the players who actually use it on stage and doing the practice. They all gave it a pretty high rating. If you ever need a gaming phone, you can always check out iQOO 15R. But our upcoming match here on your, it's going to be Myanmar versus Jordan after our break later on. This is also going to be an interesting one because Myanmar, if they win one more, they will be cementing a very sweet spot in their respective group, while Jordan, their debut match wasn't that good and they're currently 0-1. The more you lose, the further you go down.
Yeah, but Group B is still up in the air, right?
Yes.
It's definitely very competitive. We are not counting out any region at this point, because especially since it's only day 4. But Myanmar right now, definitely in the driver's seat. It is theirs for the taking, right? They win this one out. I mean, they're going to be definitely at the top. So it's definitely going to help out Myanmar here.
Yeah, and they were a really strong team as well when we saw them the last time. So I think there will be a lot of high expectations for how they will perform coming up next. But going up against Jordan, you never know. Sometimes surprises might happen.
you know, like surprises, just like how different group strengths are. We're like, oh, maybe Group D is difficult, Group A is very apparent. Then when you zoom out, different groups also have different stories. Like different group, let's say like B, for example, there's like such a strong matchup between teams and none of them would actually want to give up. And then when it comes to Group C, my oh my, Laos, Kazakhstan, India, Vietnam, Saudi Arabia, all of the games were pretty insane.
Yeah, I don't know if you did this on purpose, but Group D, you were like, they're difficult. Group D difficult, and then Group A apparent. And then we just need to name them. That was like pretty amazing, Sagi. You did that on the fly. I don't even know if you knew you did that, but...
What's B then?
Yeah, we're gonna...
Okay, let me think of...
Not to put you on the spot, but it was amazing.
Myanmar, Jordan. Group B is group of the best.
Okay. All right.
What's Group C?
Group of the challengers.
Oh, I like that.
Competitive. Control. Yeah,
Okay.
I love it. Let's
All
go.
jokes aside, coming in for this upcoming match, we will be taking a short break before we head into our upcoming match featuring Myanmar and Jordan. See you after the break.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned. Mereka ke depan. Astis in front. They're going to use it. Golden Kite slows down Tatsumi. Victory. And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter. but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Double kill.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage. Slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower is under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable. Triple kill.
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
Spriteling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu kan track kita. Relax, bro. Phone aku! Jom kembali. Mountain View!
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside.
inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one back me down. Destiny is calling I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can love ever, can forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Welcome back to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. My name is Sagi, your desk host for today. And after that first series, we have witnessed Pakistan steamroll up in that chart. And sadly to say, Mongolia has lost their chance to officially qualify for the main event. But we're moving on to the next series of the day, featuring both teams, which is Myanmar and Jordan. And the casters will bring you the live action. Who are the casters? We have Sir Cloud and also Holler once again.
Yeah, and as we go into this series, I do think that there's going to be a lot of expectations. I mean, people were looking at Jordan as one of those teams of, hey, how are they going to do? I mean, it wasn't great. Yeah, they were 0-1 now, but they're going up against Myanmar, who are, again, probably one of the stronger teams in at least Group B.
Yeah, they had a good showing as well the last time we saw them. So this is kind of like a David versus Goliath sort of situation. But who knows what might happen, right?
But I know what will happen on June 17. That is going to be the biggest update of the year coming in for Honor of Kings, the Grand Venture update. New spriteling effects that is not in terms of a skill. No more spriteling skills, but it'll be an in-game companion digging you treasure. And if you've seen the preview, we have 4 new heroes, Devara, Lorian, Annette, and Florentino. And also more consignment market features, allowing you to have more fun and more rewards in HOK. So don't forget, sign in on June 17 to check out the biggest update of the year.
I thought you were going to say you knew who was going to win this series. Like, the way you were like, I know, and then you went into the patch update. And I was like, okay, you didn't get the script. I am still looking to kind of see exactly who will win. But again, I think that you're talking about David and Goliath. Yeah, I don't know if it's that level where it's like such a discrepancy. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of the two teams. I think that it's a little bit closer than that. Not David and Goliath level, but maybe like, you know, I don't know what to kind of balance this out with, but a little bit less than that one, I would say.
Okay, all right. I'll take that, right? Just to be a little bit fair. And plus, yes, we have seen both teams play, but that's only like one game, right? Because you don't know, like, okay, the next game, are they able to be consistent? Is it because of their opponent that time, or are there other factors involved? So we don't really know, right? So yeah, gotta give a bit of benefit of doubt there.
Yeah, you gotta give a bit of a room to actually evaluate both of these teams, but a proper evaluation would probably Myanmar being the favorites and the team that are facing Jordan being one of the challengers here. But let's bring them up to the stage with this teaser video that we have prepared for both of these teams.
Composed, disciplined, and built for high-pressure situations. Their experience has already delivered results on this stage. Now they return with confidence and control. Please welcome Myanmar!
Still searching for their first breakthrough in the tournament. Every match has brought lessons, but the results are yet to follow. Now they return, aiming to turn their fate around. Give it up for Jordan!
Myanmar wanting to continue their dominance here, coming in Group B, and Jordan finding their first breakthrough, their first W. This is match 2 of the day, coming in day 4 of our 2026 Asian Games Esport qualifiers, the road to the main event.
And going into this one, again, a lot of people were looking at Myanmar. It was like, how would this team perform? I mean, they've got a great group ahead of them. They're going to be made up of Min, Ian, Sai, Zin, and Sai H on this one. So, again, both of these teams are somewhat competitive, right? I do think that Myanmar has a bit of an edge. We saw how Ian can really control the game. I do expect to see him way more in the series as well.
I think Ian is definitely one of the star players here coming in from Myanmar, only aged at 16 or 17, and he's already showcased a lot of great performances thus far in his debut match. We saw how Mara was doing the content with him, and he was actually a really shy boy, but the way he delivers himself in-game is just a contrary compared to his actual self.
Actually, I heard that Ant flying in, this is the first time he got on a plane.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the craziest thing. I mean, like, this is what opportunities can get you when you're playing on Earth Kings at the end of the day.
I mean, to be fair, when I was either 16 or 17, I don't think I've taken a plane yet.
I mean, this is a good opportunity for him, right?
Yeah.
Maybe his first tournament, and then his first appearance in a different country playing in the competitive esports. And I'm really proud of him for his achievement, but he has to go through this hurdle, which is Jordan on the opposing end.
Yes, represented by Muhammad Mahmoud, Yazan Ahmad, and Salameh. So Jordan, they are currently at 8-0-1, but then again, because of their current scoreline, right, they have to find wins.
Yeah, definitely need to find wins, but I think that we saw Mahmoud and Ahmed, those are the two guys that you're kind of looking at in terms of just creating that winning situation. Jordan, again, hasn't really been able to find their groove. They've only played one game. It's not the end of the world for them, but again, you got to find it quickly as we are now into day 4.
It's also a very dangerous place to be in, right? Because you know for a fact that you're only playing 4 matches in your respective group. Every win, every loss counts into your qualification, into the main event. Now for Jordan, I wouldn't say this is a must-win for them, but winning this puts them at ease if they're able to find that momentum that Sir Cloud's mentioning about.
I'm going to go a different route. I'm going to say that this is must-win, right?
Okay.
Let's set it up, right? Because, again, if you want to play spoiler, you do. If you're down 0-2, you're looking at everyone above you essentially at this stage of the game, and you know it's a tough situation to be in. You never want to be there. Right now, you want to play spoiler. A lot of hype has been on Myanmar, and now is the time to be the David versus this Goliath, as you were mentioning earlier.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Someone's agreeing there. And yeah, you don't want to leave it for later, right? You want to like, okay, I want to try to get it right now so that towards the later stage of the group, I might get a more comfortable sort of position to be in, right?
I think whatever lead that you can find in the earliest stage of the Asian Games qualifiers for this event, it actually puts you in a much better comfort state where you know for a fact, okay, if I start off the series with a 2-0 or a 1-0 in our respective groups, your chances are more solidified when going into minimum the last chance stage or directly into the main event.
I mean, looking at the groups, you're looking at Myanmar right now and technically tied in second place with Kyrgyzstan. So I think that, you know, Kyrgyzstan was actually 1-1. Myanmar, if they were able to go 2-0, tie up with Nepal, who are at the top of their group, they're going to feel much better. Because again, top 2 move on to the main event. Third place, yeah, you got a chance, but that is a murderous row as you have to go through 3 other teams as well.
All right, we're going to start off with the first few picks here, and we're going to see the Ukrupta Japan, a very popular pick in this tournament, being snatched up by Team Myanmar. As for Team Jordan, they're going to start off with the Atta as well as the Arli. Now that you have the Arli and the channel is open, Myanmar can still pick their farm laner. well, it's time to go for the Charo, I say.
Yeah, that's going to be a dangerous approach here, but they do go for a alternate approach. A also decent laner coming in for the side of Myanmar. The DRNG will be locked in for Xin with the addition of the mods coming in from Sai H. So this is a very, I would say, aggressive lineup coming in for Team Myanmar, where they want to be able to utilize the golden token coming in from Xin H to make sure that frontliners like the Dun, like the Ata, can't really sustain, because the golden token reduces your defense by 50% regardless of physical or magic.
Yeah, and actually when you're looking at drafting, you're looking at pairings, right? They're looking at the Ata Arlie, just kind of, it checks a lot of the boxes. Myanmar on the other side, you're like, okay, DMJ, this kind of fights well into Arlie. We have a chance. Plus, you're comboing it up with the moats, with that Cannon Blast, so you can kind of stun galore, plus just have a lot of damage from range, which is kind of like the gameplay of Myanmar here.
Wow, a Sunbin ban? Okay. I believe it's the first Sunbin ban in this tournament.
I think it's...
Or is it the second?
I think it's the second ban, because previously, I remember there was also a team that drafted multiple frontliners that could benefit off the Sun Bin. As you can see coming in from Jordan, they're drafting a lot of frontliners. You have the Zhang Fei, Dun, and also Ata. And Sun Bin generally does better when you have more frontlines on your team to benefit off the time flux on her spell too.
And I mean, going into this, like, you have frontlines galore. Everything is going to be on this Arlie, right? Like, how much damage is he going to be able to do? Because again, the rest of the squad, they've got control and tank for days, but if you're not able to knock them down, you're going to have a rough time.
Okay, and we're going to get the Zia. Okay, very fast lane clearer. And we have the Byron here. Okay, I would say pretty decently balanced lineup for Team Myanmar. But they'll be very dependent on the Byron to be a frontliner. So at some point, the Byron will need to play together with the team. Now, do they have split force potential? Maybe slightly with the Uko Tachibana, but not as much. So I believe that the Team Myanmar, they're setting themselves up for a more team fight sort of composition. But team fight is not going to be easy, considering that Jordan has like 3 beefy frontliners, and then you have the Hano that has the Fate Rewind that can bait out those skills. So team fights are going to be long.
It's going to be definitely really long, considering there's so much sustain available coming in for both teams. But I like the idea coming in for the side of Team Myanmar. As you can see, DRNG's ultimate, the golden token, can actually reduce the physical and magical resistance that we mentioned just now. And also, Sai-P on that Zia works the same on that spell 1 slow as well. As long as they can land these crucial spells, the front lines will be as paper, as soft towards the Myanmar damage dealers here. But coming towards this early game, it's always about junglers duking it out, controlling the river, controlling the camps. Whoever can get those small leads can generate into a team fight win, especially during that 4th minute Tempest or Tyrant.
Yeah, and going into this one, thank you so much, Sagi, as we get into the second series of the day, game number 1, Myanmar versus Jordan here. I mean, you talk about the fact that, you know, Ian on the Yukio versus Mahmoud on the Dune. Definitely in terms of damage, Ian's the guy, right? But is the Dune the proper counterpick, in your opinion, Cloud?
The Dune proper counterpick, I would say the Dune is actually okay. I'm just thinking more of like, do they have too many frontliners now for Jordan, right? But looking at Mahmoud, he's taking a lot of damage though. But because again, they have a lot of frontliners. They even have the Leaping Savior that gives extra shield. They can sustain. Look at how long they've been sustaining.
Yeah, but he's going to give up first right. Min coming all the way from the top side. He just wholly on down there, and he ended up taking that one down. And mind you, Mahmoud had the red buff. It's a double strike, so this rotation has just been amazing for Myanmar, as again, they got 2, plus they got that buff back.
The Min came all the way from the top there.
He did.
That's commitment.
Yeah, it is commitment, right? And also, like, where was the call from Jordan, right? They were so engrossed in that team fight that they didn't actually see him. Muhammad was actually kind of eyeing him as well, but they just kind of like, caught him off guard. Min was in the perfect spot to ensure that Mahmoud is not getting away.
Man, love that commitment there. Not something my girlfriend could have given me. But anyway,
okay.
Yeah, but anyway, gotta give it to them, right? Like, okay, you go all in, it's like we want to get that buff, but you don't know how to pull back out. So I'm kind of worried that, okay, if that continues on, are they tunnel visioning towards a thing and can't see the bigger picture?
Okay, I could say the same thing about this commitment situation. Are you tunnel vision? Okay, anyways, let's go on. But as we do this one, look, Yazan has made his way to the top lane, and I think that they've done a great job of like allowing Amit to get as much farm as possible. He is your win condition. This is a protect the president style of draft, right? So anytime he can get a little bit more farm, but again, doing that, now you've funneled everything into his hands. Mahmoud is getting less. They're not doing as much gold sharing, letting the Dune be as tanky as he should be. But again, the way that they're going in, the unruly play, they find the Crimson, and Int does get the smite this time, and Think inside the box is going to lock him down with that universal law. But Mahmoud is so low, and he does fall in the end. Cannon blast, and here comes Min yet again. Clean up in aisle 3.
Oh, they're not done yet, though. Can they get Ahmad? But, okay, Ahmad should be able to go away. No, they still got him.
They're going to take him down, right? You can't get away. He just used no light step, no flash at that point because he already committed. And this is why Myanmar were going to be incredibly strong and scary. The way that they're able to go in is like, oh, you think you have the numbers, but Min, this guy, he's like a cross-country runner. I mean, he just went all the way from the top side, ensured that he was there for the team fight to help clean up.
Yeah, and again, I admire the commitment by Jordan, right? It's like, okay, we gotta get that buff.
Yep.
Let's do it, guys. Everybody goes and nobody turns back until that buff is down. I admire them for that. But I guess they need to learn how to see the bigger picture.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be helpful. So, like, you're kind of looking at Jordan, and you're like, okay, what are they doing? Why are they going so aggressive? But this is a change of pace, right? Jordan kind of, I think in the last series where they were not as great of being aggressive, they were playing a more passive game, letting the game come to them. They were trying to, you got to change things up, right? And unfortunately for Jordan, they've kind of fallen on their face a bit.
Hey, I want to think on behalf of Jordan, right?
Okay.
Like, probably they always see her like, oh, the cast say like, oh, you got to play more aggressive, we don't play fast, you know, you got to jungle invade, all that. They're doing exactly that if you think about it.
Yeah. Okay. No, I do think that is definitely a thing here. But now this Tyrant is a little bit on the lower side. The box is on the side, and it looks like Ian gets that one. And the Cannon Blast is covering the retreat. And all the way, it's like, oh, of course, Min is definitely within the vicinity.
Yeah, wait a second. Oh, yeah, Min is together with them. Right now, Team Myanmar, they're moving as a 5. They're not even... They don't really care about the clash lane no more. As long as they can focus on the other 4 players, they can do it, and they're going in for it, and Salome will fall.
Salome gets taken down. I mean, Min has just been this destroyer. Double strike going the way of Ian, though. He's cleaning up. I mean, 2 members down from Jordan here, but they find almost everything in the sense of, like, the way. And another stun. He can't even teleport away. No Fate Rewind for you. Yazan gets slam dunked.
Oh, well. Fate unchanged there. And the middle tower taken down just like that. And not only that, the top tower in trouble as well. Muhammad is that man to try to protect it. But, oh, man, how long more? That's it. Everything thrown onto him, he's down.
Yeah, make the hurting stop. I mean, right now, 10-0, Myanmar absolutely rolling, finding every single lane to be theirs. But the way that they've been able to just rotate, taking over the map, I mean, Jordan on this one, this is like a tough one to come back from.
It's super duper tough, man. I mean, we are 10-0 right now with a 5k goal difference in less than 6 minutes. Another team fight initiated by Myanmar, and they could potentially push in.
But they're on the very edge. It's not really a team fight when you're just like poking and prodding. Like, who's gonna walk into you, right? The wave clear is just absolutely real, but that just, again, you're suffocating Jordan. They're not able to leave their base.
Okay, I'm looking at Yazan with the Hano with the Frenzy. What do you think about that?
I mean, like, they need that damage burst, and when those team fights are happening, I don't think that Hino, for me, would have been, you know, Frenzy for that. Again, something that I don't want, but now Mahmoud, he's trying to tank this, but he's dealing with the waves. That's the biggest piece, but Zin is outnumbering it. The Universal Law doing some serious damage. The Leaping Savior keeping them alive, but they're going to limp away. Back to the fountain they go.
Dude, Universal Law can do that much damage to a Zhangfei at this point. It is scary. Yep. Well, Fate Rewind saved Yazan. He'll be back up at the top lane, so he'll be okay for now. But again, what ground do they have right now to come out to farm?
Not much farm at all. I mean, look, let's talk a little bit about this mid lane. The Xia, we always know that the Xia, whenever it's got a good head start or they're winning, they're going to have a great time. But it's a 5-level differential between him and Yazan, right? Obviously, he gets a little bit bursted, but he's 5 levels high. He's 14-9. I don't have my advocates, but I think that's 5. Right?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
All right.
I'm Asian enough to approve that.
Confirmed. Okay, but now this mid T2, under Secure, I mean, Cannon Blast, spacing them away, zoning. And that's going to leave things open for Zin to just whittle it away. Just tear it down. Anybody that comes nearby, you're going to get shot.
dude, if you're 5 levels away from your opponent, you stay away from them.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's gone to 6 at this point. I think that might be one of the highest level differentials that I've ever seen. But again, it is also the hero. He does get kind of, expedited a bit because when you're that old man Zia, you're able to kind of use that old wisdom.
Oh, because when you're older, you're wiser, right?
Yeah. At least from that's what my dad tells me.
Oh, I can see that's why you're the wisest one here.
Oh, you were going with that one. Okay, yes. But again, Myanmar, the way that they're able to control this, like, look, they're going all the way around. They just want to get to their minions, not able to do it. Nice 2-man stun. The storm strikes are absolutely real. The ghost ship not even doing much. And add on top of that, the universal law, so much wave clear in that damage. Again, Jordan not able to really even leave their base.
All right, right now, Team Myanmar, they can pull the handbrake, they can focus on the objectives. The tyrant's going to be up soon. Anyway, before that, Yazan, but Fate Rewind, he says bye-bye to them. But I thought that Myanmar is like, okay, they're going to move towards the tyrant's direction, but no, they're not going to let go of the top.
Yeah, they could. If Ian is still there, he can solo it himself, but they're just going to siege this one. With that universal law, the wave clear has already been there. It takes 5 members of Jordan just to keep this top 3 alive somewhat, but it's getting chipped away. Again, Min, just so much havoc, right? All the way from the front line, and that was a bit of a bait in the sense that eventually they took down the top T3.
Okay, if Team Myanmar is looking to break a new record of ending the game the fastest, they're not going to do it now. All right, just sending a message out there. Okay, they can chill, they can go and take objectives, they can go and take the tyrant, take the overlord, whatever, and then come back again.
Yeah, and also I think it's more beneficial for a team to play the stock standard balance. Don't look to rush things. You don't need to be impatient because that's when mistakes can happen. When you're again trying to force the game, and then again you're leaving opportunities for Jordan to come back.
And Team Vietnam, they got the tyrant early on, and they're ready to push again. So right now, Jordan, the furthest that they can go is just like, just in front of their tower. That's about it. But oh no, this is going to be bad.
Oh, this is not even able to get Fate Rewind. He wasn't able to go 86 miles an hour to travel back in time, unfortunately for him. But the unbridled outburst is going to be committed. He's going to be so low, he eats a universal law as well. And they've just been zoned away. They have to go back to the fountain. This bottom T3 is going down, and they get it for free.
Dude, till now, the Zia has a 5 level difference with the Hado. That is insane.
Absolutely insane. I mean, he's 17 now, so 6. So just add that one in. I mean, this game has been nothing but Myanmar. And 10 minutes in, they don't even want the big towers. They want your base here, because their base apparently belongs to them as they take down the Ata here. Muhammad is going to be down for the count, and now they're going to have to run off. They're going to hide behind this crystal. Get back in, just deal with the minions, just potentially just slow the game somehow.
Right, and now clear off on the jungle, don't allow Jordan to farm anything. But okay, if you're Jordan at this moment, right, and the level difference is that significant, you'll be scared to even come out to try to farm. What if you walk into a brush and somebody's there, right?
Top lane is pushing, so they need to kind of just, push back on that one. But now with this Overlord, I mean, the Shadow Overlord at that, and they've taken the Tyrant at the same time, because when you're up this much, about 10K essentially, I mean, the world is your oyster. You take everything.
And speaking about taking everything, Team Myanmar, they actually took both objectives, both the Tyrant and the Overlord as well. So right now it's all about them waiting for the minions to push in, and we will see Team Myanmar potentially might end this game.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to end. I mean, Min, Storm Strike, just for good measure. It's just spacing them away. Yazan has to limp back into the fountain yet again, mid T3 down.
And this is that moment here. All towers down though. Universal Law from the back. Look at the damage from the Universal Law.
Yeah, the Umbrella Outburst just used just to stay alive, but they've got Yazan. No Fate Rewind for him. The box is going to lock him down right under the crystal, and they don't care as they're taking him down. Mahmoud for one last hurrah to go in, and it looks like he will survive, but game 1 going the way of Myanmar.
A perfect game coming in from Team Myanmar, and I gotta say, the synergy coming in from Min and Ant on that Ukyutachibana plus Byron was just impeccable. Perfect synergy. And Min's presence was just felt the entirety of the game. From minute 1, the recovery play coming in from all the way from Clash Lane to assist his jungle, the defense in his own base. That was just beautiful rotations and a presence coming in from the Myanmar Clash Lane.
Beautiful game by Myanmar, right? The way that they're able to kind of, again, deal with the aggression in their base, turn it around into a huge advantage and punishing them for making any sort of move like that in your own jungle. It's about protecting the house, and Myanmar protected their house in game 1.
Yeah, it's the synergy that they have, right? The synergy, like how they move together, how they move as a team. But if you were to remember, like the starting of it, right? Like there was a lot of commitment by Jordan onto the red buff. I believe it was like at least twice that they didn't really want to let go of that bottom part, and they kept on pushing for it. And while they were doing that, they weren't aware of their surroundings.
I think you make sense, right? And that was evident in the game itself, because the first one was Min. He rotated down and he managed to secure the buff and the first strike coming in for Team Myanmar. The second one, when they revisited coming in from Team Jordan, they got sandwiched coming in by Team Myanmar's flanks in the jungle. And before 4 minutes, you kind of have a damage reduction coming in if you're in the enemy jungle by 15%. So having combat when you're in enemy territory is not the most ideal coming in from Jordan. I get the idea is like, hey, we know for a fact that Ukko Tachibana wants to invade early and take away the buffs from your own jungle. But when you do it against the enemy without pushing lanes or early power, you kind of get bitten back by your own approach.
Yeah, it was a little bit of greed, right? They tried to steal the cookie from the cookie jar. They got their hand snapped, and they tried to go back for it on the second one. Also got their hand snapped, right? But you have to, again, try to keep going for those cookies, right? I think that at the end of the day, you need to try, again, playing, as opposed to playing like a very passive game where you're just essentially just losing.
Yeah, I think this is something that we always talk about, right? Like, we always like to see like teams just playing aggressively, try to do those jungle invades, try to put pressure onto your opponent, right? And credit to Jordan, actually they did a lot of that.
Yeah, they did a lot of proactive plays, but proactive plays have to be strategically planned as well and communicated, because when you're going for an invade, it's not only a jungle versus jungle scenario, it involves all 3 lanes simultaneously reacting to the play coming in from the jungle's decision. Because you can see, okay, and went for the invade, you can see the mid lane being pushed extremely fast so they can assist the Ukko Tachibana in taking away the enemy's red buff. When it comes to Mahmud trying to invade, they're already slow because Min was already there assisting the team in trying to defend against this invade, and Jordan's plan got decimated in this case.
Yeah, but it was like the support and the play of Myanmar, where everybody's, you rightly pointed out Min and Ant, both of those guys, when they're together, they're on the same page, they're making, doing damage together, but the rest of the squad, the way that they're able to support, I mean, 10 assists off of Zin, you got 12 off of Psy-H, I mean, everybody's literally just contributing to this kill factor, and yeah, Ant or Min will probably be MVP on this one, but it was a team effort all around.
I would say Min though, if it was me to pick one MVP, right? Just because of how he actively rotated from the top to join his teammates at some point. But looking at some of these stats here, so a lot of damage by Psy. Okay, I think that's kind of expected because his universal law is on point all the time, and Zin follow up from there as well. So just adding on to the damage from this too, it's a lot.
Yeah, that's a cumulative of 200,000 damage coming in from both Psy P and also Zin H coming in from Myanmar's mid and farm lane. But I would like to give more attention towards Min and Ant, because the game, yes, damage is always a great number because it contributes to takedowns and elimination and powers coming in for a team, but the presence of this Clash jungle duo is just so remarkable that it pushed the team to a greater height. And you can say it's a team collaborative effort, but you definitely need some standout players to actually be able to push these strategies going on in getting these leads.
And it comes back to the draft here. If you're looking at Jordan, you have the Ata and the Dune, kind of both similar in playstyle and what they want to do, of just like dictating the map, being tanky, having stuns and all that. But you really need some sort of damage. You need some way to kind of, again, like it's very tough to deal with a Byron in and of itself, but to have somebody who can burn through those shields, that's probably the best case scenario for you.
To be fair, the Hano can stack up the damage, right?
Correct.
True. But the playstyle of the Hano is that, okay, he played split push most of the time earlier on, but maybe that playstyle also came together with like, okay guys, we know we can't win team fights anymore. So that's why he's like, okay, he's probably the best person to do the split push because he can still fade rewind behind. But that also comes back to the same formula like what you mentioned, right? If he's not with the team, then the damage output will not be enough.
Yeah, that perfectly makes sense, right? And if you do split push as a Hano, right, who's realistically going to be clearing waves in the base? Because that's your primarily wave clear away the split push in the opposing side, which caused like the front four that's already losing have like lesser reach and range to realistically clear out the minion waves that's crashing into those high grounds.
So how would you do things differently if you're Jordan, understanding what we just saw, and let's go like run it back, right? All of the different heroes are selected again. I mean, and we'll see some of the action that was like Jordan trying to be aggressive, but like how would you have pivoted? Like what would you change as a coach here?
I think definitely, right, in these sort of approach in the early game, it's best to just accept the loss because you have to compare the 3v3 early game like the roam jungle mid from the side of Myanmar provides more crowd control, more damage compared to Jordan's mid, roam, and farm. Because in a sense where you have these sort of heroes, Zhang Fei, yeah, he's pretty reliable, but you don't get the crowd control like a Mozi, the third auto attack, the stuns coming in from the early game to realistically combo with your team. So sometimes it's not only about jungle versus jungle, mid versus mid, it's about the trio versus trio. What is your trio strength that allows you to fight early in these examples?
Not really able to do much. A lot of it was those big alts type of cooldowns, right? And especially when they're trying to skirmish early, is not playing to their strengths, right? So as you were rightly pointing out, like the Myanmar squad, all of them very quick. They want to go. Like Byron's cooldowns, his skill cooldowns, so quick, and he's able to just cycle through, and he wants to skirmish. He wants to fight, and you're playing into his strengths.
Yeah, don't even keep strengths right.
I was thinking like, or should they play it like, okay, let's all get our level 4s first.
Yeah.
Like just get our level 4s and then we start to do the jungle invasion. Rather than you're level 1, level 2, and then you start to all in jungle invade.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You're playing towards your power spike, which allows your team to realistically play towards those team fights here. And you know who was that standout that we keep mentioning? Min, man. This guy. He was so present from early to mid-game. A lot of the plays, a lot of the sustain were all by him. As you can see, is that a 52.5% damage taken? I think that's the highest one that we've had in this tournament.
Yeah, very high. I mean, he did his job. That's exactly what you want. The one other stat he probably would have won on is like total travel time, right? Just across the map, because he was constantly just running around. He definitely got his 10,000 steps in, at least in this game alone, and just taking over the gorge because he was all over the place. His impact, whenever he would storm strike, generally that person would just die.
Yeah, especially how he supported his team at the very beginning, right? When he saw that, okay, Team Jordan was jungle invading and then they needed extra help. And he showed up at the right timing to get a couple of takedowns from there. I believe it was a double takedown at the very beginning. So the timing of him when to come in, know who to aim, it's all good.
It's all good, and that's the presence coming in from a strong jungle and clash lane pickup coming in for the Myanmar side, because I think Byron and Ukyo Tachibana, hands down, two of the strongest early game present heroes that you can actually have currently in this Asian Games version with 85 limited heroes, right? So for them, they actually played a really, really good early game coming in from Team Myanmar.
Absolutely able to just dominate, right? I think that they're very comfortable with those heroes. Definitely prime positions, even moving forward. But I think that also if you were to ban them moving forward, they got plenty more, right? It's more about the execution, the way that they're able to counter it. I mean, yeah, the Byron was great, but if you had any other Clash laner, I think that the impact of the result would have been the same.
It's more of a team player, right? It's like communicating what you want to do and then reacting towards it. It's like this. Let's say if I want to invade enemy jungle, right? I can't just go in. I need to tell my team, like, okay, you want to invade enemy jungle. What's the prerequisite towards it? My Clash lane needs to be able to push. My mid lane needs to be able to push. At the very least, two lanes need to be able to push so that they can react the moment if enemy is able to come and defend it. So you can actually take the buff, run away, or take the buff, and then look for a fight. These are prerequisites that we call priority from your laners that can assist you in these moments.
Yeah, absolutely makes sense. That's the way you want to do it, right? So you like when you're making movements, again, with purpose, again, ensuring that the requirements are there before you fully launch on that assault, things need to definitely be there. It's like a checklist, if you will, and ensuring that, again, if you want to come out successful, these are the things that you need to do. So I love the way you just kind of structure that for everybody here.
Yeah, but speaking about structure, right? So if we look at the earlier draft, right, by Jordan, actually they have a structure.
Correct.
So the structure is like, okay, let's have 3 frontliners and then we protect the back line and they will come up with the DPS later on.
Correct. And the Alta even brought teleport, right? And talking about these sort of things, right? You can be wondering, like, hey, where the player stays? Where is this event being held at? It's our official venue partner sponsoring our hotel here, Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel here. If you're looking for a good stay, if you're looking for a good time, do drop by to this hotel because it has been a fantastic stay thus far. I love the bed actually. It's giving me pretty good sleep every day. If like we've been like going at it for like 4 days in a row now, and like still pretty energetic.
Yeah, definitely energetic. And I mean, we have 9 more days, so we better be energetic. And we're definitely getting the right amount of rest here at the Marriott Petaling Jaya. So again, but going into this one, right? Game number 2, right? You're Jordan's coach. What are you telling the team here?
I would say stick to what they believe in, right?
Correct. Mhm.
If they believe in like this strat of like, okay, let's play protect the back line.
Okay.
Let's play like 3 tanks in front. That's fine. Like stick to it. Maybe adjust a little bit. Like okay, in order for you to protect the back line, you yourself need to be tanky enough in some point. So just play a little bit safer at the very beginning. Don't go too over aggressively. Once you're level 4, maybe by the time the first Tyrant, that's where you start to get gathered together and play that strat that they probably had in mind.
Yeah, I think it makes full sense. Like where you want to have something to be playing for, like a objective, right? Let's say I'm drafting an early game composition like Myanmar. We go for invades, we go for early game skirmishes here. When you're drafting something like a mid to late game, like a Halo, for example, coming in from Jordan, you kind of want to slow down the game pace and then scale towards those big item spikes and fight around potentially the 4-minute Tyrant, 10-minute Shadow objectives. Those are better ways of structuring your team fights, like what Holland mentioned just now.
Definitely makes sense. And I think that going in, it goes back to the draft. If you want to invade, you got to change that. That was not really the draft team composition that you're looking for to do what you wanted. Again, if they went early, it would have changed things up. But it looks like now Myanmar, on the blue side, they're going to be picking first here. Do they just go back to the well and pick up the Ukyo? No.
Ooh, I like this pick here coming in on the Guan Yu here because specifically speaking, right, this Guan Yu forbids Jordan from instantly locking down that channel pick that they will be going for in irregular circumstances here. But if you lock in a Guan Yu here, there's a lot of counters on the red side. For example, the Ata and like mid lane crowd control or jungle crowd control that can realistically stop this horse from rampaging across the gorge.
Okay, that's a good setup there with the Guan Yu pick. Chano picked up, that's cool. The fact that they banned out the Arlie, right? I was kind of thinking that, okay, if they want to pick the Chano, do they really need to ban out the Arlie? Because we did talk about it being like a Chano being an Arlie counter, but okay, that's fine. But looking at the next pick, it looks like we're going to get the Lapu Lapu. So this will definitely be a strong frontliner. So I can imagine like this, right? So Lapu Lapu is going to set things up, and then you get the Razor Cavalry coming in from the back with the Guan Yu. So they can play like you try to sandwich your opponent, try to group them up together.
Yeah, if they are grouped up and no one is checking out the positioning coming in from the side of the Clash Lane Min or the side of Sai H on that Lapu Lapu, this could be really destructive coming in for Jordan's lineup because so far, the first 3 picks coming from Jordan, unreliable crowd control that isn't able to stop the charge bar coming in for that Guan Yu here. So this is going to be a rather difficult team fight scenario coming in from Jordan. They need a form of frontline, and frontliners are being burned down extremely quick coming in from Myanmar's ban.
And also, I mean, this is Angela. It could be shepherded away. The Razor Cavalry could be a potential push for that. So like a very immobile mid. Obviously, you're looking at burning, again, the Guan Yu and the Lapu Lapu. Both very tanky. You need some sort of damage dealer with the Chano, but they're really lacking that, that meat shield to, again, keep these backliners, and they're all backliners, safe.
And Jordan, this time, at least from the first 3 picks, they don't have a strong frontliner yet. So they're looking like they're doing a very different approach this time. But with the fact that they already have a Chano, and especially, okay, they have an Angela as well, right? So you need a really strong frontliner too. But it looks like they're going to pick up the Musashi. So the Clash Lane needs to be somebody who is able to engage and start fights.
Well, that's the problem here. Coming in towards the second ban phase, you can see Myanmar already removing a lot of these Clash Lane picks. For example, the Bai Chi, the Ata, and for some reason, Jordan still banned away the Byron and also the Dharma, knowing for a fact that Myanmar has already selected the Guan Yu here. So this is a bit, I would say, removing your own hero pool and limiting the Clash Lane coming in for Sada Muhammad. So I'm a bit worried on what exact hero that they can actually pick. But Myanmar doubling down on the jungle carry here, Min and Ant locking in that Princess Frost and also that Kong Ming. I think this is one of our first Kong Mings in this tournament.
Yeah, we haven't seen Kong Min at all. I mean, it's going to do a lot of burst damage, and if you're looking at a lot of those squishy guys on the backside, you have a lot of good targets. So this is a great pickup. We know that Saipi is going to be having... Oh, sorry, not Saipi. It's going to be a jungle one. It looks like Ant. He's able to play those highly mechanical, skilled heroes, and having this Kong Min, this burst, could do some serious damage.
Honestly, I felt that Dharma would have been good for Jordan. But looks like they're going to go for the Liu Bang instead. Okay, so Musashi goes in with the to the depth, and then Liu Bang comes in as well with the Battlefield Command to follow up. Perhaps that's what they're thinking. That's how they're going to engage in fights.
It's all or nothing coming in for the side of Jordan, right? A lot of damage. It's like you are utilizing attack as your best defense. So you're going in with all you got, and if it doesn't work out, we try again next time. But for this exact draft here, it's gonna be really difficult for Jordan if they miss out that one engage. They don't really have practical crowd control to actually stop Min on this Guan Yu, and you can't allow Ant to actually snowball in the early game on this Kong Ming. Very money, gold heavy, resource heavy Kong Ming picture on the jungle. So we have to see how Jordan limits this Kong Ming pick coming in from the get-go.
Yeah, and I think you rightly pointed out, Saki, that Ian and Mahmoud, both of these guys in the jungle, who gets the advantage? Because if Ian is able to just snowball, he has so many good targets, right? And Jordan, again, you might just get bursted before you can really even take a team fight.
And this is also going to be the tricky part going up against Team Myanmar's draft, right? Is that you always need to keep the Guan Yu in check. Like you always need to know where is he going to be. Yeah. Is he going to go behind and try to backstab and try to push from the back line? So normally you would assign like, okay, a Clash Laner versus Clash Laner, they can track the Guan Yu down. And that's where the Dharma is pretty decent in doing that. But the Liu Bang is not really that sort of hero that does that. He's like, okay, I'll stay in my lane. When you need me, you give me a call.
Yeah, and sometimes the delivery comes late, right? It's never really on time or your package gets dismantled, right? But I do agree that Min has been largely untested. The vision game, even from game one, where he was literally able to just parade around wherever he wanted and almost done without any sort of alertness or any sentries from Jordan to kind of spot him out. It seemed like he was, again, just having his own way with it.
Okay, so if we were to look at team fight winning potential, it does feel like a Team Myanmar, right? But I'm trying to think like, okay, Jordan, what would be their win potential here? I would say that if Mohammad is able to push and only comes to his teammates when needed with the Battlefield Command, then he could be the split push guy that could be really annoying to Team Myanmar.
100%. Lock him down in that Clash lane. He's already there. I mean, he's got Battlefield Command, so he can jump into a team fight at a moment's notice. But you do not want to be going in as much as possible because you know Min, his sole job as the Guan Yu is to get into team fights. Use that Razor Cavalry, get that push back so that you can take over the team fight. But at the same way, you know that you want to keep him locked down, you got to constantly push in the top lane as Mohammad.
So technically, that means Min will always be like, okay, I want to try to find an opportunity to be with my team. That means he will leave his lane.
Yeah.
And when he leaves his lane, that's where Mohammad can take advantage of it.
Yes. So, okay, this is pretty much the chess match where Min, again, as you rightly pointed out, he's looking for those team fights, but he needs to do it smartly. He needs to do it when the 4-minute tyrant is up. Like, basically, you're fighting for an objective, right? And to do that, the timing for him needs to be crystal clear. Mohammad, again, needs to make things uncomfortable. Right now, he's playing a more passive game. But to answer your question, how can Jordan really win this? It's got to be on the backs of Mahmoud. He needs to ensure that he gets that farm because if he jumps on top of any of those backliners, he has to be able to burn them down.
Okay, it has to do it quick, right? Yeah, I'm looking at, okay, potentially if he can target on the Xin. Probably Sai first, because Sai is able to come up with those CCs, right? So you don't want to be like engaging and caught in a CC. So that could be his first target when it comes to a potential team fight. Or pick up even.
Yeah. Actually, if you're looking at Sai H and Sai P, both of them are going to be doing the same thing. Set everyone else up, right? And then get the stun locks after Min potentially goes in with that Razor Cavalry. You've got the Frigid Prison, you got the cannon, the Raging Sea, sorry. Just like the wombo combo on top.
It's going to be the big one, right? The Tyrant's going to be up. And both sides seems to be ready for it. It kind of feels like it could go anyone's game.
Still close. I mean, it's just a slight advantage for Myanmar. Oh, the Blazing Brilliance is doing some work.
Close?
Ian, though, getting a little bit low. The duel of death with the battlefield command. He says, hello, let's go. As they've got the double strike. Muhammad making the nice rotation, and they find Min. They're going to slow him down with that box. They've gotten 3 members. That was a great team fight by Jordan.
And this is what we're talking about, right? Find the right target at the back, and when you need Muhammad, give him a call. He comes in with a battlefield command to give extra weight in that team fight. And we're gonna look back again at this replay, right? It started off from that Blazing Brilliance, just burning down the health of Int. And the moment that his health is down, Mahmoud goes in with a duel to the death, gets that takedown, and the follow-up happens from there. So again, team synchronization, when it comes to like moving in, it's a team understanding who to go in first, who to follow up next. Jordan has it.
Yeah, definitely has it. I mean, when you have that duel of death. So Myanmar on the other side, it's like, okay, the burst, they're squishy. This is scary. Ian is going to be target number 1. Zin is definitely high on that list as well. But you take them out of this, and then now you're playing your game, right? But the burst, again, it really comes back to the stun lock from Myanmar. Are they able to keep him alive? Ian got dove under the tower. He was already too low from that Blazing Brilliance. And Sai, even with the Raging Sea, probably not enough to keep him alive.
And on top of that, Jordan even got the Tyrant as well. So that's a big bonus for them. Okay, now it's about consistency, right? They're changing their focus now onto the top lane. And nobody there is there from the side of Team Myanmar. So this tower should be theirs. Yeah, shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. So now we're in a stage where Myanmar on the losing side. We don't see too much of this. Jordan definitely in the driver's seat right now. But this is what really defines you as a team. When you're losing, what do? How do you step up? How do you get back in this game? What sort of team composition do you have at the end of the day? Because now you're being tested. Oh, they find him and Mamu going down, and that's going to be terrible, right? He is the one guy, as well as Ahmed, those 1-2 punch that need to stay alive.
Yeah, he's the key there. Like what you mentioned as well, right? They got to keep him not only alive, but they have to keep him nice and farmed up. Because he's going to be the one that, okay, I'm going to go and engage in. The secondary engager could be Salaman. I can think of like a flash forward and then think inside the box. That could be it. But the primary engager has to be Mahmoud now, together with Muhammad, helping you out with the battlefield command.
Yeah. Definitely the guy. I mean, Mahmoud, a little out of position, right? He kind of thought he was under the tower, and you got to be like a little bit safer because the Myanmar side, once they get their own farm, they've got burst, right? And you too are vulnerable. So as Jordan, you got to be careful of how these team fights are happening.
Yeah, right now Jordan's starting to be playing this slightly careful, right? And that would create space for Team Myanmar to start the jungle invade. But it doesn't mean that Jordan is just going to open the door and allow them to come in. They fight back as well.
Of course. Yeah, you can't give up anything. Like your own buffs, you got to secure that. You got to lock that down. That's at least the 50-50, right? It's the other piece where now when you're behind, but Yazan gets dove under, and they haven't even taken the mid T1, which they will eventually, but Min says hello and goodbye, Yazan.
Okay, that was quick. But that was good opportunity they're taken. Anyway, in the middle, Jordan with the 3 players.
Looks like they were engaged all the way on the side of the battlefield command with that one. The Raging Sea, and it looks like Muhammad. Oh, it looks like Mama just way too much. And it looks like these 2 will fall, but they're going to dive under the tower as they've got 4 members. Make that Ahmed. Yazan just respawns.
Oh, man, that was a very daring engage, I must say, from Mahmoud.
Yeah.
Like, okay, when he went in with the duel to the death, it almost feels like, okay, the other team is ready for it, but oh, wait a second, that ace came toward the end.
Yeah, the winning strategy on this one was with the snipe out on this one, and now Myanmar starting to find it. That was the potential burst. Now they're up about 5K.
Oh, man. I really want to see the replay again for when Mahmoud engaged, right? Like, okay, when he was engaging, his other teammates, were they kind of following up or not?
Yeah, and now it looks like Myanmar continuing to farm. This is still, this is their game. Myanmar, the way that they're able to kind of get that burst on, I think that you still got to respect it. Like Jordan getting caught out, Mahmoud cannot be taken down like this. Going duel to death. I mean, yeah, you have the battlefield command, but it's really not enough, especially when it's like a 2 versus 4.
Yeah. Okay, but probably we'll see that later in the highlights to break it down, right? But right now, after that win, that opened up the door for more opportunities for Myanmar.
Yeah, opening it up. I mean, taking the top T2, they're going to tear that one down. Now they're looking to potentially go for this T3. They're going to seize the high ground already.
Yep, they're just waiting for the opportunity to get in right now. Okay, now the minions have arrived, but Jordan, they can still clear it with the Blazing Brilliance, so it should still give them another lifeline.
Yep, another one on this one. It looks like Min is just going to just skedaddle on out of there. They're all going to be backing off. The bottom lane is pushing, right? Muhammad has done a great job of this, and they just put pressure on the bottom T3, and it looks like Myanmar were like, oh, wait, we do have some leaky holes in our boat, so to speak.
Oh, okay, he went the other way, though. I'm not sure if he can escape this one. Okay, one more push. Okay, that's it. Yeah, but a good attempt though by Muhammad because he knows that whatever it is, he has the battlefield command to come back.
But he didn't use it. Okay, interesting there. Interesting move, Cotton. Let's see how this one plays out.
He didn't have the battlefield command.
No, but why did he not get on out of there? He was stuck in the base, right? He should have teleported on out. That's how it works, right? Anyways, let's just go on. The Shadow Tyrant is now going to be started by Myanmar. This is looking to go all their way. I mean, you will only have 4 members. Muhammad was the guy to help with that support and the shields to keep Mahmoud up. Not going to be possible in this one. And now with Muhammad back up, a battlefield command ready. Oh, now it is.
Okay, yeah. So when that happened, unfortunately, he didn't have it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why.
But he was just pushing the bottom. Like, when did he use it? Okay. Anyways, maybe he canceled it, trying to shield somebody, and then just stuck around and found out, essentially.
Yeah, but anyway, right now, Team Myanmar, they're going to take advantage of the situation. They're going to push onto the top. And for Team Jordan, okay, they need Mahmoud here to kind of start the engagement.
Yeah, and now, look at this side. Muhammad still continue to split push, and he's going to walk into Min, just walking by, dealing with these minions. Like, you're just watching them. They're, like, incredibly scary. Everybody can jump on top of you and just take you out.
And Muhammad is not in the position that, okay, he can come in from behind and do a backstab, that sort of thing. Right now, all he can do is just try to cut the wave and battlefield command back when needed.
Yep. And now, Ahmed just trying to stay alive. Salamat getting a little bit low. The Raging Sea had been committed. The Razor Cavalry on the back. Oh, the heroic charge is hurting them in. The double strike thus far. And they will take the triple strike. But Myanmar will take game number 2.
Early game was looking a bit hopeful coming in from Jordan, but once the firepower coming in from Ant started to realize the calming was just unstoppable with those finishing blows here. And finally, with the nail in the coffin, we do see Min on that Guan Yu with that really good Razor Cavalry coming in to save the day. But Jordan, you gotta give him props. We saw signs of excellence when they used Mahmoud to split push on that Liu Bang to find a bit of success, but unfortunately, when he tried to use the ultimate to run away, it unfortunately got cancelled.
Yeah, okay, so that's what it was. But still, I mean, we knew Myanmar were going to be strong, right? The way that the team had been playing, I mean, this one was a little bit tougher for them. I mean, at least there was a little bit of push in that bottom lane, but unfortunately for Jordan, they're going to be down 0-2 in their group.
Well, I do like how the Liu Bang play, right? It's like, okay, he knows that what the winning condition is, right? Like, he's capable of doing the split push, and he's able to come back to his team when he needs to with the battlefield command and all that. And he did exactly that. And he did very well, I must say. So that's why there was a lot of pressure at the bottom lane at some point, and he almost got that last tower even.
Yeah, I think if he got that last tower and tried to stall the game even further into a Overlord or Tyrant approach or even Tempest Dragon, then maybe the split push approach actually would benefit them in the long run. But this also requires 4 other players coming in from Jordan's team to be able to sustain the strong engage capabilities coming in from the Guan Yu that we mentioned during the drafting phase. Because if we look over to the Jordan's composition, it's all in or nothing. If you don't get the pickoff, if you don't get the perfect team fight, the re-engage comes in from the side of Myanmar. It's really difficult for them to survive a full long-on team fight.
Yeah, Myanmar's lineup is just had better team fight. Right? So Jordan, if anything, the idea was there for the split push, but maybe you avoid them altogether. Not easy to do when you're behind. So you got to find space in maybe the outside lanes. Not if you're pushing bottom, eventually you need to go to top or whatever it is, but you need to find something else because again, you can't really fight into that.
Yeah, and the Guan Yu as well. The Guan Yu was difficult to control because they didn't really have anybody to face check the Guan Yu. Like, if the Liu Bang was stuck at his own lane, trying to do his own pushes, so you don't really know where the Guan Yu is.
Yeah, because there's no real front line on the front end coming in for the side of Team Jordan to spot out the Guan Yu that we already talked about. And you can see the crowd control coming in from Jordan. It's not really sufficient to stop Min on that horse. Once Min charges to the backline, it's pretty simple to just break through the entire formation that you need on Ahmad to actually play in a proper team fight. Hence, we can see 3, 2, and 5 coming in from Min's Guan Yu, and a 109 KDA coming in from the Lapu-Lapu. The double engage, setting up the firepower of the remaining members of Myanmar.
I love it how Ian played that one, because he gave up the first strike, and then he was like, okay, that one's on me. I'm not going to make any mistakes from here on out. He went 6, 1, and 4 basically after that, right? So he like turned it up, understood that, hey, I'm still going to carry my team. I'm just going to shake that one off. Mistakes are mistakes, and I've moved on. And this is why Myanmar are fighting their stride, and they're scary because, again, the way that they're able to be so resilient.
Yeah, and I think one other thing is that for Jordan, they don't really have those heroes to open up the map.
Okay.
If you think about it, right? Like, will be doing his thing, Moza is staying behind with the cannon blast, and then you have all the backline heroes, right? So you don't really have a hero to open up the map, so you don't have much vision of where your opponent could be.
Yeah, that's a very good point, right? That's why during the drafting phase, we were really concerned coming in for Jordan's draft. Yes, it's a lot of damage, but when you get caught out, when you get split apart, it starts to be super difficult for Jordan to realize the teamfight value that they actually want to deliver with so many firepowers here. Hence, you always need to remember when you're drafting for a team composition, you need frontline for vision. You need crowd control to stop potential engages or disengage for your team.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the damage that was dealt. I mean, Ant, top 1. Sai also, second in place as well. Like, those guys, the way that they were able to do it, like, the rest of the squad from Jordan, I mean, aside from like Ahmad, everybody was like in the 12, 15K range, 20. I mean, from Salome, that's not going to be winning numbers against a squad like Myanmar. They are burstable, but you're not able to take anybody down.
I guess if there's any credit, right, I would love to see like Mohammed having his stat for like, okay, most damage to tower. I believe he would definitely be up there for the team. So he did a lot of work there, trying to really push, trying to cut those waves as well at some point. But the team's been pushed back and back and back and back, and at some point it's like it was difficult for him as well.
Yeah, super difficult, right? Like, the team fights just didn't go in the way of Jordan. They wanted to go for isolations, they wanted to go for like quick kills, but in the end, it was a rather difficult approach coming in for Team Jordan. As you can see in this goal chart, there were signs of excellence coming in for Jordan in the early game where they found those 3 takedowns in the jungle coming in from Myanmar. But ever since then, Myanmar is like what Holler said. They activated their neurons, and then they were like, okay, let's lock in, let's slow down the game pace, and then let's play it towards our own tempo here. Don't allow Jordan to stop our game plan. They kept farming, they allowed Ant to go for those item power spikes, and then when Ant has power spikes, they started to engage. They started the retaliation and forced the goalie into a 7K comfort at only 11 minutes.
Yeah, but they definitely got better. I think game 2 versus game 1, Jordan stepping up, finding ways to just get back into this one. There were definitely some decent dual deaths, taking down Ant, and we'll see some of these highlights, but generally speaking, Jordan played well in the early game, and then the mid to late is kind of where Myanmar kind of took over.
Yeah, and this is one of those really good fights here by Jordan, right? Like, you start off with the Blazing Brilliance from behind, you chuck the health down, and then the dude to the death focus on the end, and everybody just follows up from there.
Yeah, and Min unfortunately didn't hit the Razor Cavalry there, and these were the first few moments that allow Ant to come back in towards the game, and Min's pressure once again is just that right in this 2 games here. You can see the engage coming in for the side of Mahmood in towards the back line here. Yes, Sai P did fall, but the members coming in from Jordan just wasn't ready for a full-on team fight. You gotta trade, but the remainder of the trade-offs, it's just not worth it when you're not ready for a fight.
Yeah, and Cloud was talking about how you make a call and the battlefield command will just show up.
Correct.
Yes, he did show up, but the rest of the squads didn't. You gotta make a group call. You gotta, instead of an individual call to Muhammad.
Seems like doesn't have the ultimate here as well, right? I don't see the button being light up. Probably he used it prior to the fight. And when he respawned in this final fight, it's already too late. Min dove the fountain to set up both Yazan and Ahmad towards the face of Myanmar. I gotta say, Min has been phenomenal in the past 2 games, setting up majority of these plays, but then when you set up a play, you need someone to pick up and clean up the mess that you made. It's gonna be Ant. our player here for the MVP of Game 2 with 604 KDA and almost 30% damage dealt on that Kong main.
Just a great game by Ant. But again, set up by Min, right?
Set up by Min.
A lot of it's like the support player, like one of the guys, it's like in the alley-oop, and it was basically just sending him up so that Ant could just take the points in that sense. But Ant, the way that he's able to do it, just really able to bounce back, again, speaks volumes about him as a player.
Yeah, and he knows who to target as well.
True.
So that is what I really like about his gameplay. But overall, what I can say is that this is definitely a team gameplay.
Correct.
You have the Guan Yu to set things up, and then you have the follow-up from there. You have the CC that comes in. So overall, this is good team effort.
Yeah, it's a collaborative win coming in for the side of Myanmar. We always love to see gameplay that is unified. Unified as in like you are playing as a team, you're contributing to every single piece to allow that victory, because we talk about it, right? Planning from draft. How do you want to play the 1v1 matchup? How do you react when you're being pressured? How do you play the weak side? How do you play the strong side? Are we invading? Are we getting invaded? All these must be planned from start to finish here. So for Myanmar, they definitely have a stronger perspective on this topic compared to Jordan, at the very least in the series.
You ask all these questions, and I'm just thinking, like, how do I get eliminations, man? Like, how do I, you know what I mean? Obviously, those are good things, and that's why you're a much better player than I am, because you're asking the right questions, as opposed to myself, where I'm just, like, so tunnel visioned into getting those eliminations.
Yeah, but then again, we are not going to tunnel vision here on the desk, okay? I believe our interview is going to be ready.
Yeah, let's drop it over to the interview and send it over to Mara to lead the interview so we can find out who will be interviewing coming in from the Myanmar team.
That's 2 match wins for Team Myanmar, and congratulations once again, MVP. Now for both games, Game 1 and Game 2, you guys were so clean, so precise. You are first to the objectives. You know how to regroup. You know how to punish the opponent for their mistake. What allows Team Myanmar to be so precise with your movements in all of the matchups that you guys have had?
So bro, Game 1, Game 2 မှာ bro အမြဲတမ်း enemy ထက်တလန်းတာနေ bro regroup တာတွေရောဘာတွေရောအဲ့လိုမျိုးကစားနိုင်အောင်ဘယ်ကခွင့်ပြုပေးတာလဲ
ကျွန်တော်တို့ပုံမှန် screen ဆော့တဲ့အတိုင်းပဲဆော့ပြီးတော့9ယောက်လုံးတယောက်နဲ့တယောက်ယုံကြည်ဆော့ရတဲ့အတွက်ဒီတိုင်းလွယ်ကူသွားပါ
they just playing like they play on the screen, like they trust each other, and yeah, that's allowing them to do that.
You know, since your first match, you've gained a lot of attention. In fact, on social media, a lot of people have been commenting and reacting, praising you for your skills. They were so impressed that at 16 years old, it's your first time to ride on a plane and doing really well. A lot of people are cheering for you. How does it feel to get this much attention, and now the rest of the world and the other regions are recognizing you?
So, မနေ့ဟိုနေ့ဝယ်ပြီးကြတဲ့ bro တို့ bro ပေါ့နော်အဲ comment section တွေမှာ social media တွေမှာလူတွေကအရန်ချီးကျူးနေကြရပေါ့နော် bro အားပေးနေကြတဲ့ပုံမှာ bro ဘယ်လိုခံစားရလဲ
ပြောပါ
He said he's happy.
And you should be very happy, because now your skills, your hard work is paying off. Now for those who are supporting you, who are leaving great messages just for you, recognizing all your efforts, what would you like to say to them?
Bro အားပေးနေတဲ့လူတွေကိုဘာပြောချင်လဲ bro လို့အတိမပြုတ်ပြီးတော့အားပေးနေတဲ့လူတွေကိုပေါ့
အားပေးနေတဲ့လူတွေအားလုံးလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်နောက်ပွဲလည်းဒီထက်ပိုကောင်းအောင်ဆောင်ပါ
He said thank you to the people who are supporting them. He will play better on future games.
And we're looking forward to that. You know, when you're this good, you should expect to gather a lot of attention and support from everyone. Once again, Aunt, congratulations. That's 2 match wins for Team Myanmar. Let's see what the casters have to say about that. We'll go back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara and I'm very happy that we actually have a very humble young talent coming in from Myanmar. He's really good at the game, and he's also like a bit shy, but he has confidence in game, but it's a bit contradict on his like personality on the interview stage. But I definitely believe that he's going to be a rising star coming in, especially for the Myanmar region.
Definitely going to see more of him.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
And I think that it's funny because he's like, yeah, I'm going to play better. I'm going to fix my mistakes. I was like, bro, you
What
just
mistake?
gave up like one first strike. Like, okay, you know what I mean? Like, even I'm not gonna hound you on that one because you're able to turn things around and then eventually get the MVP with your 614 KDA. Just, I mean, Ian, this is a guy you gotta watch out for.
It's the perfectionist mindset.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I want to make sure that everything's perfect because if I face off with other opponents, you never know what might happen, right? So you want to get everything on point.
I think it makes sense, right? Like, especially when you're in esports, when you make a mistake against, let's say, a not as competitive team, maybe it's forgiving. But when you're going up against giants, like better opponents, stronger ones, little mistakes tends to lead to subsequent mistakes or like disadvantages that causes you to actually lose out on the game win.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that even him, like this experience being on stage and also like post-game interview, that's all experience, right?
Yeah.
That's going to make him better. I mean, like he's already a phenomenal player. He's already got the growth mindset. He's already like just getting so much better. He's growing in front of us. And yeah, like the sky is the limit for him.
Yeah, and his answer was like, oh, I'm happy. Right?
Happy.
Like, that's the answer right now. Maybe give him a couple more interviews and he'll be like, I'm excited.
Yeah.
Yeah, it grows, right?
I think he doesn't need more interviews. He just needs more dances with Mara, you know? Like, if you win, you have to dance with Mara, make a video, you know, on social media. But we also need to let you know on what the exact device that the pro players are actually using on stage or for practice. If you're into a decent device with very good specs and good pricing, do check out iQOO 15R, the official gaming phone coming in for the 2026 Honor of Kings esports event, knowing at the Asian Games qualifiers here for this particular tournament here. So do check out iQOO 15R.
Getting the access to the phone and just being able to play with it. Again, you just saw Ian get an MVP on it, right? He's had no issues with it. And continuing on with that, it's just like, it's very impressive to see such a rising star hit that stride right at the moment. Like on stage, bright lights are on you. That's nerve-wracking.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? And based on the heroes that they pick, even like even when we look at the Guan Yu's not an easy hero to play, right? It requires mechanical, it requires timing, and you really need that sort of phone to be able to execute your plan well.
Yeah, exactly, right? And that was the end of the Myanmar versus Jordan series here. And with Myanmar winning that 2-0, they put themselves even further up in their grouping with a comfortable 2-0 overall standing here. One step closer to the main event. But that is for Myanmar and Jordan. Now, coming to the next series of the day, I think this is definitely going to be our eye of the prize. I think this is going to be the most heated 50-50 that we will be having in day number 4 of the Asian Games qualifiers, India and Laos. I believe this is going to be a banger.
Yeah, definitely going to be a banger. I mean, you're looking at the standings and you're thinking, India 0-2, Laos 1-0. Like, is it really going to be that competitive? But we've seen the two teams going at it. India, just, it's like the minor things, and that's why they've kind of lost out in the series. But Laos also a very up and rising team that's like made a name for itself. I think that this is going to be the best game, at least of day 4 at the Asian Games qualifier here.
Yeah, like what you said, right? India came close with a lot of games, right? Really, really close. And now they had to give us one of the most entertaining games so far in this tournament, right? A very close comeback yesterday and so on and so forth. So I really look forward to the next match.
When you want a banger game, you can always count on Laos, because so far, out of the last 2 games that we watched, it was tempest after tempest and crazy defense going into the late game here. So that's definitely something we need to look forward to coming in for this upcoming series. But you know, every time after the series, we need to go for a short break because we need a break. The players need to get ready, get those iQOO 15Rs ready, because after this short break, we'll be coming in for more Honor of Kings action.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide has turned.
Mereka ke depan. Astis in front. They're going to use it. Holding tight. Slows down constantly.
Victory!
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the 1 final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy. shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Don't engage. Don't crush us like insects. Defend our base. Our high ground tower is under attack. Amazing! Unbelievable!
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
They tried.
The new Spritling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu kontrak kita. Relax, bro. Phone aku! Jom kemari. Mountain View!
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light of the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need.
it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside, inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Welcome back after the break. My name is Sagi, your desk host for today. This is day 4, match 3 for the 2026 Asian Games Esports qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Now, we had a substitution from our coaching staff. We are subbing out Cloud for Adam Spartanker here with Holler as his duo. Welcome to the broadcast.
Hello, welcome, and I feel very excited to be here again once more with Holder. So knowing that we're both on the casting desk, we can assume there's gonna be a lot of Tempest.
Yeah, I don't have the script. I don't force these things.
Yeah.
They just happen naturally, right? So I blame more of the teams, and one of those teams happens to be Laos here, who likes to bring the Tempest Dragon almost every... I mean, yes, they've only played one series, but in both of those games, Tempest Dragons galore.
Yeah, Tempest Dragon galores, and every single one of them has been absolute bangers. We had the longest game coming in from Laos yesterday, timed at 26 minutes 19 seconds here. You know, these things are definitely worth to watch because double Tempest, back-to-back Tempest games, those are the bangers that you will be on your knees for. And right now, if you're wondering when's the new hero coming to Honor of Kings official server, you need to check out June 17th. 4 new heroes, 3 from AOV will come over to the side of Honor of Kings with Davara, the new hero, and 3 of the Lorien, Annette, and Florentino will be joining us just 2 more days. So log into your game and make sure you play it out.
I'm excited for Florentino, especially. It's a hero that everyone's been waiting for, and it's a very high skill shielding hero. Everyone knows that we really need to train that hero very, very well. But going into the game today, we're gonna go with India and Laos. It's gonna be very interesting. Probably one of the closest match that we have today, so it's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah. So for me, it's kind of like, how does India respond? right?
Yeah.
You saw that Laos had a lot of momentum. I mean, this last series of the day yesterday, and that took a lot of energy to play 2 back-to-back games where, again, Tempest Dragons galore. But this is the moment where you're like, okay, India, now, how do they respond? Because this is must-win. They lose this one, they're pretty much essentially out of the Asia Games.
Yeah, you can't really start the group with a 0-3 record. If you're India, you want to at least be able to recover some wins in your specific group itself, 1-2, and so you still save that chance going into the last chance stage. At the very least, you still have a shot going into the main event. But if you lose this as India, I have bad news for you, buddy.
Yeah. This is gonna be the most important day. Day 4 is when everything starts to get a little bit more saturated. And the fact that we can see some of the teams will be confirmed sort of not to be able to go to the main event, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna be going all out to try their best to be able to represent their region as best as they can. This is why today is something that everyone has to be watching.
That's why eyes are on the stage right now as we introduce both teams coming into the match tree of the day. We will welcome India and Laos to take the stage with this teaser video. Let's get to it.
Defeat has not slowed their pace or their aggression. They continue to force fights and push every opponent to the limit. Now they return, still hungry for their first win. Make some noise for India!
They made their statement and they are not done yet. Their composure under pressure has created unforgettable comebacks. Now they return, ready to fight for another victory, entering the arena, Laos!
Laos, a team specialized in long games, and India hungry for their first win. This match three coming into day 4 will definitely be an eye candy for whoever is currently watching right now on this current platform. And I gotta say, this is an exciting one because India needs that first win.
Yeah, definitely need their first win, get themselves on the board, but it's going to be represented by the Revenant X-Spark group. India here, Ashish, Ainul, Harsh, Ayush, as well as Akshaj. This is a team that we've seen glimpses. There are definitely moments where you're like, this is why they're the best team in India.
Yeah.
But to bring it onto the stage here, they need to strike, and they need to strike hard going up against this Laos team.
And we all remember the fact that Akshaj actually played very well. He consistently go to the front, opening up vision for his entire team. I'm pretty sure that they can continue doing something the same for right now and be able to actually pull off something good.
I think the strategic advantage coming in from India is the mechanical prowess coming in from Ainul and how the team plays around him. But my worry is, how can they convert their jungle lead to defeat their opponents coming in as the Laos?
And this will be the lineup coming from Laos. We have Kampeng, Vilakone, South Asia, Fokam, and Sahalath. One of the 5 that we all know and love. They play very, very well. They have proven their capabilities in the Gorge.
I think the game 2 yesterday in their series just kind of proved just how good this team is, because with the backs on the wall, Falcom had to make a miracle play, not only with 1 Fever Barrage, but Salad also throwing out the Celestial Melody, so he had the 2nd Fever Barrage to deal with that minion wave crashing in to keep their crystal up at 1%.
Yeah.
Is why this team is up 1-0 in this group.
If there ever is a highlight of the top 5 plays, that's definitely going to be high up there with the clutch Crystal defense coming in from Fulham and Laos. But is that a miracle? Because can you repeat it? If you can repeat it, sure, great. But right now,
this is going to be
the
hard.
person, the team, the region that needs a miracle might be India to survive in this group.
Yeah, 100% Laos is like, I don't want to repeat it. Let it be a miracle, right? It is not good for them to get this to 1% and to somehow survive where you're able to take over and control that game, which was like looking to be a losing venture for yourself. And again, I think that Laos here, they're going to be happy with just, you know, a stomp if they can.
Their poor hearts, man. If we have this heartbeat monitor up on the wrist of the players, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a very, very high heartbeat rate because the game yesterday was so good. The fact that they were able to defend so well and try their very best. That's what we wanted to see, right? I was actually in the talents room when you guys were casting, and we were all standing up, Sagi. We were all cheering because it was just so fun to watch.
My man, even though I was not casting in the game physically, when I was watching it, I was literally standing up looking at the finale. Yeah, but we gotta stand up first for the first pick and ban coming in between India and Laos. Important game for India. They need to establish that momentum after that 0-2 group stage run. They need to make sure they pick up this game flawlessly and go into a potential series win. For Laos, it's about cementing themselves, coming into Group C, making it to the main event.
All right, as we have the draft underway, Yuhan's going to be picked up first. It has done quite a number against this India squad. Yuhan has been just absolutely tearing it up whenever it's on the opposing side. So they're like, actually, let's put it into our arsenal. It has a lot of flexibility in terms of role. Harsh can pilot it as well. So you have a lot of options to start things off, especially early.
Yeah, and we do know that they're going with Ukyo as the first pick for Laos. It's going to be a very strong pick, and a Chano with a Spirit Wolves for sure. And yeah, we have a Charlotte, my favorite, and also an Atta. So this is going to be a very interesting one. They do have a very tanky jungle, scaling through his HP. So this means that Laos really need heroes that will buy items like Mask of Agony for Xiao Xiao maybe, or Doomsday, to maybe melt down some of this Atta HP.
Yeah, that probably makes sense, right? Like, you need those items to actually take down a tanky frontline like the Atta here as we pace into the second phase of the pick and bans. Laos' priority is to make sure that Fulham on that channel gets uncontested priority in the laning phase, plus going into the late game. As you see towards the India draft, there's not a lot of heroes that can actually access to the backline to capitalize on Sudase or Fulham on those double carries here. And for me, my current worry for India right now, what kind of roamers are you trying to play? Or are you trying to flex the Yuhan to the roamer role and pick an alternative mage instead?
You have an option, right? I think it really comes back to just how this draft kind of irons itself out in this final phase. It looks like they don't have, I mean, they think it's going to be not a roamer as they've banned out the Zhang Fei from the Laos side. So it's a little bit of a mind game in terms of this direction here.
Oh, that's a lot of tank roamers being banned out by both teams here. Lianpo, Lapu, Zhang Fei all removed from the pool. It's slightly worrying if you're on the Laos side because there's not a lot of tank heroes, potentially like the Bai Qi or Byron Ohm that you can actually venture into because the roamer pool, tank roams are practically removed, at the very least the meta ones.
I agree, and I think that they have to find something else that is much more suitable. It seems like they're going to go with the idea, and it shows that they don't have that tankiness just yet. This is quite brave for them to go with a roamer support, so we can assume that the clash lane from Laos is going to be something much more tankier, or else they're going to be facing a little bit of a problem to open up the map.
Yeah, so I'm okay with the idea here because it actually, you know, you're thinking ghost ship, lock it down, but actually I heart well on out of this one. You have that get out of jail free card, plus you're trying to keep Uyuko alive when you know that that ghost ship is trying to kind of isolate and separate you guys in a team fight.
I'm not a big fan of this Zhuangzi per se here because this Zhuangzi, there's not a lot of crowd control coming in from Team Laos side that actually would utilize this Zhuangzi well. But yes, it's still another body coming in from India alongside the Atta to practically push forward as the defense line, allowing both Harsh and the farm lane to do more damage here. And the last pick, Fatih, is actually pretty good coming in for Messiah Team Laos here. Yes, they don't have frontline in their team composition, but the healing is actually really stable coming in from Team Laos composition. Plus, the mid, roam, and jungle synergy is off the charts coming in from the red team.
Yeah, and we We'll see on how they're going to be executing with all of these heroes that they have picked. It seems like a much more balanced in terms of hero composition coming in from India, to be honest, even though they do have Zhuangzi, but at least they have someone who can open up the map.
Yeah, both of these squads here have played some of the most games with Tempest Dragons, so I'm pretty sure, hey, if you want to get your popcorn and, you know, everything ready for this, this is probably the one. It's probably going to go to mid to late with how these teams have played in the past. The competitive level is definitely close, but we're going to get some fireworks here.
For sure. It's going to be interesting how Ashi is going to be handling Charla as well. I'm very excited to see that. Rotation is going to be done from Lao as well. It's going to try to move towards the bottom lane. And there's not going to be so much of an aggression just yet. But for sure, both sides of the jungle are going to focus on their own resources first. A very interesting path taken by Villacone, but some pokings has been done by both sides of the farm lanes.
Yeah, Laos there, I mean, they're going to take up the Firehawk. It only spawned once. They got a little bit of an advantage in that one. And Aino thought he could steal that one away. And you're kind of seeing just how Aino likes to kind of flex based on the heroes that are selected for the draft. Sometimes he's the jungler, sometimes he's going to be the farm laner. In this case, he's been playing actually mainly the farm laner in the Asia Games qualifier thus far.
Yeah, and Focam is going to move more to the back and giving a hand to Villacone to start the jungle. Rotation is going to be done by Laos towards the mid lane as well to open up the map more, potentially getting ready for a team fight when it seems like they're just going to try to see if they can poke just a little bit with the idea of skills to steal some of that gold. It gets quite annoying every time she starts to put her hands into your purse.
Yeah, and Solid right there. I mean, he's kind of been rotating. They get the mini stun on top of him, but the flash away and not enough. The bitter farewell. She's just barely hanging on. He's going to recall back to safety.
Back to safety he goes. 800 gold in front for Laos. This is going to be a good start for them. Diadea using the teleportation, moving down to the bottom lane. Ainul is alone for now, but this gives some freedom for India to do a very good rotation together, hopefully to catch someone somewhere else.
Yeah, and if anything, it's a potential gank attempt. I think that Laos has done a better job, at least of securing that farm with that gold sharing. And the way the rotations have happened, especially with Salad, he's always made an impact, right? Because he's there at the right time. That teleport was perfectly timed for him as well in terms of this game state.
And lo and behold, somehow, suddenly, 1,000 gold in front for Lao. It seems like they're trying to force this one out.
Yeah, Sudazai, he's actually stuck on that ghost ship. He's trying to run away, but he's going to give up first strike. Harsh gets that one, and the perfect setup, and India strikes first.
Oh, they're going to try to catch one. Ainul will go down immediately. It's very unfortunate for him. Aksha is actually quite far, and they're going to try to slow it down just a little bit because they're losing one after another. But you know what? It's a good start for India as well because they actually managed to get one just now.
Yeah, taking that one away. And I think Ainul also, he thought he was a little bit safe, but the control, this is why the Diadea pick, it's that focused control which you need, and it just like locks him down. So Ainul wasn't able to get away, and you know Focam on this, it's going to just kind of, the Chano, excuse me, is going to just do some damage.
Yep, definitely. The damage coming in from Chano is going to be huge as well during the mid-game. Towards the late game, Ashis might be in a little bit of a danger, having Villacone doing a rotation towards the top lane, but they're still okay. It seems like both of them are respecting each other so much that they refuse to do too much of an aggressive play just in case something goes wrong.
But the problem is you can't respect them too much because that plays into a passive game. India seems to be doing that. They're falling further and further behind. You need to be a little disrespectful. Go in aggressive. And now it looks like they get a little stun onto Harsh. He's not even able to out-heal this one. And Laos have opened it up. They're going to look to take this turret. Maybe it gets stolen over the wall. No, Villacone says, I got this. I've got my smite.
A solid smite coming in from Villacone. There's almost nothing Akshash can do. He can just keep his distance, and he has to be a reactive hero, right? He has to wait for crowd controls coming in from Laos so that the butterfly effect will be much more effective. And they're going to be focusing down on the tower for sure. But look at the idea.
Yeah, this is what you want to do. You want to harass him, you push him back, and then now that damage from Ainul's not really able to get onto the minions. And Ainul running for his life. He's going to get jumped on. Somehow gets picked off. Focam finding him out, but it looks like he's going to trade his life away. Salah will be taken down as well. Ayush is on the run. Sudazai running for his his life, and he's able to flash, at least for now. He's kind of sticking around, and Harsh is low as well, but he will survive. India coming out advantage, 2-1 for them.
Uh-oh, it's gonna be big of a problem for them, but look how they're trying to get Ashish, and he managed to run away fairly quickly to safety, and they're going to try to steal this very blue buff as well, and it's no problem whatsoever. 3,000 gold in front for them, and even though they actually lost a couple of heroes, they do manage to capture some objectives, right? The tier 1 towers at the bottom lane, also in the mid lane, has been destroyed immediately, so I think that's a very big victory for them for now, that they can carry over to the next one, because the vision from Team India is gonna be missing.
Yeah, and India got those kills, and now it looks like they might get a potential other one. But the way that Laos was able to navigate that, use that space to, again, as you rightly pointed out, the mid T1, then they took the Azure Golem. That is a net worth win that is going to further exacerbate the issue for India here.
Very interesting on how Akshat is right behind them. Looks like they're going to start something. Wait.
Yeah, the Unending Sorrow, Harsh on the backside. The Ghost Ship just shutting it down. They're trying to go for Kampang. He's going to dash away, gets on out. India not able to catch anybody. Bottom lane was pushing. Vilacone just is striving with all that space that's given to them.
Vilacone, he's very active on the side lane. Very interesting. They're doing a 4-1 formation with Vilacone on the side lane. Even though he's the jungler, it's because he has the most mobility. It all makes sense. If the mournful tempo actually hits towards Vilacone, he might be in a bit of a danger. So he still has to be very careful. It's not the end for India yet, actually, because they actually managed to prove to us that they were able to take down some of the heroes from Laos just now.
Well, it's a never say die attitude. You need that, especially when you're down 0-2. But the way that Laos right now has been completely dismantling them, not giving them any towers, taking whatever sort of fight that they want. Yeah, they're tied in terms of kills, but those kills were sacrificed for objectives, and why Laos right now are literally snowballing here.
I think India can actually still pull this one off fairly okay, because if they do a proper rotation from mid to top to bottom, I think they can still defend fairly quickly, very okay. 5,000 gold in front from Laos. Pretty sure India is gonna be struggling a little bit with this economical difference, but having Zhuangzi in their hands, they will be able to stop some of the crowd control coming in from Laos.
Yeah, that would be best case scenario, but those big team fights have not been happening, right? And the way that Laos are just like poking and prodding, and it looks like Vilacone, he gets on out. The Ghost Ship was potentially shutting the door for him, but he does get on out.
A very quick move coming in from Vilacone. They're going to prepare for the next one. Look how aggressive Vilacone is. He's always trying to seek for chances.
Yeah, and actually they're going to find a better target. Ayushi, though, is going to be taken down, and it looks like on the side, Kampang is doing some slash work with this one. They're going to push, and they get the pick off that they're looking for, but they have a sight on a bigger target, the mid T2.
Still haven't had the chance to see Ashish in action for now, but we still have Kampang at down below, trying to destroy the tier 3 tower, putting pressure up onto India so that his teammates have this space to play around in the mid lane. They're going to try to keep on pressuring towards India as much as they can just before the next Tyrant comes up.
A very patient play by Laos. We've proven time and time again. This is what good teams do. When they know they're in the lead, the minion wave wasn't there, but actually bigger objective on plate. Let's take the Tyrants here, take this one out, and again, push when we have the proper, appropriate resources to us.
Ooh, Holler, look how immense amount of damage coming in from Laos. It seems like they're going to force this one out as well. Try to secure the Azure Golem with no problem whatsoever, but it seems like it didn't go towards Vilacone. It actually went to someone else, his teammate.
This is a bad spot for India, right? Like all of this stuff, like look at how much time that they're just walking around. They're sticking together, but they're not getting any farm. They're not getting themselves back into this. And the Laos lead is growing even further because, again, they're so efficient across the map.
Yeah, Pokam definitely has his itemization right now. He has Eternity Blade and also Daybreaker, a very early Daybreaker, to make sure Ayush and Akshat gets melted down as soon as they connect with the basic attack coming in from Pokam. So this is a very crucial and important itemization that has been done by Laos players.
But down about 7K, the 10-minute mark is around the corner. I mean, India, they're looking for some way to get back into this. Maybe you get some sort of pick-off, but the way that Laos, look at how they've been using this map control.
Yeah.
They're up in front of the brushes. They know where they have vision. Salat can be aggressive because he knows that he can just jump back onto his teammate. But Vilacone there, again, you just want to constantly poke and prod, push them back.
Yeah, I agree. I was actually expecting them to be more careful because they're playing an assassin composition without anyone to tank in front. But it seems like, why not we just send Villacon towards the front and just keep on poking, keep on opening the map and using all of his skill sets to scare away anyone potentially hiding inside any brushes. So I think this all makes sense right now. And let's see how they're going to try to greedily, I'm at, to get both of the objectives together at the same time.
Yeah, this is definitely greedy, but they're so far up, right? I mean, the Overlord's already taken down. Tyrant is easily going to be taken as well. And India is left wanting, just watching what's happening. And they're taking all of the buffs. The Vanguards are also going to push, but they have no towers. And India, again, no space to their name.
We can see, Holler, the confidence in the Laos players is a lot right now. It's at its peak for sure, and they know how to really control the entire map and how committed Sahalath is to consistently stay up front to make sure no one is doing, coming out from their base too much to really punish anyone who's trying to sneak out.
Yeah, actually, that's the life of a roamer, right? Sometimes it's you can be sacrificed, if you will, but somebody has to be that guy, and definitely he's got the right tools for it as well, especially with his mobility. But again, just up front, providing the heals, taking everything and looting and pillaging the jungle as they're looking to go high ground here.
Yeah, and we also know that the dragons are here. They might start something new. We can see Villacon is very ready. He's going to try to find that stun, but it did not connect. He did not commit to it because it's a bit too dangerous for him to actually do something. Waiting for the huge Vanguard to arrive. Are they going to do something now or not? It seems like no.
Yeah, leader stance is going to be popped. That's going to create a little bit more space. But on the side, they're just chipping away at it. And they do eventually take that bottom T3. They found him, at least the Unending Sorrow, keeping Harsh alive, at least for now. But they got what they wanted. Now they're going to turn their attention to the mid lane.
Sudden flash coming in from Sahalath. They know he doesn't have flash anymore. But they do manage to destroy tier 3 towers. 2 of them. One at the middle, one at the bottom. And most likely, the one at the top as well.
Yeah, taking all of the towers at the same time, and now Villacon getting away as well. They get the mini stun on top of, it looks like Ayush on this one, but now, again, they're just going to be backing off. They can regroup, heal up, and look to push again for that final push.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. 44,000 gold. This is actually 12,000 gold in front of India, which is an extremely amount of gold right now. An advantage for them, definitely. Maybe we could say the equivalent of 4 Overlords might. That's how much money they have right now. It's a lot.
They're completely dominant in this one. And the way that they're able to, I mean, like Harsh just walked out. And generally as the U1, you too want to be the forward scout. But when you're getting chipped away, you don't want to use your Unending Sorrow just to like a couple shots from Falcom. But that's what's happening here.
Yeah, and Pokemon actually has Doomsday right now. He knows the itemization. He knows his stuff. He really needs to melt down Zhangzi and also Atta. So Ayush and Akshas really have to be careful here.
Yeah, they find a She's going to be zoned away. And now, can they find any other targets? They're looking, but they're not too far from the crystal. At the same time, India don't want to stray too far from that. They've done a good job of wave clearing. Again, just trying to stay alive as long as possible will definitely help. But now they're looking to go in. Villacon just gets a little bit of a mini stun. The Ghost Ship just locking at least Kampong on the wrong side of this one. He flashes back to safety. He brings his friend Salath. And now again, they're constantly just skirmishing back and forth.
Yeah, they're waiting for all the minions to come in. They opened all of their ultimates right now. Is he going to jump in with the flashes? That's what we're going to see. There's no knock-up just yet, but they're all being very careful right now.
Yeah, the crystal, again, the wave clear has been kind of real. I mean, they might go in. They just might go for that. But the back door is going to be turned on at the last minute. Laos was thinking about closing the game out, but at the last moment, India was like, oh crap, we need to defend, and they jump on forward.
The discipline from Laos. I know that any other teams would have just dived right in, tried to end it as soon as possible. But you know what? No, we're going to try to take our time, make sure that no mistakes is being made. This is how we discipline ourselves. This is how we learn how not to force anything that is unnecessary. They want to make sure that nothing wrong happens here, because India actually proven at the bottom lane, right? They actually managed to strike down a lot of heroes coming from Laos.
Yeah, and I mean, they did damage, but unfortunately not able to get any kills. The way that the Laos was able to kind of use that mobility, right? That butterfly effect of just like kind of moving around, ensuring that they dodge most of the punches that were being thrown their way. But now with both the Vanguard, the Overlord, and the Tyrant at the same time, this is looking to be GG, at least for India here.
Yeah, for now, because they do have a lot of advantage. On top of that, a 12,000 gold lead and all of the itemization. They are almost completed all of their main core items as well. And we're gonna see Southeast Eye is gonna be trying to poke as much as he can. We have Kampung getting ready to give a lot of pressure down below.
They're rushing in. Villicone finding it. They want to go at least on the Akshay. They're not able to find it. They find Harsh instead. That's a juicier target. They find a Sheesh. That's a double thus far. And now they're going for the Crystal. The Ghost Ship potentially slowing them down, but Ayush is going to be picking off as well. But the backdoor protection is back up. He's in the fountain. Einol is the guy. As long as he stays alive, they got a chance. But it's 1 versus 5. No minions. They're sticking around. They're squatting in your base. And now Laos is looking to end as the final Vanguard is there. Einol just trying to go back to the fountain. He's not going to go, and it looks like game 1 goes the way of Laos.
Crystal clear and magnificent macro game here coming in from Laos. Unnecessary fights were not involved at all. It's all about objectives, invasions, taking away gold from the enemy, and that's how they built such a convincing lead. With 3 high ground towers taken away from India, they just made it look easy in this game 1.
You gotta respect that, right? The discipline coming in from Laos, the way they hold what they really wanted to do, which is destroy the crystal. They were really disciplined themselves and not force any unforced error, which is so clean. That is something that can be taken as an inspiration by any other team, I think.
The patience. Right, the ability to just know when to fight, when not to, right? I think that it takes a very strong team, right? You got to trust your brothers, you got to trust your teammates to ensure that you're on the same page, because there are a lot of people that just are impatient, they're bloodthirsty, they want to go in and they want to end, but if you're able to just rein it in, they had no chance for India to come back into this.
It comes down to draft and execution, right? We talk about the Ukyu Tachibana, Xiao Qiao, and also the Diadia being a very strong trio in the mid, roam, and jungle. The 3v3 is so consistent, the damage is so great, even under the circumstance that we saw the first strike go over to the side of India. But the underlying effect of having a strong mid trio, it just gives them so much room to go for invasion, so much room to go for offensive plays in the early game. And India knows we need so much more time to actually gather resource, get those items to scale into that mid game. But Laos just didn't give them the chance. They were just pressing on that pedal and they did not stop until the end game.
Very brave as well on how they decided to go with Fatih instead of any other much more tankier hero compared to Fatih, because they literally have no one else to open up bush or tank some damage in front, but they actually managed to pull it off, having Diadia going to the front all the time, and Vinakon himself actually just keep on diving forward, stunning, and ultimately it's all just perfect.
I think it's a confidence thing, right? I think that they're like, hey, we're going to be fine. We don't need the tank. We want to punch you, not take a punch, right? They don't need to do that because their mobility, the way that they're able to execute and take those team fights and take advantage of them, it really didn't seem like India had any answers.
There was never a full-on blown-out team fight. It was always a small skirmish. Take a takedown, we did. Take something, we did. That's how Laos actually played the game itself. It was very clean, objective-centric.
Clean.
They are not coming down for takedowns. As long as we take something and we get out safely, that's the entire game plan coming in from Laos, slowing down the farming tempo coming in from India. You can see unnecessary fights were not involved at all in this game, as Laos only suffered 3 casualties in the entire game that went down. Even when they took all 3 towers down, they learned from their lesson yesterday when they almost got outplayed and was made a comeback upon by their opponents here. And coming into today, when they were going onto the high ground, the crystal, when the base is empty, they were very slow. They were like, okay guys, since we can't end here, let's take a retreat, wait for objectives, finish them up, and then we close the game.
And looking at the itemization coming in from Pokam, he actually went with Eternity Blade first and then immediately rushing the Daybreaker. This means that he really understood his assignment. He knows he has to try to melt down the Zhuangzi and also the Atta as soon as he can. And he actually moved towards that. Also made possible because of the roamer that he has, Sahalat, who always gives him a lot of space, and also Villacone, who always rotates towards his lane.
I'm kind of looking at this draft though, and I see Akshaj on the Zhuangzi, and for me, I just don't feel like there was enough value.
Right.
Right. If you had like a typical John, and I know that they banned many of those types of heroes out, but I just feel like if he had a little bit more of a team fight centric, big alt Lapu Lapu style hero, they would have had a little bit more success. As opposed to, again, you're trying to play a reactive passive game, and that's kind of losing when you're looking at the rest of your roster.
It goes back to what we discussed just now during the pre-game draft, right? Like Zhuangzi, there's just not a lot of crowd control coming in from Team Laos that you actually need to draft it up.
Yeah.
And they sort of step on their own feet when they ban away the Lian Po, Lapu Lapu, and then when it comes to Team Laos, they also ban away the Zhang Fei. So all three tank roams were simultaneously removed from the pool, leaving one of the best squishy roamers, a utility one, which is the Diadea, handed over to Team Laos here. So for Team India, maybe revisit back into the draft might be a better decision here coming into Game 2.
I agree, and also kudos to Team Laos's coach, because they actually pull it off very well. He knows his player for sure, and this is the statistics that has been shown on how the damage contribution coming in from Team Laos is, you know, quite balanced, which shows that everyone does their jobs and no one is actually hyper carrying too much the entire team. Everyone is pulling their weight and actually doing a lot of things together. That's the most important thing, togetherness.
Yes. And in the same way, like Salat, like the way Suzai and then those guys were working around with their stuns, really set it up for the rest of the team. The team is starting to gel with one another. They're playing their role properly, finding the right pickoffs, having that vision and control. And if you're going to be a good team, you got to know how to close out games, and that was textbook here by Laos.
Very textbook, right? From the way on how they take the skirmishes, how they built the lead, how they made the minions simultaneously enter the base of Team India, and then they pulled back, went back towards the objective to look for a perfect game closure. I would say this is one of the better games that we've seen coming in from Team Laos, especially for this important series. They definitely are on the top.
Textbook, I actually like that word, Holler. It makes sense because that's what's the word I was looking for. Their gameplay is literally textbook because they have actually a lot of chances to actually end the game earlier, actually force a fight, dive into towers, but they did not do any of those because they did not have to. So that's what textbook is all about. Trying not to do unnecessary mistakes is something that a lot of people out there can really learn and apply to many different things.
Yeah, and I mean, these are the highlights here. It kind of started all right for India. They had a decent chance, but then once Aino got like taken out, you're like, oh man, actually that's going to slow them down even further. India really relying on Aino's play to stay alive. Not easy, especially when you have multiple members coming from all angles to try to take you down here.
This was one of the plays coming in from the side of both teams. You can see that, yes, it's a pretty even one, but India actually lost so much resource on the map that pulled them even behind in the game, leading to, you see, the takedown scores 3-4 before this fight exactly started. But after that, what exactly went down is that during the downtime of the eliminations happening, it was just Team Laos taking resource, buffs, towers, everything on the map. And on this map itself, there was no single tower surrender coming in from Team Laos against the enemy team. And this is one of the first Diadea MVPs coming in from Sahalaf, the roamer of Team Laos.
This is the first time any sort of support, I think. I mean, we need to check.
Right.
I don't remember, but it's been a while since we've seen a Roam, right, as an MVP. So I guess Roam lives do matter, but apparently it takes 4 days for it to matter to get to this point. But again, all jokes aside, Salah, this is the play, right? He had so much setup, his control, the amount of times that the opponent was stunned. I wish we had that stat as well because he definitely was on point.
The bravery, the confidence for him to actually just dive in and try to control anyone in front of him, making sure that no one can move so that his farm can do whatever he needs to do. That's the beauty of playing a very good roam. Maybe something that Cloud can start to learn from.
Yeah.
Oh, shots fired.
Just kidding, Cloud, just kidding.
All right, but as we go into this one, I mean, game 2, if you're India right now, I mean, just trying to bounce back in some fashion, like, they did a good job of not dying as much.
Yeah.
I think that does speak volumes of their play, because if they were getting blasted out and they were kind of just like, oh, let's just continue to just force fights, they were still playing within the team, right? But I do think that also you need to break that mold in some fashion. Maybe you split push. Maybe you look for some sort of gank attempt, because right now they were just huddling back in their base and being pushed back. They never actually tried to go for some sort of assault.
Here's the thing, right? It's quite difficult for us to actually know, is this the right time to go out? Is it safe right now to go out? Because they're blind. There's no vision on the map. They actually did take 1 or 2 spiraling vision, but it did not lasted for too long because it was closed down again. I think all they need to do is actually send someone on the side lane at least to maybe try to keep a pressure there so that they will naturally know, okay, someone will definitely try to defend that side, so we have more breathing space on this side.
It's always about the drop as well, right? There's just not a setup coming in for the side of the Team India. You have a Zhuangzi, you have an Ata. Not a lot of proactiveness can be achieved coming in for those heroes. But if you're proactive enough to actually find out which venue we're actually utilizing for this event, do check out Petaling Jaya with the Marriott Hotel. Thank you so much, Marriott Hotel, for hosting and having us for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. We bid our thank you, and we are definitely enjoying it here at this hotel.
Definitely enjoying it here, but I would enjoy it a little bit more if India could find a way to come back into the series, right? I think that even after that last one, it wasn't the worst thing. I mean, definitely Laos was in control, and the way that they were able to do it speaks volumes more about Laos more than anything else. But India going into this one, again, just a couple of picks. Again, the Zhuangzi, not a huge fan of that one, especially into the Laos lineup there. But they shore those up, they'll have a much better chance here.
I think, honestly, if they go back to what we've been seeing in the first 2 days, which is the first few picks are always Liampo or Zhangfei, Zhangfei or Liampo. It's always like that. I think that would be a good start. Go back to the drawing board and start back from square one, because that is actually a very solid start. Because if they're going with Zhuangzi, Zhuangzi is a very reactive hero, a very defensive one. We can say that you can almost not start a team fight with a Zhuangzi. You have to wait for a team fight to happen, then you can be a proper Zhuangzi. I think they have to force something from their own side instead of trying to react to Laos.
Yeah, that's why coming in towards this second game, you did see that India going back once again towards the blue side. I think before we go into the second phase of the draft, on the 4th and 5th pick, they might want to select a rather proactive roamer, something like a Mapu, Liampo, Zhangfei in the first phase before going into the second phase. It might give them more proactive approach than what you're mentioning just now.
Yeah, and actually, just right when we were going to the players' camp, we just saw, I didn't catch the player's name, but one of the players from Laos was actually practicing a bit of a TikTok dance, and it seems like every single team that wins in the Asia Games qualifier, they're forced to do a TikTok dance with Mara, so I think that he might be warming up, but are they getting the horse ahead of the cart in this one? I mean, are they already calling GG? What's going on here?
They're feeling confident for sure. They were happy with their performance, and you know what? Rightfully they should be, because their gameplay is clean. They know what they're doing is right, and the textbook gameplay that they were showing is something to be proud of. So you know, he can practice some of the dances. Maybe he want to dance after this if they actually manage to secure this game, Sagi.
Well, the first thing they have to secure is a different lineup coming in for Team India. It's gonna be the Dolia being locked in here, coming in from the side of the Indian roamer. And Team Laos, back to basics here. If it's not broken, why fix it? Once again, Channel and also Ukutachibana will be their priority on the red side.
And it also sets things up for the future, right? You're also not only are trying to win this game in this series, but at the same time, you don't want to show too much, right? The other teams are watching. They know that Laos is 1-0, and if they're like, hey, we keep going back to the Chano and the Yukio, those bans are probably going to be there, and Laos then will have another trump card. They'll have other alternatives to kind of show, but they don't need to show their hand now.
But I'm liking what Team India is proposing in this upcoming draft here. This Dolia Dune combination gives you sufficient early game power to actually counteract against the jungle pick that has been locked in by the side of Wilakon's Ukutachibana. And with the addition of the Xiao Xiao, that's a very comfortable third 3 picks I'm seeing coming in from Team India that can actually sustain them from the early to mid game.
You know what? I like it a lot because they have Dolia that can reset Dune. Dune is already a very tanky hero, so they have all 3. They have burst, tankiness, and they have a support to always heal them and also reset any important skills that they want. So the other 2 heroes, you know what? They can take anything that they want. I'm pretty sure everything will be okay because they have a solid first starting tree. Having this one more hero that is going to be banned out is going to be a idea. That's the high amount of respect that they're showing towards this hero.
Yeah, it could also put a lot of damper in terms of this India squad, right? Because you know that if the Dune goes in there and then he gets targeted by that stun, he's going to have a tough time. Plus you have the Chaos Cinder on top. It's like a nice little 1-2 combination that can really burn him down quickly.
Yeah, exactly, right? And moving on towards the second phase of the draft, right, you can start to see the direction is actually very straightforward. heroes that can actually endanger the backline. Like Laos, they took the advice coming in from their matchup yesterday against Kazakhstan. The Dharma, the Direnjie, reminiscing picks, that actually stalled the game, especially when it was always against Fulham on that channel itself, because these two heroes can actually go toe-to-toe with the channel. Teamfight-wise, the Direnjie can match the output, and then the teamfight risk of the channel against the Dharma is pretty high.
Yep, definitely. And we do know that there's a very solid band. Charlotte has been picked up by Laos, which is a very good hero for them to play around with, because it's a flexible hero. You can almost do anything with Charlotte. You can never go wrong with it. The last two heroes coming in from India is going to be the Clash lane as well as the Farm lane. I think they do need a hero that has a lot of late game capability, because the first three heroes that they have right now from India is very much focused on the early game.
Yeah, but Laos has the last pick. I mean, the Charlotte is one thing. Pretty tried and true. I think you'll be fine in the top lane. Foots is going to be there to potentially lock it down, but to show you, to kind of round out this India squad, you've got range, you got the high-speed damage, and you're going to set yourself up for the late game. But with India's roster, are they going to see a late game?
I feel like it really falls on the hands of Harsh, Ainu, and also the Roamer coming in for this specific cause. If they really fail the 3v3 in towards the mid lane, that late game is going to be so darn hard to reach. Shoyu and Fuzi, two heroes that need so much time, so many items to actually be useful going into that later game. And for Team Laos here, they're also drafting a very strong mid 3v3. It comes down to which side of the mid jungle roam can win it for their team. Then they can pace into the ultimate late game that you mentioned about Holler.
All right, well, thank you so much, Sagi. As we get underway, Game 2, can India bounce back? Must-win game. They got to get themselves the W, not only in this game, but in the series, to give themselves a chance, as they are on the bottom of Group C, being at 0-2.
I know I said that they actually need a very late game hero, but I did not expect for them to actually go with Fuzi and Shoyu both at the same time. So now both of these heroes are very power hungry. They really need a lot of time to scale up. So it all depends on how the Roamer and the jungle from India are going to try to really get Polkam. He's very low. Is he going to be safe? He is.
Yeah.
He's okay.
He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. You were making me more nervous than Polkam.
I was nervous.
Yeah.
I was nervous.
But just being able to stay alive, I mean, if he gave up first strike, that would have been a bit of a disaster here. But, I mean, going to the India lineup, whenever you're down, I always feel like teams will pivot more towards an early game lineup, and it seems like they've gone the other way. The flash away by Kampang, he will be fine, as opposed to like a late game, because you have an early game, it gives you a head start, and you start winning earlier, and you're able to potentially close games out.
Yeah.
But what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's very interesting for me as well, because it is quite the opposite of what we're used to. I think it's a very different approach, or maybe we could say that it's a surprise factor. You know what? They're going to expect us to play an early game because we are losing. Maybe right now we have to go with late game instead. But it has been proven just now, Holler, that India actually managed to defend for quite a while. Maybe also thanks to Laos for not forcing that out. But still, they actually managed to extend the game. So maybe with a more late game composition, maybe they can really make good use of that late game phase.
Yeah, I mean, the best way to extend the game is having wave clear. You have Harsh on the Xiao Xiao.
Yeah,
I mean, Ashish is not the greatest in terms of wave clear. So,
yeah,
I mean, yeah. I probably would have preferred one of those, but obviously they were looking more for that team fight control, because this is also the problem with the Dolia, right? You have Celestial Melody, but what else is she providing? Yeah, you have the kiddie pool, if you will, of just healing that she provides, but you don't really have that monster team fight like a Raging Sea from Salat.
True. So this fight really revolves around the presence of Akshat and working together with Ayush. They really have to make it work. They really have to abuse the presence of Celestial Melody and Unruly Blade to compensate this lack of a total crowd control, if you will. And I think that's a good thing. So it all depends on the execution at this point, because the heroes has already been picked. They really have to make do with what they have.
Yeah. And this is also why the Doom Dolia combination is just so strong, right? Having that Wind Slash plus the Unruly Blade to get on out, assuming that you weren't already aggressive with it.
Yeah.
Having that secondary one is actually a huge factor for this one. But this, again, like just gotta hold the fort. You can't just get pushed down. Like Laos last time, they were able to control the map. If that happens to them, this lineup just crumbles, but they actually find Akshaj. All he was trying to do was walk down the river and he gets smashed.
He wants to go to his own territory. It's water. It's Portolia. But yeah, he didn't realize there were 3 people there. He was trying to give some vision to his teammate, which is very nice. But again, he was actually quite far away from Ayush. I think he really need to rotate more with Ayush, be much more closer to him, and clear the jungle with him. There's nothing wrong with that.
And look at how Laos gets the pickoff. Akshaj is down, right? And yes, he's going to be joined because the respawn timers are so quick.
Yeah.
But Laos gets something out of it. They stole the pheasant, and now they got a little bit of action. It looks like Salat is on the run. He's going to be targeted, and he too will get destroyed. Akshaj coming back from the grave, gets the revenge tour.
Great move coming in from India. They really do know how to punish if Laos is actually overextending. But look how brave Pokam is. But Pokam's going to go back. And it seems like Ayush managed to get the title with no problem whatsoever. Now, the problem with Dun usually is that he has not enough mobility. Once he goes in, everyone will run away.
True.
So his basic attack is short. He's a melee hero, right? So that's why he needs more Unruly Blade, but he can only use it twice. So let's see what's going to happen here.
Oh, Harsh actually has to flash away. He stays alive. That was very close. The Blazing Brilliance. This is also something they need to respect. Sudazai's damage, if he gets on top of you and you're, again, like Ayush, when you're going in that one-way ticket with that Unruly Blade on the Dune, you can potentially get burned up by Sudazai.
Oh, I agree. So Sudazai is going to be able to really, really melt down anything in front of him. Sorry. He was a hero. He's a but the shield on Anzila, though, is very good because it has crowd control immunity access to it. But it seems like they're going to try to steal the Azure Golem here, but they're going to pull back.
Yeah, Laos being aggressive. Raging Sea, that's going to be smashed on top of it. But they're not going to be able to follow up because she's a little too tanky at this point. Plus, he's under the tower. A little bit too much risk for Laos to take now.
I feel that maybe India is sort of on the right track, except that they really need to focus more on their economical situation because in terms of gold, they are 1,500 gold behind Laos. They need to probably do a lot more gold sharing technique or maybe just rotate together and try to pick off any heroes from Laos.
It's the little steals that are happening, right? And I mean, even if you saw you up, like, if he's pushed you back so that you're not able to take the lane, and that's where Laos has been able to get the edge, and now the dance on 4, the power gradation is going to be used onto 2, and they find Harsh, they instantly delete him, and they find Akshaj as well. Laos doing everything right with an amazing gank.
Amazing start over there for sure. Kampung actually managed to start with the power gradation, very effective. They're going to start to destroy. Because of that team fight, they can get this objective. This is what Laos has been doing. Win one small team fight, they will always start to focus on, okay, where do we go now? Okay, mid tower, now, go now. So I think that's the best thing that any other team can also try to learn from them. It's very textbook. It's the right thing to do, the best one.
100%, 100%. Like, getting kills, turning it into some sort of objective. That's the edge. And now they're up about, what, 2.4K at this point? This is a squad that's actually finding the minor things. It's like walking down the street, picking up, you know, coins that just happen to be dropped out, but you're gaining in the end. Sorry, that's a terrible analogy.
No, it means I get it. We all have that one people in our group of friends, right? Oh, look at this. I'm going to pick it up.
This guy.
Oh, really? But they're going to be grouping up top. It seems like they're going to try to surprise anyone who might have gonna be making a little bit of mistake here, but it's okay for now. India is also trying to be very careful, but look at Ashish.
Yeah, he just knew. Like, it just was a little too obvious, and now come the reinforcements. Everybody from both ends looking to just kind of skirmish, at least in this top side. But Laos, again, there are only so many brushes you can be in, right?
True.
So they're gonna check out almost every single one.
Sure, a very safe move, definitely. But it seems like Blazing Brilliance is going to be used. Ayush, you're going to go down. The very right move coming in from Lao. Blazing Brilliance, the right timing. That's what you were talking about. You said about Unruly Blade going in, and then he's going to get melted. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, he wasn't able to get on. I mean, the Chaos Cinder, and then you have just enough stuns with that Blazing Brilliance to just burn him down. He hasn't had his moment because of the fact that the Laos just penalizing it. Now the flash away, Harsh. Oh, he's just trying to run for the hills. He's not able to do so. Vilacone taking him down.
Vilacone is super confident with Ukyo once more. We know how well he plays this hero. Look at the shots the Wild Hunt is going to be trying to use by Aino. Aino has been shooting non-stop today, and I think it's going to be very painful once he gets all of his itemizations. But as of now, he has Eternity Blade and Shadow Reaper, not yet with the Daybreaker. He really needs all of his items.
Yeah, Raging Sea completely whiffing on this, but the Blazing Brilliance doing some work. Ayush will just barely stay alive. It literally took a village just to ensure that he didn't get taken down there. But you were talking about Aino, right? Yeah. This show you, he's not going to be great until like the 16-minute mark. The way the game is going, I don't know if we're going to see a 16-minute mark.
I agree. It all depends on how they're going to be defending long enough to give it the right amount of time for Ashish and Ainul to get all of their itemizations. We do know that the Futsa is going to be a lot more effective if he gets all his Glacial Buckler, his Spark Forge Dagger, his Doomsday, but right now it seems like Ashish is actually going with Fleeting Charge first. Gonna be a lot more crowd control before he gets his damage in.
Okay, interesting. If anything, Ashish, I feel like he needs to be split pushing more. Like, if he dies, right? But at least you're creating a little bit of space. Somebody has to react to that movement.
Yes.
You need to slow this game down. Right now, you're getting pushed. The Raging Sea finding the right little target, and it looks like they're gonna do a little bit of burst, but they're not enough to take him down, and now they're on the defensive side, and now Kapeng just barely getting out of this one.
I agree with you. Actually, this is what they've been doing a little bit wrong from Ashish. I think he's playing in the rhythm of Laos. They need to force a different rhythm so that Laos has to react to it, so that they have a lot more breathing space at the back. But again, all the resources coming in from India's side has been taken away from Laos, and that's going to be affecting India for a very long time. They have to do something now, or else it will be the same as the game before.
Look at how they're just waiting in the back. They're fighting for farm right now. This is not a great situation. This is a losing situation. Like, again, this is why the split push. I know it's risky. I know somebody's going to die. You're thinking, oh, I've just died so many times, but there's no chance. And now the Raging Sea locking it down. The Blazing Brilliance almost finding Akshaj, but he gets over the wall. Flashes were committed, though. And now India will survive, but at what cost?
Yeah, at what cost? Exactly. I think they really have to do something. They have to go out. They have to send Ashish to do something, or else they're forced to play around the tempo and the rhythm of Laos. It's 8,000 gold in front from Laos. For Laos, it's going to be a lot of problems for India very soon. And we haven't seen a lot of combo coming in from Ayush and Akshad. Actually, they were trying, but every time they do it, exactly like you said, the Blazing Brilliance punish him non-stop.
Yeah, non-stop. And that's why Sudasai is just the way that he's been able to just be on top of you. He's always been in those team fights. When Laos is looking to take something, he's generally there as Johnny on the spot. But if you're looking, again, if Ashish isn't going to do it, Ayush needs to be doing it. Somebody needs to be split pushing. Somebody needs to be creating a little bit of space. Because, look, all 5 members, they're sticking together. They're singing, you know, they've got a campfire out. They're singing Kumbaya, but they're not getting any farm.
But actually, it's not wrong to do this if they have heroes like Zhang Fei. They have Amber the Outburst to actually turn the game around with one skill, or Dharma maybe. But right now they're going with Dolia and Dun. So maybe sticking 5 might not be the best. It all depends on their composition too, right? But look at how Ashish comes back to the mid lane. He's going to try to lock him in.
Yeah, he's trying to go in. It looks like it's a little too far. Compact under the tower, but that's a little bit of space created. And you're kind of thinking, was that the right play? Well, they still got the bottom T3 in the end.
I agree. You can see on how the Dragon is still there, but he's way up front. He's trying to tank the damage for everyone, but where is his teammate?
Yeah, nowhere. I mean, they're going to hide under this tower, but the top T3, they've got the Vanguards, right? So they're able to easily take this one down, and now somehow they need to hold here the last T3 mid. A chip in a chair. How does India come back here?
Okay, so I think right now at least Ashish has already proven something that he can actually tank a lot of damage from the side of Laos. So he can actually go to the front. Now it all goes down to whether or not India can actually follow up with any move that Ashish is going to be doing afterwards. We've seen him using Sage Might towards Charlotte perfectly on time inside the tower, really punishing Charlotte down. And Ainu already has Sun Chaser. I think that's quite early, but maybe for safety reasons as well.
Yeah, and it looks like, I think for India, you're looking at how to win this game, right? You gotta lock down Fakam. Fakam has been so good, his mobility, the way that he's always on the back, it's so difficult to find him. If he's able to lock him down and the rest of India are there to burst him, you're gonna have a good time, because that should change generally the dynamic of the team fight, and Laos is gonna be a little bit more hesitant to go in.
but Hawkham's positioning is so good. Having Sahala protecting him as well, we do know that the Raging Sea is something that everyone wants to avoid. But again, India is not trying to take too much of a risk as well. Like what you said, they need to send Ashish out, or maybe Ayush can work as well. But can they do it right now? Maybe it's too late because all the towers have going down now.
Well, you got to play to your win conditions, right? And just sticking around where you're literally fighting for 2 creeps right now with 4 people, right?
Yeah.
This is the lead will constantly grow because Laos is taking every sort of resource across the map.
Yeah.
They've taken your jungle, they've taken their own, and they're just backing up. Now the Raging Sea, that's gonna whiff. That's actually his 2nd whiff of the day. So if I'm gonna say, give this team an A+, I can't because he's missed, 2 of them, so probably like an A- for Salat.
Yeah, he's best. India knows the distance that they have to keep. They also tried to steal this. They went all in.
Yeah, they went all in, but Ayush is going to go all out as he gets taken down. Villicone making him pay. He decides to go, hey, you want to try to go for this tire? Not going to happen. Sages might lock him down, at least Kampang. He's going to be locked in, slowing the attempt approach, but they get the Raging Sea, and Ainul is down for the count. They're looking to clean up as Villicone out heals. It gets harsh on this one, and now Laos, all they need are the minions. Ashish into this mid lane. He's trying to at least deal with the minions, but he's going to have to dodge some of these members here as he does go for the minions. This is the play, but it looks like Falcom just want to end this game. The soaring signal on, they've got the crystal, and it looks like Laos are going to take this game and the series.
It felt like a repeat of what we saw in game number 1, where everything just slowly slid out of the control coming in from Team India. They wanted to play towards the team composition strength, but they were just not allowed to. Laos, by repeating their success coming in for the Ukutachibana in the early game, they managed to scavenge all the jungle resource, making sure that the lead was ever growing, making sure that, hey, you want to play Futsu, you want to play Shoya, but you just need so much time to farm on those heroes.
I agree very, very much because they were playing very passively, very safe, I might add. I think also because the amount of respect that they have is a bit too much, but also really, he's pumping this a little bit over there. But all the heroes are really power hungry, really needs all the gold spurs before they can actually do something.
That's Salat. Salat is ready to go. Mara, get in there, right? The tic-tac dance is underway. We're going to see that one, and every single win usually ends up with a tic-tac dance, and it looks like the Laos squad are actually looking forward to it.
I mean, who doesn't want to make a TikTok video with Mara, right? I mean, all the players so far that won the series, they've been eyeing for that chance, And so far, I think Laos has had a pretty good improvement thus far from their previous game yesterday, where they were a bit rushing to end the game, and coming in towards today, the games were very much cleaner compared to yesterday.
Textbook. Exactly what Holder said. Because they don't want to force anything unnecessary, and I think that makes so much sense. That's what we've been seeing in the region that we're much more familiar with, right? Try not to force something out and really just try to see if this is the right thing to do. If it's not, just pull back together. The unity, the one-minded move that they were showing is just so clean.
Yeah, patience. That's like the biggest thing, right? Nobody was looking to kind of force things out. We know when we're up, we're like, okay, what is the right moment? They had that bucket list that Sagi had, of all the questions that they need to answer, right? And once they do, then they were looking to go. But in this case, they knew that, hey, now is not the time. Let's just wait for our moment to fully end this one.
It's difficult, right? When you look over to the side of India's draft itself, you have a Dolia and also a Dun. You want to be looking for an aggressive early game invade, but it relies so much on 3v3 compatibility. But on your side lane, you have a forever farming Futsu and Shoyu that doesn't really amp up that 3v3 that you're looking for. So it makes it the jungle invasion, the jungle 5v5s, much more difficult coming in from Team India side. If they fail the early game, it's just a forever scaling slope waiting for the two side lanes to come out on top. But it just wasn't there. Like Shoyu in the late game, he had all the items in the world, but he got caught by the Raging Sea.
Yeah, there's no one protecting him as well because we all know that Ayush is busy trying to find the backline. That's his job, right, as Dun. If Dun is busy trying to protect his own backline, that's not Dun being Dun.
Yeah.
But I think if Futsu was actually swapped with a Atta, maybe it could be a lot better because Atta is a hero that doesn't really require an item to work, such as Futsu. So I do think that maybe if they fix the draft a little bit more, they would be able to do better. Although this means that they won't be able to go to the main event anymore?
I think so too. Judging from the score right now, India sits in their Group C with a 0-3 overall score. So
Yeah.
they have lost their chance to make it to the main event nor the last chance stage by being third place here. So valiant effort so far. They still have one series coming up for Team India. So they can definitely show their growth later on if they can actually find that momentum here, because I feel that series itself coming in against Team Laos, they weren't losing based on mechanical skills. They were losing as unity, as the macro value here, how to match up against 5v5s, how to match up in the jungle territory. They were just not up there yet.
Yeah, they're going to learn a lot of lessons. I think that India, the biggest piece is that they had a lot of late game monsters, but they were like, okay, are we going to see the late game? And you need to draft around that. The other heroes need to be a little bit earlier so that you do get that spike, you get that space, because Einol is your man. He's the guy. He got like almost 12k farm, which is quite formidable considering the position that we're at. But you look at the other side, I mean, Vilacone, Kampang, Falcom, all of these guys got like 10k and up. Like, it's very difficult to fight when you're the only guy in the relative ballpark of these people, but they've got 3 members.
Yep, so what happened previously is that they already lost towards Vietnam and Kazakhstan and also Laos. So this shows that they will have no more chance after this. But the fact that they, the progress, the growth from the first game that India showed for the first day, and right now the itemization coming in from India, right, from Ainul himself, he actually had all the items that he needs. That's what Shoyu has to have. And probably Hollard, I think, and Sagi, they actually funnel every goal towards Shoyu. So with that in mind, maybe Fuzi was supposed to be sent out and do something else instead of trying to help him farm at the bases now.
I think it makes sense, right? You want the Fuzi to be like the secondary carry in the late game, making sure that he was this unstoppable tank with the spell to intuition to get that damage reduction. But that's the thing that really pains me. You have a Shoyu that's insanely well-fed and full itemized, slotted out, but just the Raging Sea coming of Sahalaf was just too darn perfect. It makes sure this Shoyu in the late game, he had no show and he was shut down.
I agree.
They would just jump on top of him, right? And almost all of them, they had a decent amount of mobility to just play around. Vilacone was almost playing with his food and finding him. Einol is, again, okay, the idea of having the Dune, the foods there is this meat shield protecting them, great. But when you're losing and now you don't have that vision and you're able to get jumped on and get ambushed, Laos made them pay.
I agree, and the way Laos play, again, they are not going to force anything. Their style of gameplay sort of made India has no other ways to move around as well because of the textbookness, because they know that Laos is not going to be not going to force dive into the crystal as well. So maybe that contributed towards why India really cannot react to anything and really punish them when they really wanted to punish, except for that one moment where Ashish uses Sage Might towards Charlotte.
Yeah, we saw that, right? Like, it will actually punish the Kampang really well because Kampang was like overly aggressive. And you can start to see for the damage charge itself, that's a 78.5 thousand damage dealt coming in from the Shoyu from Team India, which was quite a lot of damage. If you can allow the Shoyu to survive with the double front line that you drafted, which is the Fuzi and the Dun, with a relatively okay gold deficit at 2,000 to 3,000 instead of 8,000, then maybe Team India has a shot of equalizing the series. But this is the fact that you cannot drop like 2 weak lanes on the side lane and expect it to actually flourish in the mid game, because you're just going to be consistently pressed in those early to mid-game skirmishes.
And I also kind of look at Ayush in the jungle on this Dune where you want to be aggressive. The gold sharing to start, but you're always like potentially threatening an unruly blade. You don't have to go in, but you always want to be there. This is where you're doing those damage. Like, if you look at some of the other scenes, the wind slashes are constant. They're constantly putting damage on, and usually they're taking the most damage and doing quite a bit as well.
And this also goes to a question here, right? I understand that Ainul is the main mechanical player in the Team India, but sometimes you wonder, like, okay, when you have a player constantly swapping roles back and forth, is it really beneficial for the team? Because we want a player to be able to focus on one role, and you can see for the farm and jungle, it's always depending, like, okay, if it's a mechanical hero like Hansen or Arlie, we'll pass it over to Ainul. When it's not so mechanical, we will swap back to the original role. So maybe moving on for Team India, it's about focusing on their own role, focusing on the mastery of a certain playstyle.
Probably because it's hard to see growth when you get thrown around from this role to that role. So I do agree with Sagi. I think it's also better if they can just focus on one and maybe increase hero pools so that they have a lot more other options for the coach to play around with. I think, there's a lot of improvements for sure. But again, I just want to put it out there that India's gameplay from the day 1 all the way to game number 3 have been showing a lot of improvements. The fact that they really know how to punish, they tried their best, but every initiation has been started by Kampung. It's just so scary.
Yeah, it's just so scary, right? The splash gradation flash to find a knock-up on towards Harsh, and by this moment already a 3,000 goalie generated. Ayush making that critical mistake caused the goalie to be slipping away from the hands of Team India. It was still okay, but at the minute 11, it's already a 9,000 goalie. Yes, Kampung, we know for a fact that sometimes he goes overboard, but when the goalie is so darn wide open between these two teams, you can start to see, like, sure, Idol has all the gold in the world, but when your teammates are all backing off and you get caught by this raging sea, all their 12,000 gold, the highest net worth in the team, gets washed down the drain.
Yeah, I mean, why don't they just clone Ino 4 times? Are they stupid? No, I'm just kidding. I mean, obviously there's almost so much farm that they can get on the map, right? And I think that if we're going back into this one, I mean, Vilacone is going to be your MVP. The way that he was having that impact, his jump-ins, every single time, it was a very, like, solid move, but he also stayed alive. I mean, he didn't die a single time. That speaks volumes, of course, about Vilacone here.
Yeah, he keeps on poking with all the skill set that he has. That actually, it's very hard to be confident with Ukyo, you know?
Yep.
The skill set is very straightforward. There's no way for you to trick the enemy side because people know what you're going to do. You're going to go through the front, you're going to scratch a little bit, and then you're going to dive to the back. I think the way he does it is just so confusing, so elusive, it almost feels like, because he's very quick with what he's doing, and he reads out the distance so well.
It's about being efficient with his pick, right? And for Vilacone, well-deserved MVP because he did show us back-to-back games on this pick itself on how to win those early game skirmishes, making it so that he's proving to us that, hey, this is why Ukyo Tachibana is one of the most prioritized jungle in the Asian Games version.
Yeah, and also you got to put some respect on his name, right? I think even when you're talking about like Laos and just in general, Ukyo, definitely somebody you got to be careful about, but you're also looking at the potential play of this team. The way that they're able to kind of dismantle they looked like pedestrian compared to Laos. I mean, India didn't look this bad against some of the other squads. They had their moments, but this is the time where Laos completely shut them down with their play.
Yeah, very heart-crushing here coming M4 side of Team India, knowing for the fact that they tried their absolute best. They want to adapt to the global scene and also the Asian Games qualifiers, but speed is just not really there yet. They need more time to grow to really come up as one of the emerging regions for the HOK esports global scene.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that they will be able to progress more and more because this is the first official time that they actually appear up on the stage and play. So that's going to give it a lot of progress, right? They really need to do something with it. But sure, everyone needs to learn slowly. I think that every team has their own pacing.
I'm sure of that because like no team is always going to be down there. There's always like a progressive step that you actually need to take to further improve. Maybe today it's because of drafting. Maybe it's because of like the early game priorities, the roles, you know, like the mechanics. All these can be improved. It's not all bottleneck that keeps stopping you from growing. But for them, it's just experience pouring into this. And I hope for Team India, you don't get discouraged by this because this is only the start. There's still so much more to come for Honor of Kings Esports.
Yeah, it's very, you know what I mean? It's early.
Yes, it's
right?
early.
And for us to judge based on that is not fair.
Correct.
Some of these teams have been playing for literally years, right? And, you know, I think that exposure and getting into and playing against some of these other teams, you're going to learn so much.
Correct.
And they're going to be much better. Obviously, there are things that are around the corner that they need to be worried about. But I think that this is a bit of a wake-up call and being like, okay, these are the things that we need to shore up. There are some big gaps. Let's fill those in at least now.
This is why we kept on talking about progress, right? Between game 1, game 2, or maybe sometimes within that one match itself, such as yesterday, we saw such a big difference from game 1 and then they turn around to game 2 and game 3, the way they play, the way they rotate. So everyone have their own pacing. So you know what? We give them time. And this is the first appearance.
And it's like how we celebrate the growth of Mongolia as well, right? Yes, Mongolia, sadly, they couldn't make it to the main event, just like what India is right now. But it's about the growth. It's like, yeah, you know you're gonna lose. You're not like equal to the other teams coming in towards this event. But it's about how you experience the stage, how you take those experience, those losses, those setbacks, and put it into your memory and bring it back to your own region. It's like, hey guys, this is what I learned, and I'm gonna absolutely crush it and improve myself to become a better team. And so far, I think it has been showing so far, especially Mongolia and India. And I hope the next event that they come back into, maybe in the future, they come back stronger.
Yeah. It's all about that life lesson outside, the real world experience that you're getting. I mean, sometimes it's a little bit of other cinemas and other types of movies. I don't know what you're talking about. But as we go in, I mean, I think that it's going to really help them because you're going to get exposed to some of the, again, just better teams and those skills and strategies.
Wait. I'm hearing from Mara right now. She says the Tuk Tuk dance is ready with the representative coming in from the side of Team Laos here. So if you do, Mara, we are pretty excited for your interview coming in with the Team Laos representative. So Mara, if you may.
Another domination from Team Laos. Congratulations, Sahalat.
Thank you.
Earlier, you mentioned that you were really happy with your game number 1. And if you take a look at your composition, you had a lot of damage threats across the board. And that allowed your team to go on early and often. And so how well was the composition, in your opinion, from the expectation versus the results?
ตั้งแต่ต้นเกมนะทีมพวกโตแล้วก็พวกโตนะเริ่มตีกับเจ้าไว้ก่อนแล้วก็มีสิทธิ์ที่ว่าจะจบเกมไว้ก่อนพวกโตเบิ่งจังไดว่าเกมนั้นมันสิจบไว้นะตามแนวคิดแล้วก็ตัวจริงอ่ะมันจบไว้ส่ำใดตอนแรกแมนพวกเขาก็วางแผนตั้งแต่ต้นเกมแล้วว่าสามารถจบไว้แล้วเพราะฮีโร่เขาเล่นต้นเกมค่อนข้างที่จะแบบมี impact สูงแต่ตอนแรกนะว่าสิจบ10 นาทีแต่ว่าเขาเจ้าแบบบ่สู้เลยแบบอยู่แต่ในป้อมแล้วบ่สู้เลยก็เลยแบบว่าจบซะเบิ่งคือจบซะ In the first place the team expected to end earlier than this but however the other team he said they don't fight back and they have to push and then tearing the other team so they have to gain early fight and then they want to end it early as possible as they plan.
Your plan was to end it as early as possible. Now, we noticed game number 2 during the draft. It seemed like you were so comfortable. In fact, in front of the camera, you were doing a little bit of a dance. So was that through confidence or comfortability? How was the team's mood coming into today's game?
ตอนแรกพวกเขาคิดว่าแบบมันก็บ่ได้แบบเบิ่งคือตึงหลายแบบเกมมันชิลหลายก็เลยว่าผ่อนคลายแล้วก็พวกเขาก็ค่อนข้างที่จะมั่นใจว่าประสบการณ์พวกเขาหลายกว่าก็เลยแบบเพื่อให้แบบว่าเกมมันบ่ตึงเครียดหลายแล้วก็เป็นไปตามแผนที่วางไว้ตั้งแต่ต้นเลย The team has practiced a lot, so they are very well confident with this game as they has practiced throughout the day and like months earlier, so they are really chill out for this game.
You caught a lot of people's attention with that dance. You want to show us a little bit of that? Okay. Let's just see a little bit of that. Go ahead. Very nicely done. And you can see that you're enjoying it. How about send a message to Laos and to everybody watching?
ขอบใจทุกคนที่ว่าเชียร์พวกเขาเด้อแต่แล้วก็พวกเขาสามารถเฮ็ดได้แล้วสามารถชนะอินเดีย 2-0 แล้วก็คาซัคสถาน 2-0 สามารถเก็บ2 แต้มได้แล้วก็ฝากเชียร์พวกเขาแมตช์ที่เหลือนำขอบใจ Thank you. For the Lao people watching, now the team is leading 2 wins and then no loss at the moment, and then focus on us. We will win and no loss.
Congratulations. And with that 2-0, no loss yet, it shows how comfortable they are to the point that he's dancing here on stage. Congratulations. And we're going to break it down with our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara and Salaha. That was some moves coming in from the man himself. I've got to tell you here, he's confident. He's also saying that, guys, thank you for supporting us coming in from Team Laos. We're currently 2-0, but we're going to go undefeated in the group. That is confidence coming in from this guy.
Definitely. I mean, it was built off of yesterday into today. I think that you could only be confident, right? The way that they've been able to dismantle teams and to get to like late game, they've shown a lot of range here in the past 2 days.
I agree. He has no choice but to be confident. he deserves to
He
be.
has a choice, by the way.
He has to be because the gameplay he's showing is just so good, and that the confidence outshines inside the game as well, and it's translated very well into their mindset and the way they pull back to not do any mistakes. That's the amount of confidence and discipline that I wish to have.
Yeah, you know, like the first match that they had right yesterday, it was against Kazakhstan, and it was like so back and forth, you know, like.
Oh yeah.
And then you just have to imagine, like, okay, what exactly happened that went down for them to remind themselves, like, okay, that game, let's forget about it. Let's learn from it and then bring that discipline, that attitude coming into today's game and close it up cleanly against Team India.
Yeah, and actually going up against any of the squads, it's not like they're, going down or anything. Like when they're tested, it's like, okay, how do we increase? How do we overcome? How do we get into those spots? And it looks like they're ready to go. It doesn't matter who they're playing up against. They're going to make things very competitive or close things out like they did as cleanly as they did in this one.
Yeah, super well done coming in from Team Laos. Congratulations on bagging back-to-back wins. But before we go into the break, we need to check out the interview coming in with Team India's representative with Mara. So Mara, please take it away.
From Team India, we're here with mid laner Harsh. We were surprised with game number 2. What we noticed was that there was a switch in roles between the jungler and the farm laner. What was the rationality behind that and why take that risk?
I think we, throughout the tournament, we were playing it quite safe and conservative. So at the same time, we know that our farm laner, he kind of plays tanky junglers well. And we just wanted to try out a beefier comp, so we were just like, let's just try it out, and yeah, we just took the risk, and it didn't pan out well, but oh well.
Some plans don't go as expected, but oftentimes you do need to take that risk to see what else that could happen. But tomorrow, you're going to be coming back here against Saudi Arabia. How do you plan to bounce back?
I think we're just gonna go back to the drawing board and maybe jot down our mistakes, and then we're just gonna play our usual game and try our best to win.
And we want to see more of India.
Yeah.
India's watching right now. What would you like to say to everybody? Invite them to support you for tomorrow.
Yeah. So just come and support us. We need your support, and we are gonna do better, and we are gonna come out stronger than today. So, yeah.
Harsh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And good luck on your match tomorrow.
Thank you.
We're gonna head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara, and also Harsh for that interview here. You can definitely see that he's also quite nervous for a sense, because representing India, representing his own region, is a sense, it's not little matter to be talking about. You have to take it seriously. And I know results may not be the best this time coming in for the region itself, but maybe next time with this experience, they can come back on top for a future event, right?
Yeah, we can hear some of the sadness in his voice as
I know.
well. We can feel it, right? But again, there's a lot of chances after this for sure. This is just the stepping stones, just the baby steps. It's okay. There will be a point where they will be able to find the best of the best from the local, and also to maybe even perform even better, or maybe even be the champion.
You saw sadness, I saw relief. Right?
Oh.
Because if they won, they would have had to done a TikTok dance with Mara, and they don't need to do that anymore. So I think in the end, I think that they're going to be like, okay, yeah, we lost this one, but at least we don't have to dance. We're fine.
I think I'll rather take the win and have to still do the TikTok dance, because, hey man, a W is a W, and maybe dancing with Mara towards other people's perspective is also a W. Maybe not me, I can't really dance, but for others, maybe they enjoy it.
Wait, is there no choice to win and avoid Mara? There's no choice?
I don't think that's a choice. I don't think that's a choice.
I think some of the teams are not winning because of that, by the way. We need to figure
Hey, you're throwing shade on Mara. You're just joking, Mara. We love you on the broadcast. It's just Holler. He has a bit of a different perspective here. But let's jump into the next match first before we actually go on towards 2. It's going to be Kazakhstan taking on against Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So far, Kazakhstan has had a role. We know they fight in the team fights really well, the 5v5s, but their rotations a bit lacking. And KSA, they're still looking for their first win in their respective group itself. So for these two teams, I would say that Kazakhstan has the upper hand from how they are playing and what they have showcased so far. But hey, only the game itself will tell when it actually unfolds.
Yeah, we know that Kazakhstan is a very strong team, but do you know what else is also a strong thing? It's gonna be IQ 15R, official gaming phone for 2026 Asian Games Esports Events Honor of Kings qualifier. This is what the players are using up on the stage, 120 FPS with all the best liquid cooling and all those things. I'm not sure if it's liquid, I might be wrong, but it's very good cooling that you will not experience any frame drops and whatsoever.
Correct.
So don't forget to try it out.
Yeah, if you need a good device, check out IQ 15R, one of the best ones so far that we actually had on the stage itself to actually support Honor of Kings gameplay. But that was Series 3 coming in between two of these teams coming in from India and also Laos here. Coming back to the break, we will bring you more Honor of Kings action that will be packed up. So let's head to a break.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
mereka ke depan. Astis in front. They're going to use it. Holding tight. Slows down Anthony. Goal! Victory!
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Double kill.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage. Slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower is under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable. Triple kill.
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
tried.
The new Spritling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu kan track kita. Relax, bro. Phone aku! Jom ke mana? Mountain View!
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. decide your fate. You don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that last to hold me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
The name is Sagi, and welcome back to the Honor of Kings Asia Games Qualifier 2026. And right now, we are up to the match number 4. Match number 4 will be featuring Kazakhstan going up against Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And joining me on the broadcast today will be Sir Cloud, welcoming him back to the English broadcast, and his partner, Adam Spartanker.
Oh, and my partner.
My partner.
Yeah.
Awoo.
Sir, oh, that's a good dap up. That's a good dap up.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that shows that how long we have known each other.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, come on.
Very nice, very nice. Okay.
Don't blow our cover on cam.
Okay, sorry. But yeah, again, Kazakhstan and Saudi Arabia is going to be very interesting for us to watch. It's a match that we've seen Kazakhstan playing yesterday. Heartbreaking match because they almost actually won that. A lot of teams are actually rooting for them as well yesterday.
I think Kazakhstan's playstyle is actually very team fight centric. They seem to be a very young and wild team. Something that is different from Laos, where they have more control and they know how to pace themselves and bring out the best element in their team composition, like we saw just now, back-to-back Ukyu-Tachibana games coming in from Vilacon, and he was just able to push those leads so consistent with his help with his teammates, and making sure that it was an easy win coming in from the side of Laos against the side of Team India. And talking about Team India, it's a bit sad heart to say that they have no longer any chance to make it towards the main event, but it's the experience that matters.
Yeah, I believe so. Whoever who is here will gain that level of experience, right? And hopefully we'll get to see them again in the future, and potentially maybe represent the country again, or maybe their clubs in the future too.
Yeah, I agree. And this is definitely a match for us to watch, but also not to forget what's going to be happening on the 17th of June is the new season. The Grand Venture begins on 17th of June. Explore the gorge and discover hidden treasures, because there's going to be a lot of things over there and a lot of new updates with all the new heroes coming in, especially Florentino. I have my eyes on him.
Oh yeah, Florentino is definitely going to be a very good pickup here for Clash or Jungle players, and the kind of revamped the sprite link system is no longer a spell in-game, but it's going to be a hidden partner feature that helps you dig up treasure, so you can actually put it up the consignment market to earn in-game currency. So that's for the upcoming update. But for this upcoming matchup here, although we won't be going into much of elimination, but every win matters because it solidifies yourself in the group itself. And Kazakhstan currently they're 1-1. For Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they're still looking for their first win. Whoever gets this upcoming win puts themselves closer to the main event or further away from the main event.
Yeah, both of them still have a chance, right? Both of them still have a chance to either be in the top 2 or at least be in the LCQ, number 3, right? So they have a lot is at stake here, basically, for this game.
Yeah, last chance qualifiers is definitely something that every team's actually trying to avoid, because they have to play a lot more games and a lot more days being here. But also, if it's the only choice that they have to go through it and make sure that they are ready to go up against every other group at the standing number 3.
Yeah, standing number 3 will invite you towards the last chance stage. But this epic matchup coming in for both of these teams will be unfolded with the start of the teaser video introducing both team lineups to the stage.
Their journey has been defined by resilience and determination. Even in defeat, they made their opponents fight for every inch. Now, they step back into the arena with more confidence than ever. Here they come, Kazakhstan!
Fast-paced and always willing to take the fight, their aggression has kept every match competitive, but the breakthrough is still needed. Now they return with everything to play for. Please welcome Saudi Arabia!
Zero history between two teams, but a full heart to represent their country, their region in the honor of King's Asia Games qualifiers here right now. And this upcoming match will decide a lot coming in for their group ventures here. Will they get the throne? Will they get to the top 2 spot to the main event? Or will they be further away from it?
Well, Kazakhstan represented by Ali Khan, Marapat, Arshin, Bakzol, and Sunkar. So this lineup, I mean, from the start of this tournament, we've seen them performing really, really well. So I would say that they are one of the top favorites here to be in this one.
Yeah, I think as we analyze both games and we have more data coming in for the later days of the 2026 Asian Games Esports qualifiers, it starts to see that some of these teams, they've been growing and pacing rapidly, except for Kazakhstan, especially them. They have been so darn good in team fights. Every time that you see they're back against the wall, they will find a miracle team fight to put themselves back onto the map.
Yeah, trying to find that mindset to, you know what, okay, we have to pull back, we have to get ready for the next one, but we can still do it even though we're behind in 3,000 goals and whatsoever. It's just something to really learn from. But this is the lineup from Saudi Arabia. We have Faris, Anas, Yusuf, Ahmed, and Mohammed. Definitely a lineup to look out for because they really know how to do their thing.
I think they're still finding their groove, right? After they lost their first series coming in for their respective group, the groove is the momentum, is what they're truly looking for. If they can find the proper step coming into their current zone and they can get more confidence, more gameplay, and maybe they can actually break through that top 3 spot.
Yeah, and sometimes it's about getting the feel of the tournament, right? Getting the feel of the setting, being in this offline, and feeling what's the kind of like a meta of the tournament as well, and learning from their experience from their previous round. I'm sure they will carry forward to this round and do even better.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the players that are going to be against each other. They are already up on the stage. The coach has their headsets on. They really want to prepare for what's coming next. The first 2 heroes that's going to be banned is the most important one, knowing what Kazakhstan is very good at. Kazakhstan is going to be going with blue side, and Saudi Arabia is going to be going with red.
So far, the blue side has introduced a lot of these aggressive jungle picks, like the Ata and also the very popular Tachibana that sets up a good pacing coming in for the team itself. And then we also can reference back to Uzbekistan's game where they lost first game and came back both games, where they like to play things like the Dolia Kaiser, Dolia Fuzi that has a lot of surprise element here. So coming in for this specific game between Kazakhstan and KSA, I do imagine the first 3 picks to be more revolving around engaged heroes like the Lian Po, Zhangfeng, Lapu Lapu, and more aggressive mages like the Xiao Xiao or the Garuda.
Let's not forget about the Chano pick as well. Has been really, really popular. Chano, Arlie, Direnje. For farm laners, these 3 heroes have been very, very popular. So I would expect to see them somewhere in there, whether it's being picked up or being banned.
Yeah, Chano is such a good hero that you're going with, and they actually managed to pull it off very well. And the itemization coming in from Team Laos, especially just now, they really know how to maximize the usage of Chano. So I do think that it's one of the best heroes to be picked. But what else can you do aside by Chano? What are they going with? Are they going to go with Marco Polo? Are they going to go with maybe something much more aggressive? But I'm not surprised if Ukyo gets banned here.
Or the Dharma, right? Because we do see that the fact that Alihan is actually a very cool Dharma player, and that's the Ukyo that you pointed out here, spot on, removed from the pool. So first pick here, there is the channel that you guys were mentioning just now that could be a potential first pick. And later on, you can see more on towards the roamer side on the Lapu Lapu. That's the Maestro and Nuinger. So Kazakhstan wanting a more aggressive approach. They want to be fighting. They want control in that early skirmish.
Yeah, this means that they can play this very, very fast. After the first wave in the middle, the Mai is able to rotate either to the clash lane side or the farm lane side. So for Saudi Arabia, they have to be aware of that situation. And Kazakhstan, we've seen their gameplay before. Their gameplay is really, really fast, and they know the timing of their rotation.
Definitely, and we do know that Kazakhstan are very aggressive in terms of their gameplay, so the coach are most likely going to be drafting heroes that are aggressive, that's suitable for their own gameplay. Charo and Daidia has been picked out as well, and Lapu-Lapu and Dharma is a very strong pick. Kazakhstan is really favoring with all of these crowd controls.
A very Kazakhstan playstyle, I would say. If you were to refer back to their game
Kazakhstan
yesterday,
playstyle, wow,
yes,
like it.
it's really team fight centric. Yes, they might not be the best team in terms of map movement or macro. When it comes down to important team fights, late game moments, that's where Alihan and also the side of their team start to find those big moments with those big truth mantras coming in from this Clash Lane player.
So you have this amount of engagers, right? Like you have the Dharma, you have the Lapu-Lapu, you have the Mai that can engage as well, right? Perhaps at the top of your mind, if you are Saudi Arabia, is that, okay, you want to find a hero that can go to the back line directly. You don't want to play with the strategy of front to back because of these walls that are in front of you. You want to try to find a way around it instead.
Yeah, trying to find a way around really depends on the hero composition, the heroes given by the coach. It's very important for them to have someone who can actually try to flank all the way to the back safely and preferably to not be struck down in the process. So we want to see that being made by Saudi Arabia as well. And they're taking out Arlie and Direnji. What do you think, Sagi?
Smart approach, right? We did see back-to-back Direnji games coming in from Bakzol yesterday night. And he had a fantastic performances. A lot of damage, like 300,000 damage coming in out of his Direnji pick. Wow. And you can start to see the Kazakhstan answer towards the Clash Lane will be Byron and also Ata. Potentially KSA might have to consider the Bai Chi going into the Clash Lane because tanks are pretty limited in this pool.
I would have considered to ban out the Marco Polo instead because the Spirit Wolves can be easily cleared by the Marco Polo. But instead, they're going to go for the Erin. Okay, Erin is starting to get popularity. I noticed that being picked up today a couple of times.
Yeah. Erin is actually a very good hero as well. It has our Laurel Bloom is a very strong thing because it converts physical stats into magical damage output, which is something that not many other heroes actually have. So, which makes it quite confusing for the Saudi Arabian players, right? They wouldn't know what defense items they're going to be picking after this.
Yeah, that's true, right? And with the item build coming in from Bakzol's Erin, it's normally the Sparksword Doomsday into the Void Staff, which gives her a lot of flexibility in that damage output. You have physical, you have magic, you have everything in a specialized kit. The only downside about Erin, the mobility is not as consistent compared to other heroes, so the positioning coming from Bakzol will be really important. And the final pick coming in from Marappa in the jungle will be that Hansin. Hansin is a very agile hero, but really requires mechanical demands coming in from the user itself.
Yeah, but if Hansin is able to pull it off really well, they have like at least 4 heroes that could engage. Yeah, 4 heroes that could engage, and then Erin is just like, okay, try to give out damage for free.
Yeah, I agree. So I do think that having these all tanky heroes in front of them, they're going to try to make good use of the Erin as much as they can. And Hanshin is a very interesting pick. He's going to be playing as aggressive as possible, hopefully to be able to successfully get someone out of the team fight.
Yeah, anyway, we're going to go on to the first game here of this matchup. This game will be really interesting. We're going to see a team that has a lot of heavy engagement here going up against Saudi Arabia.
I agree. And look at the knockout coming in from the side of Saudi Arabia, and they really want to find a early team fight coming in from them. Kazakhstan really have to be careful because they still need some time for Marappa to get all of his jungle resources first before he can actually involve himself into these team fights.
Okay, all right. We're starting to see an active approach here at the top. I'm looking at the Clash Lane. Also, same goes for Saudi Arabia on the farm lane area as well. Both sides, they have the same idea of like, okay, after the first wave in the middle, let's rotate to either side to try to give a bit of pressure towards the opposing side. And I would say that this is all about timing, and it's good that these two teams are very active in that.
Seems like there's a lot more proactive movement coming in from Saudi Arabia, but they did left Ahmed alone down here, having Sunkar still in front of Bakjol. I do feel that he's going to struggle a little bit more because Sunkar is mighty aggressive. We've seen their gameplays yesterday. We know what they can do, and we know Sunkar is not going to go down before Bakjol does anything. He's going to give a lot of space for his farm lane to output some damage.
Oh, Ashin? Oh, first strike?
Oh,
at the top?
Top lane.
Oh, it was a 2v1?
Oh, no. Oh, he lost. Okay. It's a very interesting move coming in from him. He's very aggressive at 1 minute 30 seconds mark. That is when assassin junglers usually done with their resources and they will go to the side lanes and try to get one strike.
All right, again, it just shows that the theory of like, okay, after the first wave, after the second wave, whichever opportunity that you have, you go and support the side lanes. And looks like Kazakhstan, they got the first strike because of that.
Yeah.
And that will give them a slight advantage. In fact, advantage is quite significant if you ask me. Less than 3 minutes, they're already ahead by almost 2k gold.
Yeah, 1.2 is a huge amount of number, to be honest. And the early rotation coming in from the Saudi Arabian team, they're really going to try to find Marapat. Marapat manages to run away, but they are going to pull back as well. They don't want to stay for too long, but they're going to come in and help. Sukan is here.
From the back, and there you go, Bakso will get Joseph. But they're trading back with each other. In fact, for Saudi Arabia, they're losing 2 players right now. Faris will be the next one to fall. Double strike given to Bakso.
3 people went down. This is the fight that Kazakhstan has been looking for. They were expecting Saudi Arabia to come into the jungle, and this is how they punish them. Look at how Sunkar is so ready. Everyone goes in at the exact same timing. The communication, the chemistry is on point.
Yeah, and I would say Adi Khan as well, right? He came at the right time. But anyway, it's not done yet though. Now the blue buff is in trouble, but Arshin managed to get away to safety for now. They try to go for it, and he's safe. Whew, that was a close one.
A very quick disengage coming in from Kazakhstan. 2,000 gold in front is a huge amount of number. Ali Khan has also involved himself in the previous team fight. He was so ready with that flash. They're going to try to do the same thing again. They're going to try to go to the Azure Golem. They're not done yet. They're not giving up, even though it went horribly wrong just now.
Oh, they're still pushing it at the top, right? But look at this. At the top, speaking about that, Bakso will get another strike and make it a double strike. In fact, Bakso, how many strikes does he have at this moment? He already got like 4.
4 out of all 6 strikes. That is a huge amount of number. He's going to be really funneling all that gold towards him. But look at this. He is not giving up. He's going to go in. Both of them use their ultimates. They dive into the tower. Kazakhstan going to try to get Anas, but Anas with the unyielding mark. Unyielding mark saves him from certain.
Oh, finally they took down Anas, and that came from Marafat. But the fight's over here in the middle. Now, Kazakhstan, they need to disengage, but no, they say Alika shows up from the side with the mantra, and they will get a hot streak.
A very hot streak indeed. A very good try coming in from Kazakhstan. They managed to pull it off very, very well. But Saudi Arabia actually managed to get one as well. So this is going to be a very good fight between the two of them. But we still want to see this aggression coming in from Saudi Arabia, right? Because they keep on being aggressive early on, and we don't want them to be demoralized, even though they did it twice. That's why we saw this now, and Saudi Arabia keep on doing the same thing. Let's try to steal this buff now. Let's try to steal that now. Maybe something might stick.
But looks like they're going to stick to the bottom where Ahmad is at, and Ahmad take it out just like that. I mean, when you have like 3 or 4 from Kazakhstan heading towards the bottom and you're a channel, you can hardly escape.
Yusuf just came by. She's going to try to get from Marapat. Marapat's going to dive in for sure. Rampage has been given to Marapat.
All right. Oh, that's a lot of strikes here. Less than 6 minutes, you already have 11 strikes for Kazakhstan. 11. That is a lot.
A lot, definitely. They're going to try to focus down on the tier 1 tower in the top lane with 4,000 gold difference. Almost 5,000 right now. Kazakhstan is definitely feeling a lot more comfortable with Bashol having 5,000 gold difference in front. That's going to be very helpful for the entire team because Bashol has been using Eren very well.
Oh, by the side, looks like Anas is trying to tank this one out. Can he actually survive this one? Looks like he will, together with the help of his teammates. And because of that, Kazakhstan will disengage. But from the side, Ali Khan shows up. He should be able to finish this one. And he will get another strike for himself. His teammates will follow us. Sukan gets Mohammed. And now time for Kazakhstan to disengage.
Look at how quick Arshin actually managed to dive in to give a supporting help towards Ali Khan. That is what teamwork is about. And Kazakhstan is on a roll. They know what they're doing. They are aware that, okay, guys, Ali Khan is hiding in the brush behind them. Let's give him a bit of time. Maybe he's going to catch someone. And he was trying to take Anas down. But again, because he's a bit tanky, it's going to take a bit of a time. Also, buying them time to force him to stay there until Arshin comes and arrives with that help.
Yeah, I love the communications, right? Like, they trust each other. Like, that was pitch perfect there. And now Ali Khan is just going to open up the clash lane side while his other teammates are pushing the farm lane side of things. And the opposing side are still on the top. So the bottom lane is pretty much free for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, they can actually try to focus down on the bottom lane for sure. Marapa is quiet, but he really want to go in. He's so brave, knowing that Winstash is right in front of his face, but he's still there. He knows that he can go in and go out quickly, but this is going to be Charlotte's demise for sure. He's got to go down immediately.
Yeah, the moment Bakso shows up, you know that he has enough damage to take down the Charlotte. And he will take down the top tower as well. And now they have access to the final tower at the top.
They're going to try to focus down on the tower for sure, but it seems like Marapa is still way down there. He's using them as a distraction and managed to get Ahmed.
Wow, going all the way to the backline, and they will get another strike down, looking for a second one. And Kazakhstan will have it. In fact, they're not done yet. They're going to try and find a third, or they're going to end the game. Right now, it is the moment for Kazakhstan to gain their victory.
In a bare 8-minute game, Kazakhstan showed their dominance in a very aggressive combat style, bringing the teamfight straight to Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's face, and they take them down in a quick fashion.
But Sagi, Saudi Arabia actually went all into the jungle like twice or 3 times, trying to steal the red buff, the blue buff, Azure Golem, Crystal Golem non-stop, even though they keep on dying after trying it. That just shows that they are not giving up. They're trying something new. That is so refreshing from Saudi Arabia.
I think it's a good approach, right? Where you want to be able to contest for jungle control, but when you keep doing it and it keeps setting you behind, that's just slightly not so healthy. You need to be able to identify like, okay guys, it's not working out. Let's bring it back and tone it down a little bit so we can actually farm for the further game state, right? But for them, it's a bit difficult if you keep on repeating the same thing and expecting a different result.
Yeah, I agree. I think they might need to switch something out, but definitely we still have to adore that the fact that they're still trying the same thing over and over again. Maybe one of them might stick on the wall, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know, it's a common advice, right? When people tell you that, okay, what you got to do better in the next round, it's like, okay, play more aggressive, don't give up, be confident. And they're showing confidence, so got to give them credit for that.
Yeah, credit is due where it is due. And right now, when we go back to the side of Kazakhstan, I would say that their improvement is really shiny. Like, I would say that the way that they play the team fights, the way they bait the enemy KSA coming in towards them, the way they re-engage, the way they disengage, everything was done really well. And from the snowball from the get-go, you can see the idea coming from Team Kazakhstan. They want to fight. And that's their playstyle. It's very brawlish and skirmish, and that's where they get their lead. If you fall into their own tempo, that's where you can actually be wondering like, oh, that's a lot of tempo lost over to Kazakhstan, and they keep ramping up from those team fights.
I think what happened is now what made Kazakhstan play so well is because of their communications. The communications coming in from Kazakhstan has caused them to be able to really try to punish any movement that has been trying to be done by the Saudi Arabian. They tried their very best to protect Marapa, and they did. Marapa also was able to kite for so long, Sagi, until to the point where they managed to really punish all of them together with the presence of Ali Khan walking from all the way to the, from the top lane all the way to the bottom jungle.
I realized something. Did Saudi Arabia switch roles?
Yeah. The Faris and Mohammed will often switch roles in between them. Like sometimes you'll see a Guan Yu on the hands of Mohammed, sometimes you'll see Faris on the Dolia. This happened yesterday too.
I see. It looks like they're all quite flexible, right? They really want to try to play around with what they can do, and I think there's nothing wrong with it. For sure, in the long run, it's better to always stick with one role, and all that. But I do think that maybe they have a secret sauce or maybe a trump card that they're still hiding beneath their sleeve. So I think this might be one of it.
I think you better bring it out now, the secret sauce of trump card that you mentioned about, because the further you go down in your respective group, the harder it is to actually make it to the grand stage of the main event or the last chance stage. So whatever they're hiding, they need to bring it out now. But in terms of this specific game coming in for the side of Kazakhstan, it's in their own tempo. You can see Boxol having a field day with 68,000 damage dealt already in a short span of 8 minutes. You know he's feeling it. You know he's actually doing whatever he best he can to probably get that upcoming MVP.
Yeah. We all know that the amount of damage coming out from Jadual is so much. It's probably going to be 40% range as well. And we do know that Yusuf has actually been trying to help out with his team, providing a lot of damage, but he did not manage to have a safe position also because of Marapat. Marapat has been roaming around and capturing anyone who's just a little bit off position.
Yeah, and let's not forget about Ali Khan as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he will be in positions, in the brushes, just waiting, right? And everyone will follow up from there. So like what we discussed during the drafting phase, right, is that Kazakhstan, they have set up 4 engagers here. You set up 4 engagers, all Aaron needs to do is just come and just throw all the attacks in.
Yeah.
And those attacks converted into a very healthy goal chart here, as you can see from the get-go to 2 minutes 37 seconds to 5 minutes 14 seconds, and finally at the end game they ramped up at 11,000 goal in a sub 8 minutes game. That's just how dominant Kazakhstan is in this game 1.
It's quite surprising with how suddenly we're all getting so used to a very quick game nowadays, right? Because these are games actually to be talked about a lot because how fast it is. But this is how good Kazakhstan was. And the fact that Saudi Arabia was actually playing so well and Kazakhstan still managed to do it is something to point out.
Yeah, and the fact that Kazakhstan came back off a tiring game yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, long, tiring game and all that. But they're still able to show up today with this sort of good performance. Very strong. So, yeah, I mean, it's a good start for them. But for Saudi Arabia, of course, I would say that it is still like they have the idea behind it. It is just that Kazakhstan's pace of gameplay is just really fast. So perhaps that's something that they could adapt better in the next round.
Potentially, when you visit back the draft, maybe banning out the Maestro Nui or the likes of the Dharma coming in from the Kazakhstan hero pool might be something helpful that they can venture into, because so far those heroes has been the bread and butter coming in from Kazakhstan, right? You want, of course, a team fight early game with the Maestro Nui setups. You want to be able to rely on Ali Khan to find those engages on those troops. Those has been the comfort picks for Kazakhstan, and if they can be removed from the pool by KSA, I think it will be pretty cherished.
I agree. So it all goes down to the coach of Saudi Arabia for sure. And this is what happened on how fast Ali Khan actually managed to rotate from top lane all the way here, predicting that his team is going to be involved in a massive team fight. And that is exactly what happened. And they actually pulled it off very well.
Yeah, and from here onwards, it was just more of them. Like, if they see a target, they would just chase the target down. Because they can. Because they have the Hanshin, because they have the Lapu that can also stun and all that. So they just need to continue on. Now, this fight in the middle was really interesting. This was really long.
Oh yeah, and Aaron managed to fight for quite a second there, waiting for Ali Khan, waiting for all the teammates to actually arrive. And the subsequent one was a bit too over, I would say, that KSA actually overcommitted. And when your members are down on the map, Ahmed, even though he has flash on the channel, you can't be walking down to an isolated lane. You're going to be pounced on by Arshin's Maestro Nui or Marapat on that Hansen. And this is the playmaking capability coming from Ali Khan. Just so darn beautiful coming in from the Dharma and also the Maestro Nui.
Very smart. He hit inside the brush and he knows that they're going to go through that area. And the entire team was so ready to do a follow-up. That's what I'm talking about. The communication is just pristine. It's just so clean. And here we're going to be seeing who's going to take the MVP.
Yeah, the MVP coming in for this game will be Zol, as we mentioned just now. Although he has the only takedown, the only suffered spot coming in from his team. He managed to come out on top of 8-1 and 6. KDA with almost 40% damage dealt. He was on a roll yesterday as well on the DRNG. Although they lost the games, but he was the stable point coming in from Kazakhstan's farming roll.
Yeah, you said that he dealt
300,000 damage.
300,000.
Oh yeah, that one.
But you can only do something like that with DRNG or heroes that uses Doomsday, right? Because the amount of damage is so much. So much.
It was so much coming in from the Kazakhstan's farm lane here. Very good performance and a well-deserved MVP. But it's back to the drawing board for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to find that potential comeback in the second game of the series.
Yeah, so I guess it's all about pacing, right, if we were to look at this. Because when we saw the draft from Kazakhstan, we kind of knew that, okay, their philosophy of gameplay is that after they pick the Mai, especially, it's like, it's going to be like after first wave, it's going to go to the side lane, and then they're going to come back to the middle, clear again, and then go to another side of the lane, because Mai is that mobile sort of hero. So the moment you see that Mai, you already have to anticipate, like, okay, we have to find a way to try to slow down or block those sort of rotations.
I think I agree with what Sagi said prior to the first game. This is the Kazakhstan's play style, which is the crowd control galore, because the amount of crowd control coming in is a lot. And the fact that they do know how to maximize that capability is what makes them very good with these kind of heroes. I think the only hero that could counter against them is Zhuangzi. You have to practice Zhuangzi to play against Kazakhstan. That says something.
Yeah, it's a good pick, right? When these are the moments that you actually pick Zhuangzi compared to the one that we saw from Team India.
Yeah.
So these are the moments that you need to be adaptive in your draft itself. And talking about the hotel coming in for our official event for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings, it's our hotel partner and venue partner, Marriott Petaling Jaya. Okay, if you want a good stay, you want a comfort stay and high class, top class, do check out Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel.
Yeah, this is the hotel that we're staying, and thank you so much. And coming back to our game just now, that's what we want to see, right? The crowd control coming in from the Kazakhstan. I think it has to be reduced somehow. It has to be banned, or you have to take Zhuangzi, or you have to maybe out-CC them. Out-CC?
Out-CC.
Out crowd control them.
But after looking at like Kazakhstan having taken all the big CC type of heroes, like how are you going to out-CC anymore, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, we'll see what happens here, whether the draft will change for either side. But speaking about change, we're going to get a substitution coming in. So Yosef is going to be subbed out, and Muaf is going to come in for him.
Oh, they're going to change their mid lane, which is very interesting. While just now, actually, Xiao Chao is one of the only person who actually dealt a lot of damage. But maybe they do have a different plan. Maybe this guy can do a lot more damage with the mid lane, Sagi.
Maybe it's a secret plan that you mentioned just now, that this player, Muaf, might be the savior coming in to pull up the tempo that KSA really needs to come back in towards the series here. But I think the draft is something that they have to definitely venture into. They can't allow Kazakhstan to continuously get all these strong and high mobile heroes that is capable of engaging and forcing out team fights here. Things like the Mai Nui, Guan Yu, and also Ali Han's Dharma, all these must be approached with cautious.
Yeah, and to be honest, if I were them, I would probably ban it out. It's too much of a headache. It's too much. It's so hard to handle. But what do you think, Cloud?
Okay, on the contrary, right? So Saudi Arabia, they're on the blue side. So they're the first pick, right? So hey, I mean, pick the Mai for yourself.
Yeah, I think so too.
Although the Mai, yes, is a very high mechanical sort of hero, it takes a bit, but then again, these players, they are playing at the top level, so I'm pretty sure that they can handle that.
Well, only time will tell, right? We have 7 seconds down the clock here. You can find out whether or not Muaf subbing in for Yusuf's spot can actually pilot the Mai. And this will be second game's pick and ban coming in between Kazakhstan and also KSA. The bans will be Diadia and also the Guan Yu. Some of the more favorited picks thus far, especially the Guan Yu. We've seen some amazing performances, and you were saying that, hey, maybe KSA pick up the Mai Nui. Kazakhstan is like, nope. We know how strong this pick is. We know how agile it is. Let's lock it away.
That's probably why they subbed out the mid lane and subbed in with a new one. Maybe they want to try to play much more aggressive mid lane, but they did not manage to get the Mai for sure. But definitely have many other heroes that might be able to do more or less the same as Mai. But Byron has been taken by Saudi Arabia as the first pick. Byron has a lot of sustainability, has a lot of damage, and pretty sure it's a good pick. Good pick.
I look forward to seeing the Byron combo together with the Lapu Lapu, right? Because the Lapu Lapu has this passive. And maybe because of that thought, Kazakhstan says that, nope, we're not going to allow you to have the combination. We'll take the Lapu Lapu for ourselves.
A very aggressive and early game setup here coming in from Team Kazakhstan as well. But good part is, coming in from KSA, the Byron being locked in, that's going to be a strong anchor coming in from the Clash lane to potentially win out that 1v1 in the early game, obtain priority to defend the jungle invasion coming in from Kazakhstan's player, which is Marapat on the Ukutachibana.
I think if Kazakhstan wants to play Lubu, I don't think it's a wrong choice, but Saudi Arabia is actually going with a Houyi and a Lianpo.
Wow, okay, interesting though. I mean, Houyi is the type of hero that needs a lot of protection, right? So you have the Lempo that can open up a fight, can protect you up front. Byron can be the second protector as well. So as long as they can do that, the Lempo can have a good time. The Houyi can have a good time.
Yeah, and Ahmed on this Houyi itself,
sometimes Hoi can also be the trigger puller in opening the team fights if you can hit the Burning Sun arrow. So potentially if you have like a Gan and Mo, or the Angel that has been taken away, or even a Xiao Xiao that has the burst damage, one Burning Sun arrow from across the map with a long duration of 3 to 5 second stun, then all the spells come piling in, might be the answer that KSA is looking for.
Oh, I missed that. I missed that combo. Burning Sun Arrow and the freshly forged couple blades being thrown towards that same target. It is so effective. If it hits, that's the thing. So I think it might work if they really carefully pull this off. And Hoi is not going to be able to really join the team fight so much early on, but at least he can give this potential long-range stun, if you will.
You know what? The Ganemo still makes a lot of sense for Saudi Arabia because there's an Angela on the other side.
Yeah.
Blazing Brilliance, hop in, couple blades, beautiful.
Yeah, you're technically idle, standing in the position. We've seen it before, right? When Emmanuel was piloting the Ganemo, or when Lin Van was using the Ganemo, and if enemy is a Angela, when you pop the ultimate, you're standing still. So you're like, oh, that's some couple blades. Who's he aiming for? Oh, it's me on the Angela.
It's probably too late to move now. It's very dangerous. And I'm not surprised if they are taking Ganemo right now. But with this Baichi, it's definitely going to be a lot of problems for Saudi Arabia because it's so tanky. And this means Hoi has to go with a Doomsday build. Spark Forge, Doomsday, or maybe with a Deep Frost Siege on top to really melt down the HP of Baichi and also the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah, the Baichi will be really annoying. Oh! But you have a sustain with the Dr. Bien. This is the first Dr. Bien.
And that's a Dr. Bien farm lane you're looking at. So it's a sustained style farm lane here coming in from the side of Kazakhstan.
Farm lane!
Wait,
you can play Dr. Bien farm lane. It has been played before in other pro leagues in trying to sustain the Baichi and making sure that he's this tank monster that can actually sustain the front line. But how do they actually play it out is what I'm looking towards to. Because so far in KSA's composition, we get the Zilong, we get the Xiao Xiao, and also the Ho Yi. So the idea is simple. One Burning Sun Arrow, and then everybody comes piling in on that first target here. So Songkars and also Alihan has a big role in this game. They need to mark the arrows coming in from Ho Yi.
They really need to focus down on him, and especially at the same time, having Hoi up front, gonna go against Dr. Bian. It's gonna be very interesting to watch for sure, because I think he's gonna lose early game because Dr. Bian's damage is a bit too high.
Yep, no doubt on that, and Dr. Bian has his own sustain as well because he can heal. So it'll be really annoying against the Hoi, so that's one thing. And plus, looking at the current rotation, he will be together with Sungkar as well. So Sungkar can still tank a little bit on the front. But first strike? Wait, what? Oh, that fast?
Yep, it is that fast. Ali Khan actually dived into the tower, and all he has to do is just wait for his passive to react with that 20% chance of spinning the first skill. And he actually managed to happen. That is exactly what he did, and it worked out. That is quite scary.
Oh, yeah. With the fact that Baichi can somewhat tank the tower.
Yeah.
Like early on, right? You can take a couple of hits and you'll still be okay. But what surprised me was up against a Byron. And the Byron is a little kind of tanky.
I agree. And we can see on how Marapat is trying to get the jungle as soon as they can. It all depends on how Muhammad is going to be playing Zilong as well. I think Zilong is a very good pick too because he's trying to match the energy of Ukyo that's being used by Marapat. Maybe Zilong would be able to do more or less the same thing as what he was doing just now. But he misses his ult. He did not manage to get a proper knockup. There's not going to be a follow-up to that attack.
Okay, I'm just looking at the 1v1 matchup on the farm lane, right? So it's quite clear that the Hoi is not having a good time. Dr. Best be pushing him back, but now the Blazing Brilliance comes in and they should be able to get the second takedown and it will be locked in by Marapat.
A very good positioning coming in from Arshin. He was expecting someone, at least something, to actually come by and walk in front of him. So there you go. He literally used all of his skill sets towards the roam and they managed to get that one strike.
All right, now Dr. Bien is starting to move away. Baxo, I wonder what he will be planning to. Probably he's going to try to help his teammate Marapat just to farm a little bit faster, while his other teammate Sungkar is opening up the map, and it shouldn't be a problem. They have information now that at least 4 players from KSA is at the bottom.
Yeah, we have to remember Dr. Bian's skill set is actually quite painful. Even his passive from his basic attack will apply poison to them. So this is very important for anyone who wants to fight against him. You have to reduce his basic attack speed as well. But the damage coming in from the Angela is so painful. Blazing Brilliance, but counter with German Smash. Raging Sea has been used, but they managed to stop the fight without too much casualty.
Oh man, it was engaged earlier on by KSA, but the counter came in by Kazakhstan. Beautifully executed. It's again Team Comms that did really, really well for them.
So close.
Yeah, Alikan almost got it, right?
Yeah, Alikan almost got it. If he let go of his scythe just now, he would have got it easily. But yeah, very quick reaction coming in from the Arabian team. Now they're going to be focusing down on to the mid lane. Maybe they're going to try to prepare for the Tyrant. Tyrant's coming up in 30 seconds. But it seems like they're going to be trying to find Byron.
Oh, but then again at the top, Muaz, he ain't having a good time. He's being harassed by two players from the opposing side.
Wait, Muaz subbed in as the mid lane, but now he's playing Byron in the clash, which is very interesting, which means they are really trying to move around the roles of everyone.
Yeah, like Muhammad, he's playing the jungle here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, they are having a major swap into the roles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even the sub in just now. But yeah, we have the Lapu-Lapu right in front. Sunkar is very brave. He's going to use the Regency to make sure that Muhammad cannot use the smite. Marapat managed to get a Tyrant.
Oh, nice taunt there to Anas. Now Anas down to the last few hits, and Ali Khan to be able to get the takedown, and that will be locked in. On the other side, Muhammad went down as well. Okay, so that's two from Saudi Arabia, but they're looking for another one. Faris is kind of low on health, but he is safe underneath his tower.
The poison coming in from Dr. Bian, from Bajol is just so annoying, but it works. Look at how Ali Khan is trying to find him. Blazing Brilliant right in front of his face. There's nothing Muad can do.
And now we're putting attention onto the bottom lane. Ahmed, he's not able to farm at all. I mean, it's very, very difficult if you're going up against the Dr. Bian on the farm lane, right? So you have to find alternatives to farm.
Yeah, they're going to try to focus down on the mid lane for sure. The tier 1 tower has been destroyed, so this means that the Saudi Arabian team doesn't have vision in the mid lane. There's going to be a bit of a problem because we do know that Marapat will use the Ukyo to really utilize the jungle vision from the Saudi Arabia side to make sure that they will be able to catch anyone from the back.
Okay, with the fact that now Sunkar is opening up the back line, right? So that means that this bottom tower is super exposed and it's going to be taken just like that by Kazakhstan. Not able to be challenged by Saudi Arabia at all. They have to let that one go. Right now, what I'm observing is that Ahmed, he has been pushed back, that's one. Secondly, he does not have any other space to farm. So as a Ho Yi, if you're not able to farm, then...
You're not Ho Yi-ing.
Ho Yi?
Oh, Bananas actually went down. Arshin with the Blazing Brilliance out of nowhere. Right now, it seems like Faris cannot come out from there. He is stuck and he has to go down.
Yeah, the Burning Sun arrow did not connect as well. But to be fair, even if it connects, nobody's there to follow up too. So that was the best that he could do at that moment.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kazakhstan now cleared up the bottom.
As I was saying, Ho Yi cannot Ho Yi-ing because he cannot farm.
Okay.
It's a joke. You're supposed to laugh, but it's fine. I'll cue next time. I'll cue with a tickle. very legitimate laugh right there. Oh, look at this move, Club.
Okay, here goes underneath the tower. It's not going to be a problem for Ali Khan. And now 3 from Saudi Arabia strike down by Kazakhstan. With those strikes, they will also strike down the tower at the same time.
They managed to get a high ground tower. They're going to try to pull back just a little bit, but it seems like they're not done. They really want to get the heroes as much as they can. A good stun coming in. Is he going to use the Blazing Brilliance? For sure! Faris is feeling so confident.
Okay, they're going to switch their focus onto the mid lane now. Sending Ali Khan there, while 3 of them buying a little bit more time. But here comes the rest of Saudi Arabia. They're looking at Ali Khan, but look at how tanky Ali Khan is. Ali Khan, he is the tank. He is the beast. He is the monster. He's the one in front, allowing his teammates to get the free hits.
We have to be ready. Arshin has a new Blazing Brilliance. We all know he's going to be using very, very soon for the minion to go in. He is ready. And look at this. Blazing Brilliance has been used, and Muaz has to go down first.
Oh, they still went in for it, but then again, the counter came in. So Suka gets the strike down. And this is definitely going to be Kazakhstan's game. They just need the minutes to move forward. And Kazakhstan will get a 2-0 win.
Very convincing performance coming in from Kazakhstan. Learning from yesterday's mistakes and applying to today's success. They take the series against Kingdom of Saudi Arabia 2-0 in a clean and dominant fashion.
A very clean game from them. They do know what they have to do, and they're very consistent too. And what do I mean by that? Because the timing of their victory is more or less the same as the previous game. It's within the 7-minute mark, and this is very, very quick. And they do know that they are very confident with it. They rotate very quickly. They play very cleanly. They're just flawless.
And I like their versatility as well, right? Like they brought in the Dr. Bian.
Oh yeah, that was
going up against the Hoyi. I think that was really, really good. We can see that Hoyi, he can't even cross his halfway mark to farm at all. So he didn't have a good time against Dr. Bian.
And Dr. Bian had a really good laning phase, especially when you are putting Dr. Bian against a farm lane that needs so much items. The mage Dr. Bian actually can just out-heal the damage and also apply the poison stacks against the opponent Hoyi. So it puts Kazakhstan like, okay, we win the lane coming in for the side of the Bakzo's Dr. Bian, and then we convert that healing after the Holy Grail has been completed into consistent healing. So like usually it's okay, we win this fight, let's back off, right? Let's rejuvenate, let's recover, and then we play another fight. But no, with Dr. Bian, once Holy Grail is completed and you're ahead, heal, go, continue. We're not backing off. That's why the game ended at 7 minutes plus.
Yeah, and not only heal, he's also damaging anyone in front of him who gets hit by the poison on the floor, by the one that he's pushing out from his in front of him directly, and the damage is a lot. And oftentimes, people actually underestimate the amount of damage coming in from Dr. Bian, so you really have to be careful, especially on top of that, he can actually just use his basic attack to apply another stack on top of them to make sure that the poison damage stacks up, and the damage is so much. That's what makes Dr. Bian so dangerous.
Yeah, he becomes the offensive guy. At the same time, he's like a moving fountain altogether, right? And that's why we can see them. They don't really need to go back. They can just keep putting the pressure even in front of the tower, and even when they're inside the opposing base, they don't need to leave.
And when you have the Holy Grail, right, the moving fountain theory just makes sense, right? Like you check on the item build coming from Kazakhstan, Boots of the Arcane, Holy Grail, and Augur's Word, supremely tanky and can always follow up the teammates and providing those heals.
Yeah.
Your front line, like the Lapu Lapu on the side of Songkar, or the Baisi coming in from the side of Alihan, you don't need to go back. You have built-in sustain, you have built-in defensive stats, and this alludes to what you were saying here, Sir Cloud. The Lapu Lapu passive, it gives you the resistance that you need, plus the healing coming in from Bakzo's Dr. Bian. So it's like a left side push, right side cycle, and it infinitely loops into like team stats coming in for Kazakhstan.
It sounds like a turbo boost working together, right? Really helping out each other and makes Dr. Bian so much more effective. But the fact that they actually managed to pull this off with Dr. Bian is something really to really talk about, because it's so effective, so high damage. But enough about him. Watch how Ukyo from Marapat just now, he is so relentless. He always go around and try to rotate, try to find an edge, trying to poke wherever he can, even though he's using Ukyo. Ukyo users are just special.
Oh, I was impressed with the Baichi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, especially with the Baichi, and then you have the Lapu Lapu with the passive as well. Makes Baichi so tanky. How many times like he was in front and then he tanked everything, and look at this. He hasn't been taken down even once.
None of them got taken down even once. It's the perfect game coming in from Team Kazakhstan, utilizing their special draft Bakzo on the Dr. Bian with 2.5 front lines. Marapat is a pseudo bruiser fighter that also benefits from healing, and you have Ukyo Tachibana. When the Ukyo Tachibana comes in early game and he actually snowballs, he's pretty unstoppable, especially when you need a Ho Yi and also a Xiao Qiao to find that place to actually farm. But if you get caught by the Ukyo Tachibana burst, you're gone.
Yeah, and with our theory just now where the Bersinar hero is supposed to be hitting someone and someone comes up and do a follow-up, that did not happen because the steamroll coming in from the Kazakhstan team is too fast. But looking at the damage right here from Arshin, it is a lot. It's probably going to be around 35%, and the damage taken coming in from the entire team of Kazakhstan is sort of spread out. So that means that they were really moving together, and on top of that with Arshin consistently using Blazing Brilliance towards the tank, by the way, towards Faris non-stop, and Faris really cannot do anything.
You know what? To beat this composition from Kazakhstan, you need a full anti-heal item setup.
Yeah, a full anti-Q item setup. You need like potentially the Venomous Staff and the Blazing Cape coming in from the tank and also the mage player, and then you need to be able to isolate targets and take them down one by one. The idea is great coming in for the Southern Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You want a Burning Sun arrow to hit. You want a Zilong to pounce on towards the target and the Xiao Qiao to find the burst damage in one go. But when you get picked off one by one coming in from the side of KSA, you just can't find a chance to actually pull off the composition that you actually drafted for yourself.
I agree, and that's exactly what they did. They are so good at this with all the draft, with all the strategy. And again, I would like to put it out there that the communication coming in from Kazakhstan is just on point. They're always ready to follow up with their teammates' move sets. And yeah, it looks so clean the way they move around, as if one-minded beehive. What do you call it? It's a beehive, or what do you call it?
One-minded beehive?
I don't know what
Okay,
the
yeah.
Collective hive mind.
Oh. Collective hive mind.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh.
I know there's hive. I know there's something to do with bees, but you don't have to use bees apparently. Sorry.
Yeah,
thank
the
you,
collective
thank
hive
you.
mind play style coming in from Kazakhstan really showcased really well, especially in today. Like we saw yesterday, right, when they were up against the side of their opponents, Laos. It was also pretty nice team fights coming in from their side. Maybe they're not the best at rotating, but it comes down to team fighting. When it comes down to brawling, skirmishing, going for the engage, fighting 5v5. That's Kazakhstan's comfort zone, and they always favor it.
I really want to see the highlights again, right? Like how every engagement that they make is truly solid. Okay, this was the first strike. Okay, so it was last hit. All he needed to do was just to flash in and get it. Okay.
Yeah, and we also have to remember that the fact that Baichi is passive, he can actually react towards the tower's attack to actually spin one more time, so he did that very well. But this is what happened just now during one of the biggest clashes in the center of the map. And Baichi was so proactive, he was so ready to just find anyone that he can. And Anas has been the priority for him.
Yeah, Songkran's always came in clutch to find those moments to disengage with Arshin or to follow up Marapad or Ali Khan's engages. As you can see towards this bottom side here, 4 members coming in from Kazakhstan, coming in to cover against Faris here. He has nowhere to escape. One Chaos Cinder here sets him down, and that's a flash ultimate. Late waves coming in from Ali Khan to set the stone and to end this game.
The amount of blazing brilliance coming in from Arshin is just so good. Every highlight reel will always have this blazing brilliance bursting everyone down one by one.
Yeah, and why unfortunately Anas is always like the first target for Kazakhstan, right? It's because that you are the CC dealer.
Yeah.
Okay, that's one. Secondly, they don't need to worry about Ahmed because they have already suppressed Ahmed during the laning phase, so his damage output is not that much. And the rest of them are tanky enough, so you want to try to target to them. But we're going to award the MVP this time to none other than Songkar.
Songkar played a fantastic game, right? Throughout the highlights that we actually saw just now, there was a play in mid lane that the Angel was so close in being taken down by the side of KSA. He came in, swooped into the engage, and then re-engaged on the enemy and got the takedowns for his own team, which I think he had a phenomenal game, always present in the team fights and finding the perfect target with his ultimate.
I can't help it but to realize that Songkar actually looks like one of our handsome friend Afiq. It looks almost like him, the eyes. Sorry, going sidetracking a little bit. But yeah, the damage from him is not really too high because he's a tank for sure, but the damage taken is a lot. He's doing his job. The crowd control on point, very selective, very, very good.
I'm trying.
Do you not see it? The eyes.
Took me a while. Yeah, I maybe need a bit more time on that. Yeah, a bit more time. But then again, yes. Besides him and his actions together with the Raging Sea and whatnot, right? It's because of his passive as well. Because of his passive, it's stacked up together with whatever Baichi has that's already tanky enough. That's why Baichi can survive almost anything in any fight earlier.
These are the situations where in your composition, it's actually really difficult to take down team compositions like the Kazakhstan style, where when they snowball, they're really strong. But you're maybe wondering, like, how do I actually counter it? You need to make sure you have the HP percentage items that Adam likes to mention about, like the Doomsday, the... What do you call it?
Massive Agony.
Yeah, Massive Agony, for example, you know, the DOT on the HP. Those are important items to actually tackle tanks. But the most important part, when you're against healing, buy Venomous Staff.
I agree. Venomous Staff, Blazing Cape, Mortal Punisher, all these three are probably one of the most important items to have. But also, talking about Doomsday and Mass of Agony, why is that important? Because it's the only few items that actually deletes the enemy's HP based on the current percentage. current maximum percentage, which is very nice, right? Because no matter what you do, no matter what your level is, if you're low level, under level and whatnot, you can still deal a lot of damage based on how many projectiles you're actually hitting the enemy with.
Okay, here's the question I want to ask you guys, right? So venomous stuff like first item.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yay or nay?
Of course, yay. 100% yay.
Yeah.
Always.
Okay, blazing cape, first item, yay or nay?
Depending on matchup.
Who you are.
Depending on matchup.
Okay. So I guess we can sum it up as if you see this type of comp, okay, venomous stuff, let's go.
Yeah.
Blazing
Any
cape
healing
can come later.
Okay, the general idea is when you see a large healing composition, the reason why mages actually buy Venomous Staff over like Mortal Punisher for physical carries or like a Blazing Cape coming in for the fast lane or fighters is because like Venomous Staff and mages, they can apply AoE spell effects and it actually benefits more. AoE skills, boom, everybody gets healing reduction.
Yeah, that's what we really want to learn about. But for sure, we are going to be watching the interview between Mara and the players. Mara, are you ready? She seems very much ready. So please, Mara, it's now your turn to lead the Gorge.
Kazakhstan with their head held high with that win. Congratulations, Manapat.
Thank you.
What we've noticed was something interesting in your composition. We noticed that Team Kazakhstan used the Dr. Bian, usually a mage, in a farm lane. What made your team confident that this one would work in this matchup?
Because Dr. Bian can work together with Beiqi. It's very strong. Yeah.
And is it something that you guys have been using for a while?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not anything new. It's something that you've practiced before. Now, your first matchup, you guys were successful. That was your first match win. Yesterday, though, you lost. And today, you won again. So what did you learn from yesterday's loss that you carried to this game to make sure that the loss won't happen again and you'll come out on top, just like the way you did today?
Because yesterday, our players, our communication with the coach, and we prepare more and prepare our new strategy, and we win today's game.
And with that strategy, very effective. We love the way you guys were so confident in that game. Kazakhstan is watching you right now. Let's invite them to support you for your last match.
Alga Kazakhstan.
And what is your message to everybody watching?
再来一个信息给支持你的朋友。
We will win. We prepare more and we will win Vietnam. Yeah.
Your next game
Yeah.
up against Vietnam.
Vietnam, yeah.
Good luck with that.
Okay.
And support them for their next matchup. And now we're going to break it down with the casters. Lead the Gorge.
At first, I thought it was a pretty chill interview with Marapat, and he was like having like some pretty chill answers.
Chill,
we're gonna win, we're gonna make you proud. Aside from that, he was like saying, "We will win Vietnam." Wow,
that
confidence.
A statement and a half. He was so confident, and they deserve it, right? Because they already proved that they can play a very long and tough game like yesterday.
Yeah.
And they still can manage to have a better mindset today. And now they want to do the same with Vietnam. Oof, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that makes the match between them and Vietnam even more interesting when it comes.
Spicy.
There's definitely the storyline there coming in for those two teams, especially when we see that Vietnam and Kazakhstan's playstyle is actually really similar and they do favor the early game team fights. But that's a story for when it actually happens in the following days. For the upcoming final match of today, we'll be featuring the debut of Hong Kong China in Group D, taking on Syria. Syria has yet to lose a single game in Group D, and Hong Kong China, they're here to make it happen or to turn the tables around.
Oh, the game is going to be very interesting for sure. We know that they're very, very good players, a lot of experience. But do you know how can we get a lot more experience than that? It's gonna be getting the IQ 15R, one of the best devices out there to actually use up on the stage by the athletes. Official Gaming for 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings.
Yeah, it's a very good phone, right? When you are looking for a budget-friendly, you're looking for a high-specs phone that can run 120 FPS with ultra graphics on the device on Honor of Kings itself, you could definitely always consider iQOO 15R to deliver the job well done. But that's the series here coming in for our fourth one of the day. Kazakhstan, they redeemed themselves coming in from yesterday, and with a 2-1 overall score in their group, they seem to be pretty comfortable in actually qualifying for the main event.
Yeah, super comfortable for sure. They deserve to feel that for sure. And I cannot wait for this next match. Hong Kong, China versus Syria. I think there's going to be a lot of new things happening with Syria. Maybe going to be doing some surprise picks. Everyone's going to be learning from Hong Kong, China as well to know where they stand. They're going to set the stage for us to see, okay, this is going to be a very dangerous team, or they're going to be okay.
Well, I mean, they have experienced players, right? And they have played at international stages a lot too. So, and I'm sure that a lot of fans will be looking forward to see them. It took them a while for them to get their first game, but finally they're here.
Yeah, finally, right? After 4 days of waiting, the Hong Kong China fans are definitely rejoicing because this is their team that's going to be representing them in this Asian Games qualifier here. But we need a short break before we bring you more Honor of Kings action with the final match featuring Hong Kong China going up against Syria. So, see you later.
Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands. This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned. Aspas in front. They're going to use it. Golden Tide close out constantly. And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia. This is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Double kill.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable. Triple kill.
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
new Spritling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu kan track kita. Relax, bro. Phone aku! Jom kembali. Mountain View!
I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far? Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. In
Welcome back to the 2026 Asian Games Esport Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. My name is Sagi, your desk host once again for tonight, and we are onwards for our way to the final series of day number 4, featuring Hong Kong, China going up against Syria. And once again on the broadcast is none other than Sir Cloud and also Adam joining us once again. Welcome back.
Us once again. Yay! Okay, we're gonna be seeing a very interesting match after this. Hong Kong, China versus Syria. We do know a lot of experience under these belts, and we want to see how it's gonna turn out afterwards, because a lot of expectations coming from these teams, and pretty sure we're gonna be trying to learn a few things from them.
And it's also going to be the debut of Hong Kong, China, right? So they had time to not only watch the other teams in their own group, but every other team play as well. So they can get a good feel of what's the meta right, of this tournament from the outside.
Exactly, right? And especially we know for a fact that for Hong Kong, China's roster, it's built up with a lot of experienced players coming in from 2024 and 2025 events, and they are also have been in the scene for quite a while now. And for Syria, they are also pretty comfortable because they came back into first day of the series in a 2-0 fashion, and they also came back with one of the first Tempest games that we actually had in the Asian Games qualifiers.
Yeah, pretty sure that they have a lot of things to show us as well with their lineup, and we do know that they have been practicing a lot. A lot of different metas might come up as well, and maybe unorthodox heroes. That's why we want to see some refreshing sides into the game that maybe they can teach us a thing or two that we might have learned today.
Yeah, it's just like the Dr. Pian, right? Making its debut and played on the farm lane as well. If in the regular rank game, it would be played on the mid lane. But it was shown that he's played effectively on the farm lane with that composition. So hopefully we get to see something new after this.
It's one of those pocket picks that actually adds flavor into the podcast, into the broadcast itself. But if you're into a different flavor in Honor of Kings and you are a bit tired of rankings or normal matches, do check out the June 27 update on the Super Flow Brawl. It's another version with even more wacky talents or even more randomness towards the event and the map itself. If you're already a bit too tired after playing too much rank, try out this mode. Maybe it'll enlighten you or elevate your mood.
I love it. Super Flow Brawl mode. We've played before, and we do know there's a lot of things coming up. But so is our next match. We're going to be seeing the match between Hong Kong, China and Syria. Everyone have been talking about this because this is the debut for Hong Kong, China. And we want to see where they stand and how the other teams are going to be able to predict their gameplay after this so that they can learn what to ban away from these teams as well.
Yep, and they're from Group D. Yeah, so Group D is that interesting group, right? So we'll see how their debut is here. Can't wait to see them. These are experienced players that we have seen in multiple international stages before this, but how would they fare on this stage itself? Well, we'll find out.
We'll have to find out, and always when we go into a team matchup, we will definitely have to introduce to the stage with a teaser video introducing Hong Kong, China, and also Syria.
All eyes are on the final team to make their appearance. With no matches played, every move they make remains a mystery. Now, the time has come to reveal what they have prepared. Representing their region, Hong Kong, China!
A strong start has already set the tone for their journey, brave in every engagement and confident under pressure. Now they step forward again, aiming to dominate the tournament. Please welcome Syrian Arab Republic!
A battle between seasoned veterans against silent challengers here. This is Hong Kong, China's first debut in the Asian Games qualifiers this year. And Syria, they've been having a fantastic run thus far. 1-0 in the standings of Group D. But this upcoming matchup might shake things up for this group.
Yeah, we're very excited about this. Right? We really want to know what's going to happen. And this is the lineup for Hong Kong, China.
Yes, represented by Sikin, Kahin, Hoa, Sumke, and Kaheng. And this is a lineup that a lot of people have been very curious about. Like, we know their reputation at the international stage, right? We know what they are able to bring to the table, bring to the game itself. But for here, how is it going to be?
How is it going to be? It's definitely going to be a lot of spiciness, a lot of discipline and mechanics being brought over by the Hong Kong China representatives, because this is such a well-seasoned roster with players coming in from AG Global or the past performance coming in from Pulse Gaming. So I'm definitely excited to see what this roster can actually achieve.
All the largest names available possible going into this team, and we do know that everyone will be watching, not just to know what they can play, to also know what we want to ban and away from them. But here it is, Syria with their lineup: Bashar, Ammar, Abdul Aziz, Ali, and Ibrahim. Abdul Aziz, very well known with his temper still, using Angela, which is very, very rare to happen from any other teams.
Yeah, I remember that one. That was with the Blazing Brilliance, right? And I believe that was like in the first or second day. First day, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that like kind of set the tone towards like, oh, okay, we're capable of going that far, that long with such games.
Yeah, we do have a lot of things that we saw that day when Abdulaziz was actually trying to get the tempers. He stole the tempers because Ammar actually used his unruly blade behind the tempers instead of towards the tempers. My heart jumped, Sagi. I was shocked.
It was a very unexpected move coming in from Ammar. Maybe that was the, I would say, the mental play coming in from the side of Ammar, and then he actually removed the limiter in the enemy's jungle smite brain. It's like, oh, he did that, so this should be free. But then Abdulaziz comes in, Blazing Brilliance gets an easy steal on towards the Tempest.
And why is scary? Because they only have one smite compared to the other team. They had two smite, right? So I was expecting him to always prioritize the objective when the HP was like 5% left. But there's a lot of things to talk about. Also, Hong Kong China is actually chose blue side. They're going to go with blue side, so that means Syria is going to be on the red side.
Yeah, so by picking the blue side, obviously you will have the first pick later on. Expect some of the hot picks to come in, right? Maybe like the Chano, maybe like the Ali, maybe like the Ukyo Tachibana, or maybe because this is the debut game for Hong Kong China, right? They might pick a first pick that is unexpected.
I actually want to ask you, Saki, if you have to choose between blue and red, you have the power to choose.
Okay.
Which one would you want to go and why?
I think in the standard ban pick composition, right? I think noticing the fact that you have limited bans and you have strong picks like the Chano, Guan Yu, or even the likes of the Dolia and also Ukitachibana, I think blue side actually has a lot of value in this patch itself. So if it's for me, I think blue side is really comfortable.
That makes sense. This is probably why they're going with that too. And we do know that the blue side has a lot of advantage because they get the first pick. But also, as Sagi has always said before this as well, being on the red side means you can counter pick from what the blue side does. So that job really lands to the coach, right? The coach really have to be extremely aware of what's good and what's not to go up against the first few heroes that's going to be picked from the Hong Kong China side.
Yeah, that's a double edge, right? But let's see how will they take advantage of getting the first pick. So we're going to start off with a couple of familiar bands here. The Mai, the Dolia is out, the Ukyo Tachibana is out together with Guan Yu. So we still have the Chano that is quite a hot pick as well. Or maybe the Atta. Team seems to like to pick the Atta as a first pick. But if I were to pick between the Atta and the Chano, I'll probably go for Chano first.
Yeah, pretty safe pick, right? If you're on towards the Chano, you're spot on here coming in from Circloud, one of the tournament favorited picks thus far. Because one of this pick exactly, strong laning phase, good mid to late game, and it brings you super duper far with its carry potential. Here now, Hong Kong China, they have the advantage of picking either Zhangfei Lapu Lapu plus a jungle pick that could benefit them from the get-go.
I love the hero that has come out from Syria because they actually went with Atta because they already saw Chano, right? So Chano is not really a hero very well known with a Doomsday. Doomsday comes very, very late as the 5th or the 6th item. But they went with Atta and the Renji because the Renji can really melt down any tanks in front of him with the combo of Sparkforge Dagger, Doomsday, and Deep Frost Siege. But the response coming from Hong Kong, China is just special. Very aggressive, very high damage, and very a lot of specific crowd controls that's going to be done.
And now adding on the Lapu-Lapu to Syria, right? So this strategy is straightforward, right? We've seen this time and time again. Protect your farm laner. And that's what they're going to do. Go ship to split out, and we also have the passive from the Lapu-Lapu to give more durability to maybe the Atta or maybe whoever else that they're going to pick later on, with the mindset of like, we must keep the Direnji alive.
Yeah, keeping the Menuju alive is going to be an important task coming in for the side of Syria here. Judging from the fact that the mid lane pool is starting to get slightly limited, and Hong Kong, China might be considering of banning away the Gun and Mo. They have an Angela, and the Gun and Mo can also reach on towards the backline for the channel per se. So the Syria mid lane's pool might be starting to dwindle down in this second phase.
We still haven't seen any heroes from both sides to be able to jump all the way to the back line to maybe try to find Chano or Direnji. Maybe Atta can try to do that, but Chano has a lot of mobility coming in from the first kill, especially when he enters and exits brushes. Also, Fateh is a very good pick. It is a hero that can really melt down tanks as well with all the skill set that he has, but look at this. The choices coming in from Hong Kong, China. They really want to play with some tanky heroes and also a very global skill based.
Yeah, and they're saying that, hey, you have Fateh, you think you can go to the back line? Sure. I have one as well. I have the Nurza that can go to your backline too. So let's see who can engage first, who can reach the backline first, and that will be probably a game of pace between the two.
And to add on towards that, right, you have the Nurza that is really comfortable in going up against the Atta, who enjoys healing, right? Because Atta likes healing from the Grey Help, and then Nurza has a built-in healing reduction effect on his passive here, so it's a slight counter, but I'm loving the counter pick here coming in from Syria. Notice the fact that, hey, you have a lot of front lines. That's the Byron, that's the Nurza. Let's lock in the ladies, and that's really good into these front lines.
And help me out here, Sagi. The passive from Ninja actually stacks with Imperial, right? Imperial from Blazing Cape or Mortal Punisher or Venom stuff actually stacks hand in hand with that. That makes it even smaller amount of recovery.
I think it actually does, but it doesn't add on like just plus. It's like a multiply effect.
Oh, I get it.
So it's maybe like a 40 to 50% beneficial effect, which actually impacts really well, especially when you have Atta in this direct jungle matchup. But this is game one of Hong Kong, China's debut, going up against Syria, the undefeated in their own group.
All right, the debut game for Hong Kong, China, the game that everyone's been looking forward to. And they're going to start off with grouping up together in the middle. So this is going to be a standard sort of starting where you send the roamer into the middle, helping the mid laner to clear the lanes as quickly as possible before they rotate towards the side.
Yeah, Sakin is going to be playing at the Clash for sure. He's going to be up top and down below here. We do have a little bit of raid happening from them. And Syria really have to try to protect the Azure Golem as best as they can. We do know Ali is nearby. Is Ali going to be joining too? He's still quite busy with his minions. But Amar is going to be at the Azure Golem, trying to make sure that he's not going to lose this blue buff.
And at this stage, we can see that both sides pretty respectful of each other. Now, for Ibrahim, he has made the rotation towards the bottom, whereas for Kaheng, he's still pretty much in the middle. I guess they want to try to truly win that mid lane really, really cleanly before they can rotate away, which is absolutely fine as well, because before this, it was kind of still 50-50.
Yeah, and right now they're going to try to group up towards the mid lane. Rotation is going to be done by the Syrian team. We want to see who's going to start to be aggressive first, because there's a lot of respect going on here between Syria and Hong Kong, China. They want to be very careful not to do any mistakes, but it seems like also Hong Kong, China doesn't want to force anything out.
Yeah, based on the composition as well, they're not like, okay, we can engage early on in team fights, right? If any team were to be able to engage in early team fights, especially after level 4, I would say it's more towards the Syrian side. The composition for Hong Kong, China is that they need to farm up before they are able to get into more team fights. So I guess that's why they are still playing this kind of chill.
True, 1,000 gold difference is a huge lead within the 2 minutes mark. Rotation is going to be done by Hong Kong, China, moving towards the top lane. It seems like they're going to try to see if they can poke Bashar a little bit, or they're just going to try to get a lot of resources. This is what matters, right? All of these small little things, trying to get all of these resources, it actually works out very well as long as Syria doesn't actually try to punish them. But they have to be punished, because every time Hong Kong China goes into the jungle side of the Syrian team, they do have this 20% damage reduction from the Sprite Link protection.
And also, every time they move in, you can see that they don't move in and go out empty, right? They still get a couple of jungle side creeps there, so that's why they're ahead in terms of goal right now. And that's what they're looking to do. They're looking to stack up early on. When it comes to the mid game, especially when the first Tyrant shows up, that's where they will truly engage.
Yeah, that's true. And it seems like Hoa is going to try to help out the jungle to get as much gold as possible. This is the gold sharing technique that we always talk about. This is very important for them to clear together. Not on top of that, getting a lot more goals. Also, they're going to be trying to help each other to, prepare for a team fight. You're always together, right? So it's going to be very hard for them to get picked off.
Yeah, it's speaking about their potential team fight, right? It could come out in about 30 more seconds when the first Tempest is up. And I'm pretty sure Hong Kong, China will want to try to challenge for it. As for Syria, are they prepared for it? Well, they still have about 15 more seconds to decide whether they want to start grouping up there or not.
Yep, Syria has been quite passive, but at the same time they try to rotate as much as they can. It seems like Ibrahim prefers to stay with Ali, trying to make sure that Ali has a lot of space to farm. This is very important for the RNG to have all of his itemization, especially Spark Force Dagger at the early stage.
Okay, looks like they could start it off not only in the middle, but the middle is more towards zoning. Ibrahim waiting at the side. Is he going to come in? Nope. Not able to come in at the right time. And even though he had the Raging Sea, but yeah, he doesn't have the smite together with him.
Oh, the zone control coming in from them really blocks Ammar from reaching out towards Tyrant at all. But it looks like they're trying to get Ammar right now. Ammar will get hit by the Raging, but there's no problem whatsoever. He will run away.
Yep. He still is able to get away, especially with the tower nearby, so he will be fine. But the key thing here is that we can see that Hong Kong, China, how they exert dominance across the river area. It doesn't need to be like inside the jungle. As long as they can control the river area, they already won like, what, 60% of the map.
Yeah, it seems like Kahin really has the most gold right now, including Sumki and Zakin. And we do know that the Byron, Zakin, already have Pure Sky. This is going to give him a lot of edge in terms of team fight, trying to reduce damage as much as 35% damage reduction just from that active item.
Oh, at the bottom right now, Ibrahim blazing brilliance onto him, but he's able to survive this one. Only 50% of health shredded down, and he's okay for now.
No problem whatsoever. Seems like they're going to try to get the tier 1 tower without any resistance coming in from the Syrian team. They're not going to try to force it out as well. But the flight coming in from Kahin, trying to push Bashar away.
Okay, Kahin just showing discipline here, right? Like, he knows that, okay, there's no point for me to chase. But speaking about chasing, in the middle, Abdul Aziz might be chased down. Ghost Shape will be used, and Blazing Brilliance as well. But to no avail. We're still at a 0-0, interestingly.
True. 5 minutes in, still 0-0. This just shows that Syrian also trying to be as safe as possible. Look at that!
Oh, and it's still a 0-0 somehow. Ibrahim is able to get away to safety, but probably we can't say the same for Ammar. Ammar, down to the last hit. The chase is happening right now. There's nothing that Ibrahim can do about this, and Samke will get the first strike. Make that a double strike. Surely Ali will be taken down, but no, he says, I will not let you pass, but still they caught him.
The burn coming in from Kahin. That's the passive of Naja. You really have to be careful with that hero because the burn damage is actually true damage. It doesn't care about your armor. It doesn't care about your shield. It will punch through. And this is exactly what happened. They managed to dive early on, try to get as much damage as they can, and they just pull back. They know that the Ninja's passive is gonna work its thing.
Oh man, for a second there, I thought that he would have been able to survive that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was just too unfortunate, right? But good timing there by Hong Kong, China, right? They know that the burn damage is enough, and they don't need to like overextend their stay at the top. They just pull back, and they know they're sure that that takedown is theirs.
Also, props to Abdul Aziz because he actually helped them to disengage even more efficiently because of his skill sets, and he knows exactly where to put his first and second to make sure that all of them get frozen while they're trying to run away. It's a very effective move coming from him, but it looks like they're going to try to be able to get one. Bashar will become the victim in this one.
Oh, Raging Sea, but then again, Ibrahim has nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run, and he will be taken down. Double strike towards Sumki.
All of the fights actually started with the idea, always ready to try to slap them, try to lock them in, not letting them move around. And Ammar is going to take a lot of damage. He's trying his best to protect the tower.
Well, the Ghost Shield is up though, but then again, they were still going for it. Sumki will get one for himself. The tower now is in danger, but the minions are no longer there, and Hong Kong, China has to pull back.
Hong Kong China will start to focus on the tier 1 mid tower right now as fast as they can. There you go, the outer mid tower will go down. Now the inner tower will be the focus for them. 7,000 gold in front for Hong Kong China is a huge amount. They will feel so comfortable right now. No problem whatsoever to maintain this pressure towards Syria.
Yeah, the next Tyrant is going to be up soon. So Hong Kong China might be looking towards that while Zikin is opening up the space at the top. He's cutting the wave. And now the blue buff will be contested.
It seems like they really want to get this blue buff. Amar managed to use the smite. Amar managed to steal, but it seems like they really want to get them one by one.
Oh, they still got him. They still got him even though he was underneath the tower. And now they're going in for the chase. Even though there's a third tower there, but they're still chasing. But now they start to pull the handbrake back and return back to the objective gameplay of pushing the lanes.
Oh, Amar's aggression, trying to make sure that he secures the blue buff. Is it worth it though? The fact that they actually lost Ali along the process, I'm not sure if it's the best move, but at least he gets what he needs. Right now, the difference in gold is 9,000 going to be on the side of Hong Kong China, and they might start a new team fight very, very soon.
Yep, just waiting for the engagement right now. Who's going to make the first move? Whether it's going to be Syria or Hong Kong China. Ghost Ship being used, so now they know that no Ghost Ship, they can go in for it. Try to take down the tower. The minions are still there though. Tower is still active, but for how long? Looks like not for long as they manage to zone off the members of Syria.
Oh, well, actually use the Blazing Brilliance just to push them away to make sure that they have enough space to destroy the high ground tower. And it seems like they're going to start to focus down on the last high ground tower down below. And at the same time, I think mid lane is still out there. But they still have the choice to go for Titan or Overlord, but there's not enough time. So they have to wait for the Shadow Overlord or the Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, might as well, right? Might as well at this point. And at the same time, at the bottom, the tower is in a critical situation. So Hong Kong China, they're not really in a hurry to take that one down yet. All they need to do right now is just to zone off the Syrian members and take the next objective, which is the Tyrant for themselves.
Yeah, it seems like they really try to open up the map in front. Look how aggressive Kahing is, always all over the map in front of them, and no one dares to go to the front. Look at Sekat, he's always ready to jump in.
Okay, speaking about jumping in, he might jump in anytime soon. The tower is in critical situation. They might focus on the tower, and now the tower is down. The Blazing Brilliance will shoot them away. There's no way for them to move forward. And Hong Kong China, again, disciplined gameplay shown. Take down the tower and retreat.
The Blazing Brilliance Cloud. The timing is just so good. He knows that he needs to put down that Blazing Brilliance just to put in some zone control, to put the mindset of Syrian players to have a little bit of fear so that they cannot really protect that high ground tower down below. Right now, they might gonna be doing the exact same thing for mid lane.
Yeah, they look at the mid lane. Oh, but at the same time, they took down the Shadow Tyrant. So they got the Shadow Tyrant, and now that the mid lane open, the Blazing Brilliance, it was used to shoot up away as well. And look at this, Hong Kong China, they're not turning back. Ghost Ship will be deployed, and Ghost Ship will separate them all. But then again, they will further engage into the front line, and it's going to be Ibrahim taken down.
Ooh, Amar also goes down. This is a very good move coming in from Hong Kong China, and they really want to get the rest of the heroes coming in from Syria. They're going to start to destroy.
Oh!
The Blazing Brilliance, he managed to find Bashar. Bashar going to go down. There's only 2 left.
Oh, this is time for Hong Kong China to wrap things up, and game 1 is going to go to Hong Kong China.
Perfect debut coming in from Hong Kong China's representatives here. I would say that was such a clean, elegant gameplay by them. No unnecessary mistakes, no unnecessary plays. Good and efficient Honor of Kings played by this team.
Do you know what this reminds me of? Laos gameplay.
Correct.
It's so clean, but they're a bit more aggressive than Laos. With on top of that, the fact that the idea, even though he's playing a support role, he's still so brave to go to the front and make sure that he can open the fight. And he's trying to dare anyone to touch him, but no one dares to go close to him.
Yeah, and aggressive in the sense of like, not like, oh, they look for takedown after takedown after takedown. In their mind is that aggressive as in like, as long as we can shoo you away, we force you back, we can take over your space. That's aggressive to them.
I like that. It's what we always say, calculated aggression, where you are understanding on what you exactly need to do and the limit that you can actually push towards to. So if it's over a certain limit that you know you're going to be overextending,
they're not going to do it. They're just going to be like, okay, guys, it's time to stop here. We already got enough. Let's bail out. Let's reset the play or look for something elsewhere. No unnecessary plays, no unnecessary movements. That was really comfortable to watch coming in from Hong Kong, China.
I agree. There's no better words than what Sagi just said. He described perfectly because Hong Kong China's gameplay is just so good. I'm sure that every other team is watching this as well, and they will be learning, and they want to know what are the best heroes coming in from them. We can't see it yet because this is just the first game. This is their debut. We haven't seen the second game, so they might be choosing other heroes.
Yeah, maybe they might come out with the hero picks that we have not seen at all before this, right? So I look forward to that, right? But of course, this is a very clean debut for them, and other teams, like what you said, right, will be watching this and seeing that, especially in their group, they'll be like, they're good.
Yeah, they're really good, and especially when you're in Group D. Group D doesn't have a lot of information. The only series that we saw was potentially Syria and Sri Lanka, and also Singapore going up against Republic of South Korea the other day. So these are the games that you'll be like, oh wow, Hong Kong China is that good. So how will you be feeling if you are in Group D?
Yeah, that's the question, right? It's just so scary. Also, because I think the mysterious effect comes with them being the last team to debut the match today, or the entire qualifiers, right? So it's very, very scary on how now they show up with this kind of gameplay, and everyone has been waiting for them. I think it's the surprise factor really helps them a lot according to the schedule as well. So yeah, it's gonna be very interesting for the game too.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? I really can't wait to see what's going to happen on game number 2. But we're going to focus on to game number 1, just reviewing back on what kind of items did they get. Now, one thing I did notice is that for Team Hong Kong China is that they completed the Venomous Stab and the Blazing Cape very, very, very early.
Yeah, you gotta really shut down the key players here coming in from the side of Syria, especially Amar on that Ata. Because when you shut down the jungle, who is the primary invasive force coming in from Team Syria's lineup, you can start to see, okay, if Ata falls, there's not going to be a lot of aggression coming in for the side of Syria. If one player falls, you'll be like, on your it's like, do I even go on this or do I back off? It makes it really awkward. So as long as Ata falls, it's always going to be in favor of Hong Kong China because they have so much heals and shields pumping up from their clash lane, their roamer, and also their jungler.
It's a small little thing, right? Because just now, Ninja from Kahin, he wasn't really all over the place. He was just playing passively, but he did what he needs to do. Like he used his Grand Skyfall towards Bashar, trying to push Bashar away from the top tower and whatnot. But when it comes to the time that he really needs to join and do something, he really was there, and he actually applied all the imperil effects towards the very most important heroes such as Ammar and Bashar, and it all worked out pretty well for them.
Yeah, there were a few times where Bashar was already pushing the first tower at the top, right?
Yeah.
And then he's like, okay, Grand Skyfall there, a few hits, and Bashar turns back, job done.
Yeah.
If in a normal ranked game, right, we'll be like, okay, go and chase and chase and chase and chase.
Nothing fancy, right?
Yeah.
Nothing fancy.
This one, nothing fancy, yeah.
But very efficient, right? Efficient, making sure that, sure, Abdulaziz did have the highest damage coming in from the side of the ladies and of Team Syria. But the problem is, you gotta be wondering, like, okay, they take a lot of damage, but there's no takedown coming in from the side of Team Syria. It was a perfect game from start to finish. Hong Kong China didn't waste a single step, single movement. Every one of it was calculated to the deep root core.
Yeah, and I am sorry that I have to say this, but I think that Abdulaziz's level of gameplay is maybe a class higher a bit from his teammates. I think if his teammates could really catch up to his level of play, his positioning, the way he's always aggressively trying to look for a chance, creating space for his teams, by the way, I feel that they would improve a lot more if they can just rotate around together with Abdulaziz, trying to enable him to be able to do more things.
Yeah, it's shown by the damage output as well, right? So that's one. Well, Ali had a decent damage output, but I guess because of how the teams kind of like rotate around and kind of like shoo him away from his lane, so he didn't really have a good farming time.
And just look at that goal graph, man. Such a beautiful game coming in from Hong Kong China here. Ever past the 4-minute mark, they're just slowly but surely ramping up that goalie. I believe that this game, the first strike was relatively late, and it only happened at that top Crimson Golden team fight coming in from both teams, where Hong Kong China got 2 to 3 takedowns, and that's where the entire league starts skyrocketing because Hong Kong China was able to consistently bring in the resource coming in from Team Syria's jungle. Every time you respawn, taken away. After the jungle has been taken away, you move towards the tower and you rinse and repeat until you win the game. Perfectly done coming in from Hong Kong, China.
They actually made it and did it very early on, since 1 minute 30 seconds mark. They kept on going to the small lizard beside the clash lane and steal one after another. But after they steal, they don't force any fights. They just pull back.
Yeah, that's what I like about their gameplay, right? They don't force fights. And we can see that from the highlights as well. Okay, they know whichever takedown they can get. Even this one, like Ali, right? Okay, down to the last, and they know that they have the burning damage. They pull back, they don't like, okay, we still jump in and try to secure that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see after that play, before that play even happened, right? They already had a 2,000-3,000 gold lead from farming efficiently, from stealing away camps, from dominating the early game thus far. And after that upside, it's just rinse and repeat. Coming in, team fights in towards the bottom lane, pick up the tower, rotate again for the remaining towers on the map. Every time you see the fight, it's always for an objective, the tower, the buff, and then you force the team fight around it, which leads to a very comfortable curve because every single team fight or takedown that you win, it leads to an objective going into your pockets.
Very, very good and clean fight coming in from the... I think Hong Kong China actually demonstrated to us all one of the best way to actually do goal sharing techniques. If you guys actually go and replay again the game that we actually saw just now, the entirety of the game from the beginning, the way they rotate together, making sure that all three of them, the jungler, mid lane, and the roamer, share the gold, really helps out the team to ramp up the gold economy.
And Hoa is your MVP, okay, with a KDA of 205 and the damage up for 24.3%. Damage taken 20.7% and a total goal of 19.1%. But what made him the MVP, in my opinion, is his blazing brilliance.
Oh yeah.
It's not necessarily about getting those takedowns, but it's to get those zones in, and that's brilliant.
And he took a 20.7% damage here, and that's a lot of damage coming in from an Angela, despite the fact of how having a single death coming in from the entire game. It means that he's absorbing damage and also simultaneously pushing out damage and also surviving in those team fights.
Right, and because of him alone, he actually zoned out the rest of the Syrian team, making sure that they cannot defend their high ground tower, which is arguably the most precious tower in the entire game. And I think he did it very, very well, even though that's not translated here. Like, there's no stats to show how many seconds that he managed to zone the enemy team out, right? So I think he knows what he's doing, and the team actually benefited a lot from that.
Yeah, and why he can absorb that much is because when you use the Blazing Brilliance, you are anti-CC, that's one, and then you have an extra shield. And even though if you're being the target, it would take a bit of time for you to be taken out, unless like if you have a garden mode, that kind of level of burst.
Yeah, and he fully utilized the shield that you mentioned there just now, and that was a really splendid game coming in for the side of Hong Kong China in their debut match. But before we go into the next match, let's do a quick shout out for our hotel partner and venue sponsor here, Marriott Petaling Jaya. Thank you once again for sponsoring our 2026 esports event, which is the Asian Games qualifiers for the honor of Kings qualifiers. Yeah, we thank you so much and we appreciate it.
Thank you, really appreciate it. Now, going back to the game, still with Hong Kong, China and Syria, we're gonna be going into game number 2 very soon. The players are definitely ready, they're up on the stage. Let's go see what they're about to do. The coach is right there, he's gonna start to plan things out.
Okay, so side selection looks like Syria chose red. So again, Hong Kong China is going to get the blue side. They're going to get the first pick again. Is there a particular hero that you would ban from the hands of Hong Kong China, Saki?
Oh, they played it super duper well just now. I don't think it was really due to the fact of any single pick, but more of a team effort in being able to win that game alone. I would say that you just go back to your tried and true, play accordingly to what you already know coming in from Syria, and test whatever works. Because in that group itself, Group D is a rather difficult group. If you can make it work against Hong Kong China for, let's say, the first 10 minutes of the game, maybe you can bring the experience into different games as well.
I agree. The experience is what matters, right? It's the most valuable thing. I think the most important experience that really helps everyone out here is actually the experience of sitting up on the stage fright. It's just that it's something very hard to get used to, I think.
Yeah, I can't even imagine it, right?
Yeah.
Like I haven't been on that kind of stage before. I don't think you have, Sim?
No,
you have?
not
No, wait, you have.
I have, but it's not really for tournament. It's just a fun one. So.
Okay.
But yeah,
It's an experience, right?
Yeah, I think experience-wise, it's gonna affect them mentally a lot, Sagi, because they stay on the stage and listen to the cheers of the crowd and also the voices of the shoutcasters beaming through the speakers, right?
I like that. I like that comparison because when you are playing a offline game, it's really different than you're playing from your gaming house or your own setup. The phone is also different. Your usual setup is also different. The way you sit is also different. Some players I know they sit on the sofa, some sit on their beds, and this is an official offline setup where you need to be able to sit straight, hands on the phones, and then there's lights, there's cameras all pointing towards you. So the suspense, the feeling is rather different compared to playing from home.
You do have experience in terms of this stage fright thing, right? I mean, for us, I think we can relate to this stage fright as in the camera fright. We're in front of the cameras right now and all that. We know thousands of people are watching from home and whatnot. But I think it's more or less the same as that. So getting used to it really takes a lot of time. And I'm pretty sure having that experience under their belt for Hong Kong, China is going to be very helpful. Also, in terms of their drafting is looking good.
And they choose to bat out the Atta and the Dune. So they're going to test serious flexibility in terms of hero picks here. Now, again, first pick for Hong Kong, China, they did get the Chano as the first pick. I wouldn't be surprised if they repeat that again, and they will.
They are a very calm and disciplined team. I do think that coming in towards this group, they don't want to show too much of their cards before going up against other opponents like Singapore or Republic of Korea that could potentially try and challenge them in this case. Can Syria challenge them? Well, it's for us to find out. This is the second game between Hong Kong, China, and also Syria, with Syria locking in that Mai Xuanui and also Zhang Fei. Now the question is, what does Hong Kong, China lock here? Potentially the Yuhuan Dolia? That could be the case.
I agree. Definitely, Xiao Chao is going to be picked. And also Dharma. These are all heroes with huge skill sets, such as Dharma with his ultimate trying to punch everyone down. And usually I would compare Zhang Fei and Liang Po to be the equivalent of each other. But in this case, Dharma is the equivalent ultimate of Zhang Fei, the one-hit wonder that can actually turn the game around. But Zhang Fei in hands of Syria, will it be good? Also side by side with Mai? That is the question.
I think the Zhang Fei will be good, definitely. You can either engage first or the Mai engage first. It doesn't really matter for me. But of course, if you want to talk about like, okay, you're always the one in the front line, then yeah, definitely the Zhang Fei to get a good engage.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? You definitely want a front line coming for the side of Syria. But my main concern here right now, if Hong Kong, China goes for an aggressive jungle, that potential Neza jungle pick might be in danger because Neza, yes, we did see Hong Kong, China perfect it just now, but that's under the influence where Syria didn't actively invade the Hong Kong, China jungle. So we need to see, how does this play out coming in for Hong Kong, China? Do they go for the aggressive jungle and make it a bit of a pain for Amar on the Neza?
But if they actually go with Assassin, it's going to be quite brave from their side, right? Because they have no tanky heroes for now. The Clash is not tanky. And I think it's going to be very interesting. Also, if they're going with Assassins, they have to go with tanky Roma for sure. But Erin is a good pick from Syria.
I noticed that Syria's current pick is all the same color scheme.
Oh yeah, it's yellow and reddish kind of team. You know, they're matching colors, matching the OTD coming in today, coming from Syria here. Well, of course, I do enjoy seeing the Mai Xuanui and Zhang Fei here, and I am liking the Nakoruru that's being locked in by Hong Kong, China, because that's a good hero encountering a multi-lineup team composition coming in from Syria here. You have the Neza, you have the Zhang Fei, potentially the last pick coming in from Ibrahim that will be locked in, might be another tank as well.
Nakoruru will definitely try to find the Erin a lot. But going up against maybe Neja, it might be a little bit of a problem because Neja is quite tanky. But we do have Fateh here, who is able to just melt down anyone in front of him, especially Lapu-Lapu. But this is a hero that needs items.
A lot of items. A lot of them. You need like Black Fleet, you need the Axe of Torment, you need the... Sometimes you go for Spark of Doomsday, you need the Pure Sky, you need the Frostguard Embrace. All those are decent items that could actually propel this hero, Fatih, into the potential late game that we talk about here. But this is the finalized draft coming in from Hong Kong, China, going up against Syria here. Sir Cloud, if there ever is a draft that you favor, who do you give it over to?
I am looking at giving it to Hong Kong, China. Thank you, Sagi. Because they are a little bit more balanced here and they can play a faster pace as compared to Syria's draft. Yes, they do have the mind when they pick that. It's like, okay, yeah, they can play a faster pace. But their subsequent picks, like what you mentioned earlier, Adam, is that, okay, they need items, especially the Fatih.
Yeah.
And then for the Zhang Fei, you need to collect the Madness Stack all the time. Every time you use the Unbridled Outburst, so it kind of resets again and it slows down the pace. So when it comes to pacing-wise, Hong Kong, China, they do have that one better, especially when they have the Nakaruru.
Yeah, the heroes don't really have the need of scaling too much. I think that's quite important when the coach is drafting anything to think about, okay, does it scales well or not? Is this too fast or is this too slow for the entire team? The timing! He actually manages to steal Hoa with the first kill.
Wow, beautifully done. Stolen away the buff.
The timing.
Yeah.
Perfection.
Wow. Wow, that's just the next level play, they say. Perfect. But they're now looking for the Crimson Golem instead.
Yep.
Would they be able to pull it off again though?
I wouldn't be surprised if it does happen, but that is the Ninja, if everyone is confused. That is skin partnership with AOV, but we can see how they're still trying to get the Crimson Golem. They have to go back because the presence of the Zhang Fei is just a little bit too scary. Look at the damage coming in from the Xiao Chao. They're so ready to go in, but they are still okay knowing that Zhang Fei doesn't have level 4.
Yep, as long as Zhang Fei does not have level 4 yet, then they cannot really counter-engage. So that's why Hong Kong, China, they take this advantage. They know that this time is still right for them to just press Syria. Until at least the level 4 of Zhang Fei is there, then they'll think about it.
Yeah, right now they're going to be trying to focus down onto the jungle side of the Syria. Same thing exactly like the previous match, where 1,100 gold difference is a huge number within 2 minutes, right? Because they keep on stealing this, stealing that, with the Hoa and the first kill stealing the Azure Golem. It's going to hurt Syria quite a lot.
Okay, Ali's kind of low though. But at least he has his teammate Ibrahim to get with him. Anything, Leaping Saber comes in, gives him the extra shield to sustain.
Yeah.
But we have 3 plays for Hong Kong, China here, and are they really going to engage? Not really, because Kahing is not even level 4 yet.
True, Kachosen has been thrown quite a lot of times. We can also see on how Hong Kong China is trying to be as respectful as possible, trying not to overextend. They do know that they might do a little bit of mistake if they're off position, because the positioning from Syria team this time is a little bit better than before. It feels like they're trying to slow down the onslaught coming in from the Hong Kong China, and it's working out.
Yep, it almost feels like game number 1, right? It's like Hong Kong, China, their objective is not to like, okay, we want to get takedown, we want to look for takedown. It's not that.
Yeah.
They just want to try to win the river area, steal away a couple of jungles or get the buff, and they will slowly build from there. And that is shown again by their goal gap right now.
The pacing and rhythm from them works out very well, and I think there's nothing wrong with just sticking with this thing and not forcing any strikes towards the Syrian team. But it seems like a rotation has been trying to be done by Sumki, but he's gonna be there at the bottom lane alone for now. If Zhang Fei turns around and try to use the ultimate, he might go down quickly.
But speaking about going down, Bashar, no. Again, Hong Kong, China showing that, okay, they can engage, but they don't need to go all the way. But speaking about going all the way, Syria Amar might have gone all the way, but now Ibrahim is the target man. But still, he's able to absorb that damage. Unbridled Outburst has been deployed though, so now he has to take a bit of time to get back his madness stack.
You have to recall back to the base for now, but it seems like Ali is all alone. It looks like Lapu-Lapu Kahing is hiding behind, getting prepared for the next one. He can see Abdul Aziz. Is he going to try to use the Raging Sea? Not yet. He's still saving it for now, but the teammates are trying to respond. They're getting nearer and nearer. Now they're going to try to pull back just a little bit. That's how they play.
Yeah. They pull back, they just put pressure back onto Syria. Now, because of that, but hang that thought for a second, because at the top, Kahin gets the first strike.
I don't know how or where suddenly Ammar got there so quickly, and he got punished efficiently too. Look how Abdul Aziz is still hiding, trying to hide his presence, making sure that no one knows he's there. But the Azure Golem will be taken because they know Ammar is not around.
Now they're still hanging around the bottom side. Look at this, 3 of them from Hong Kong, China there. And Kahing is opening up the space in front, giving a lot of information away. And because of that, Syria, knowing the presence of Kahing around, it's like difficult for them to show up in front.
Yeah, Kahin with a lot of gold, 4,000, is gonna be continuing his momentum, trying to farm as much as he can. The rotation is gonna be done by them so aggressively, so proactive compared to C right now. They're trying to match the energy, but I think they might have to change their rhythm a little bit to force Hong Kong China try to follow the Syrian rhythm instead. So they have to force something out of the box. They cannot stay too stagnant and too passive in their own side.
So what would you do if you're Syria, right? Would you like force the fight onto Kahin because he's always alone, he's always the one opening up the map?
Yeah, I would. Anything that is different than trying to mirror the movement right now. It feels like they're just trying to mirror, they're not trying to force something. But it feels like if they rotate first and forcing Hong Kong China to follow their momentum, then they can start to make good use of the brushes.
Oh, but here comes the engagement of Amar. Amar takes a lot of damage and Kahin gets his second strike.
A very quick annihilation right there. Amar has been taken down quickly. Then Kahin is going to try to reverse back, but it looks like the Raging Sea manages to connect with two of them.
Oh, beautiful Raging Sea there, but nobody's there to follow up. Then again, it's not the objective of Hong Kong China. All they want is to just strike fear into the place of Syria.
Yeah, the fear is definitely there, but we can also see the priority coming in from Sumki is actually the first tower in the mid lane, which is very, very good. That's what they want, right? They want to keep on pushing, keep on getting closer and closer towards the crystal, and it seems like they are getting closer now.
Yes, and the moment Hong Kong China gets the middle tower, you know that's it. You know they were absolute entry into the jungle side. But speaking about entry, it looks like they're trying to make an entry onto the top. Let's see who they can get at this moment. Amar will be the frontline person. He tries to get one Seekin, maybe, but no. If you kind of think about it, right? Without Ibrahim, nobody is able to engage. And Ibrahim has to, oh, wait, Bashar?
Yep.
Oh, at the bottom.
Bashar is still at the bottom, but look at that. Amar's down so quickly. Abdulaziz was hiding behind them. I was expecting Abdulaziz to commit to something, but he did not.
Yeah, and it feels like, okay, they're kind of hesitating, like, whether we want to commit, whether I want to use the Unbridled Outburst for Ibrahim or not. So there were a lot of maybe misalignment there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. 6,000 gold in front for the Hong Kong China. They're trying to be as safe as possible, but consistently controlling both sides of the jungle. They really want to suffocate Syria as much as possible.
Yeah, and they really want this middle tower, right? This middle tower has been protected by Syria. But for how long more can they hold this middle tower? Because the longer they hold the middle tower, the other lanes are being pushed in.
Yep, that's true. The third tier tower is probably going to go down here without the help of their teammates. Abdulaziz is probably a bit too far. Abdulaziz coming in from the left. They're going to get the high ground tower without any problem whatsoever. But at the top lane, Bashar is still proactively trying to get the towers. This is the difference that I'm talking about. They have to force Hong Kong China to pull back and try to defend their top lane.
Okay, Abdulaziz is behind, but can you really engage right now? Because there's already a level gap of at least on average maybe like 2 levels.
Yeah.
So even if you engage, like, do you have the damage? Do you have the help to sustain fights?
So if they rotate much quicker, they maybe can capture anyone who is sort of isolated, that doesn't have any teammates around them. But it looks like Titan's going to be taken by Amar. A very nice thing for them to get right now. At least a small little win for Syria.
Okay, and okay, that's good. That's good. That's improvement there, I must say. Getting the Tyrant, right? And that will kind of like force Hong Kong China to be like, okay, we need to relook our strategy and how we move again. But look at how they move. They're like 2 top, 2 left. And the moment they move in, they immediately get Ali down.
And Bashar is still down there. This is very, very good from Syria. They're really trying their best to distract them away from the fact that he's currently doing a split push down there. But very smart from Kahin. Kahin is trying to cut the lane off from his back. So Bashar doesn't have any more reinforcement from minions. He has to destroy the high ground tower of Hong Kong China right here, right now. No one's coming back for him for now. But it looks like they're trying to push all the way into the mid lane. They're sending Channel.
Then they're going in for them, trying to buy enough time for the bottom. At least Sumki managed to go back down to the bottom lane to clear off that lane. And now Ibrahim will be the next target. Ibrahim turns back, and he will be taken down. Double strike to Kahin.
Oh, Bashar actually almost managed to get Sumki. Just now, Sumki had to go back. If he actually gets striked by Bashar, Bashar might be able to end the game. They really have to be careful. They have to rethink their strategy. Do they have to send someone else instead to deal with Bashar? This is what we were talking about, right? They need to do something different to force Hong Kong China to play according to their rhythm.
Yeah, and that's the reason of serious engagement in this replay, right? Is because that they just want to buy time for Bashar to push, but not knowing that Sumki actually made it back in time. If Sumki was still in that fight together, then Bashar could have ended the game.
I agree. This is what they can keep on doing, honestly, if you ask me. Bashar is really getting his itemization done as well. But look at poor Amar. His goal is literally just 4,000 at this moment. He's going to be struggling quite a bit, but that's okay. He can be the secondary tank in this situation. But look at this, Cloud!
Oh! Came from the side, just like that. You blink and you miss it, ladies and gentlemen. Abdul has his spell. Amar is the next one to fall. Two from side of Syria, not there.
Very, very quick coming in from Hong Kong. They really try to get their next target for sure. Ibrahim and Ali are trying their best to defend, and Bashar is forced to go back to help his team, and he cannot split at this time.
Okay, right now just waiting for the minions to come in. They're going to come in from the top, from the middle, and then from the bottom next. But the objective for Hong Kong China is that they want to take down the mid tower, and now they have absolute access to the crystal.
I agree, and right now Hong Kong China is going to try to get one down at the very least. Raging Sea hitting no people, and the third goes down as well, and Bashar will go down. Hong Kong China end the game within a blink of an eye.
And I gotta say, if first time is luck, second time is consistency, and that is the form delivered by Hong Kong China in back-to-back victories against Syria.
Oh, absolutely. The same formula apply, right? Like, play it disciplined, don't overcommit, don't need to do all the fancy stuff, and just try to take area and try to end the game as quickly as possible. But what I like about Team Syria this time is that they try something different. The one that they sent to Fatih down to split push, I think that was pretty nice.
It works, and I think that's what they need. They need to force Hong Kong China to try to start following their rhythm instead. But I know it's going to be very hard because the macro gameplay coming in from Hong Kong China is just too flimsy. There's nothing they can do to respond to that jungle steal, all the small little details.
It's very impeccable, right? The way that they play is really nice to watch because every one of the movements coming in as a 5-man unit is calculated. It's planned beforehand, and they settle the way first, and then they look for the invasive play. So that's what I like about the gameplay coming in for Hong Kong China. That's where it comes from, the seasoned experience coming in from the respective clubs.
Dude, in an alternate universe, right?
Yeah.
When Fatih was doing that push bottom, and then the engagement happened in the top jungle just to buy time for Fatih, right? If China was part of that engagement,
it's over.
It would have been a totally different result.
I agree. And actually, Sumki was almost taken down by Bashar just now. If Bashar actually managed to pull that off with his minions still alive, I'm pretty sure the game has ended and gonna go for the Syrian team. I think the play that we're doing, they had the right mindset at the very least. They had the idea.
They really had the idea because like the other players was like just stalling for the potential backdoor, but it comes down to the execution coming in from the channel player, which is the side of the Sumki. He played it really well. He pulled the range. He made sure that, yes, my job here is just to stall you, make sure the wave is cleared, and once the wave is cleared, I don't need to chase for a takedown. My job is just to back off and let the top side win in that 44.
Yeah, same formula, right? It's like, okay, I just need to clear off the wave. Right, and I don't need to like really chase you down and try to get that takedown. Again, it just shows that level of discipline is just next level. No fancy stuff, just do what it needs to do and win the game.
Honestly, I thought today when we saw Laos's gameplay, I thought that was textbook enough because they did not force war. Even though they were like 10,000 gold in front, right? They were in front of the crystal, but they did not dive in. They were so very good with micro gameplay, making sure that all the economy gold are on their side, but did not force. But again, suddenly Hong Kong China Cloud managed to do even better than that.
Dude, if that was textbook, this is dictionary.
Oh.
This is like the whole like, okay, here is everything here. Every word that you know is here.
And what a debut, right? Coming in from Hong Kong, China, just to showcase that they are what
they are mentioned about. Like this
Yes.
region itself is so strong, and they come into this competition showing the best gameplay that we've seen so far. I think it reminds us of the Indonesia gameplay, remember? Because Indonesia has yet to suffer any single form of being taken down at all with clean slate. And just now, Hong Kong, China as well, clean as well. Nothing happened. It was just clean, push, go, clean, push, go.
It's gonna be interesting if there's actually an achievement for any team that's not gonna be taken down, but I don't think they're gonna be chasing for that. That's a bit too much. But it's very interesting for sure to see on how, if ever some fine day Hong Kong, China are gonna go against Philippines or Indonesia, because we do know that they are very strong, but it's just that they're separated by different groups.
Yeah, separate groups itself, I don't think they will actually meet until the main event if they both or three of them do qualify towards that stage. But as of now, Hong Kong, China finding a really good start with a 2-0 end against Syria here. So that puts them on the spot as also the tied member coming in for first place in their own group.
Yeah, and it was just unfortunate that when it comes to itemization, right? Like Ibrahim is not able to farm his Blazing Cape, or at least Ammar is not able to farm his Blazing Cape. So without those items, it's going to be pretty hard for you to take down or even win fights.
Yeah, he cannot buy anything, honestly, because his jungle has been raided non-stop from the beginning. The rotation coming in from Kahin, from Sekat. Everyone is so ready trying to steal something. And Hoa, remember how Hoa just walking around at the side of the river, randomly throwing her first kill towards the blue buff and stealing the blue buff.
Oh, yeah.
In the process. I think that really hurts, not just mentally, but also especially economically.
Yeah, that was definitely heartbreaking coming in for the side of Amara, getting your Azure Golem stolen in such an act coming in from Hoa.
The first one.
Yeah, and I want to give a bit of a focus towards Sumki's item build. I believe you guys mentioned it before. If you go Eternity Blade and you're into like multiple tanks like the Zhang Fei, Amar's, Nutza, or even the Fatih, for example, you can always go second item Daybreaker if there's a lot of tanks. It's more gold efficient compared to going a Shadow Ripper.
Because Daybreaker now has critical chance as well. It's not only you have to really rely on Shadow Ripper, but of course in this patch it might not. But still, it's still such a good item to just pierce through the tankiness of any tanky heroes. And we can see on how Abdul Aziz are still one of the ones that's dealing a lot of damage for the side of Syria. But looking at the side of Hong Kong, China, the damage distribution coming in from them is even. We like it even if it shows that they contribute the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I was about to get to that point as well. And they play their role. Like, obviously, like if you're a Dharma, you're more like the engagey sort of hero, right? So you take a slightly lesser amount of damage output. Same goes for Kahin as well. But for those damage dealer sort of heroes like Kahin, like Hoa, like Sumki, they're all about the same. So this just shows the level of consistency that they have.
And they don't really force fights, right? They always fight when they know they have the advantage, which is really well disciplined, I would say. Textbook gameplay, dictionary gameplay, as mentioned by Cloud, which is really comfortable to watch. You may say that, why is the game so slow? But when you look at it in a different perspective, how they break down specific plays, it's really efficient in taking down resource from left to right, making sure that Syria had no chance or whatsoever in making a comeback because you're not giving any chance for it to do so.
Yeah, and why the gold graph actually starts way earlier within the first minute is also because of the gold sharing technique they were doing, the rotation from the mid lane towards the jungle, letting the jungle take some minions and whatnot. It's just so good coming in from them. I think that is something that really needs to be learned by every team. If they can just manage with that, they will for sure have a better experience within the mid lane towards the late game.
Yep, this is beautiful gameplay, right? Like if anyone watching this and they truly know like the timing, the rotation, or how objectively the game is being played, this is actually pitch perfect. Like I can't say anything wrong about the gameplay of Hong Kong, China.
Exactly, right? And let's check out the replay here. First right going over to the side of Kahin here, and you can see at 5 minutes or 6 minutes, it's only like one takedown coming from Hong Kong, China, but they already have like a 5,000 gold lead from that.
Exactly, Sagi. That's just because of the gold technique and also the fact that they keep on trying to raid all the small little things. But this is what happened down at the bottom lane, right? Sumki forced to go back because he cannot, he has to defend. But he almost went down because of the Sacred Tree Blessing if you look at the map.
Yeah, and again, I'm just looking at these replays, right? And even looking at the outs being used in general, right? It's the same formula like before. Like if we play, okay, like if I play, right?
Yeah.
My mind will be like, whenever I use an out, I must get a takedown, the team must get a takedown engagement.
Yeah.
But to them, it's like, no, As long as they can shoo away their opponents, it's good. And we have to give the MVP this time to Kahin with a KDA of 604.
27.4%, Sagi. This is a lot coming in from an assassin jungle, which means that he has that much confidence. Although damage taken has been 21%, thanks to his unending raid towards the enemy jungle.
It's a smart pick, right? Especially when enemy is so beefy, like Nerza, like the Zhangfei, for example, and you have an Aqua Guru that does percentage health damage here. He did his absolute best job in trying to make sure that this Nerza, when he was to walk in, he will get chunked down. And at one point, I think the Nerza was like 3 levels down against Kahin's Nakoruru.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thereabouts. And also how he actually navigated like just poking the back line as well, right? Like he knows how to like, okay, I don't need to focus like from the front to back. I can just go towards the back, poke a bit. If I can get the takedown, cool. If not, I would just pull back. So he is been showing that consistency, and he was the one that got the first strike as well.
But for sure, the reason why he can do this well is also because of his entire team, right? Because the roamer, the mid lane is just so proactive. Moving around, finding spaces, and sometimes finding random Azure Golems into his hands.
I think Kahin played really well too, the Lapu Lapu, when he went for the extensive flash on the Raging Seed. He directed him to the back line.
In the mid lane?
Oh my god. He set up the Aaron takedown so beautifully for his own jungle to actually pick up. And ever since then, gameplay after gameplay after play after play, it all built to the foundation in winning that game flawlessly.
Yeah, we do know that there's crowd control coming in from Hong Kong, China really plays a huge role. They're very comfortable with that. But it's also very scary to see on how we don't know when's the right time for them to go in. We cannot expect what they're thinking from our point of view because they are really kiting. But when they make the call to really jump in and go in all at once, they do it flawlessly.
Yeah, and by the time when they do it, they know that they already have this item gap, this level gap. So they're like setting up themselves for like that moment for them to just, let's go, boys.
It's all about, like farming efficiently, right? You get the gold from the enemy, you stack it on towards yourself, and like you say, Soy Cloud, once you get those gold, you can be like, okay, I know for a fact that this team fight, I'm gonna win because I am just levels higher, equipment higher, everything is just higher. Higher win percentage in general.
Yep. They're setting themselves up for a 100% win rate every time they engage.
Exactly. But let's interview the winners here on what exactly went down coming in from Hong Kong, China. So Mara, if you're ready, please take it away.
$24,059. That's exactly the KDA that Hong Kong, China has just given us. Congratulations. So impressive. Now, Hong Kong, China was really great and impressive with 1v1, 2v1 instead of relying on traditional team fights like the other teams. How important was it for your team for this target isolation, and to your strategy?
Yeah, this is our team strategy. We usually focus on the target one by one, and we will call it out. For example, we may focus on the ADC first, then it improves the winning percentage of our team.
And it's different from what we've seen so far in the competition. Now, it took 4 days to see Hong Kong, China to step on the stage, the last team to make a debut in this qualifiers. And how has the extra days of preparation helped you with today's game? Because your KDA, the opponent was not even able to eliminate a single player.
Yeah, the more days allow us to observe their team match. We can know more about their strategy, and we can make some better team decision to counter them.
It was so impressive today. And for sure, all the regions are watching you. All eyes are on you. And you had a quick game in game number 2. What would you like to say to everybody and invite them to support Hong Kong, China?
Today is our first match, and it's a good start. I hope that those who support us can stay tuned and continue to watch more match about us.
They definitely will after that matchup. We're going to break it down more with our casters. Lead the Gorge.
Thank you, Hoa, and also Mara for that interview. And I gotta say, Hoa is really polite and he's very elegant. But one thing that I really want to point out, he's really tall.
Oh,
yeah. Really tall.
Yes, the fact that they can't fit both Mara and Hoa in one camera frame is just, I was surprised. He was just so tall. But I agree with what he said just now. They really make good use of the advantage that they have, sort of, because they started off very late into these qualifiers, and they did say they studied the gameplay of the Syrian team and they know how they can try to abuse it.
Yeah, and for the Asian Games version, it's a different set of heroes, right? So they also want to get a feel of like, okay, what are the popular ones that others might pick and all that. So yeah, they actually benefited from it starting on later.
Yeah, and starting off later didn't really like nerf them in any sense because you're like on jitters or you have like cold hands, you haven't had your first game, stage frights. Because with their experience in Honor of Kings, they really shined really well and they delivered a clean slate, perfect grades in that first game.
Experience is just something so invaluable at this point because they look very effortless playing their game just now without any sweat whatsoever. That's where the experience comes in. That is something you cannot practice. You really have to get used to multiple different tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's shown their experience, right, on the gameplay itself, right? And we know that these players, they have a lot of international tournaments. Not textbook gameplay, dictionary gameplay. And if anybody out there, right, if you have like a team and you're going for competitions and all that, if you want to get a reference, I would say this is the best reference type of style.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely the most efficient one that you actually want to be learning from because it gives you the most advantage with the most least minimal risk that you're looking for. And this is the updated standings here coming in for 2026 Asian Games Esports qualifiers for Honor of Kings. And if you look towards Group A, we have Pakistan getting their first win against Mongolia, setting the pacing for them to potentially upset the group if they can win against Uzbekistan or the other teams later on. Now for Group B, Myanmar still sits on top comfortably with Nepal tied for first, Kyrgyzstan 1-1, and Jordan and United Arab Emirates still looking for their first W in this tournament now. Group C, this is interesting.
Yeah.
Laos, Vietnam, clean. Kazakhstan, 2-1. And then the discrepancy coming in from the bottom. Saudi Arabia and India is not looking too good for them unless Saudi Arabia can get back-to-back wins. But it's going to be really, really difficult. Now for Group D, this group has slightly lesser games on broadcast yet because they're going to be coming more and more as days come. But Hong Kong, China, and Republic of Korea, the way they debut, it has been really nice to watch and they have decimated their opponents here. So Singapore and Sri Lanka, they only played one series, so they will be getting more and more games in the coming days.
Definitely a very interesting group for us to be focusing on because they also have the Republic of Korea full of players which we call from Dongshim Red Force. But this is tomorrow's schedule. We'll be starting off with Philippines at 12 p.m. against Uzbekistan. After that, we have Kyrgyzstan going up against UAE. And then we have Nepal going up against Myanmar. And then we have India going up against Saudi Arabia. And then we have Sri Lanka and Hong Kong, China.
And they're going to play again tomorrow in the last series. So
Again, yeah.
same schedule for them. But it's going to be interesting, right? So we're going to start off with the Philippines. I think this is also another team that has a lot of interesting play styles. And they dare to bring something different to the table. Remember that whole push strat sort of draft? Yeah, they dare to bring something like that. That's, I would say, pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that's the strength of a strong team, right? You can play multiple composition, you can bring it to fruition. Sometimes you pick it, but you can't execute it. That's not on the great side. But for Philippines, they can actually do it. But for my focus, it's definitely going on towards Nepal and Myanmar and India versus KSA. Because India, yes, they might be out of the tournament, but they can still find their momentum in their final game in triumphing over KSA. And if they do that, KSA also loses their chance. But it also gives India the motivation and the courage to pursue even further in Honor of Kings.
Or at least, they make it a point to the world that, our standing is at least not the last one. So they can still try their very best. That's the most important thing. I think they still have a chance, and it's a very good grounds for them to learn things.
I think Nepal-Myanmar will be a very interesting one. Yeah, I think that it won't be a straightforward series. I think it could potentially go 3.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm putting it right now. Right? I think Nepal-Myanmar potentially goes 3.
Ooh, I'm more on the Myanmar side, I gotta say. I'm pretty
I didn't say, to be fair, I didn't say who wins. I just say that it will go 3 games.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Before we do end the stream, we do have to shout out to the upcoming patch update, which is on June 17th. You guys were talking about like, hey, Zagi, when are those control updates coming in? Do we get a better UI? Are we getting like, improved heroes in the game based on their controls and settings here? If you're wondering about that, don't worry. We got you on June 17th because that's going to be the patch update that's been coming in with new heroes, new features, and new events. So do log in on June 17th to find out more.
And what better device for us to actually use to test out all of these brand new UI coming in on the 17th of June? That will be iQOO 15R. We have the official gaming phone for 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings.
Yeah, and the new update is going to be tomorrow. You still have time to get the device, set it up, and tomorrow update the game and all that. Straight up, 120 FPS. Enjoy the new update with the new device.
New device, new update. Perfect feeling when it comes to playing Honor of Kings because it's going to be smooth, it's going to be comfortable, and we like that, right?
Yeah, we love that. We would love to have this smooth battery device on our hands to make sure that our experience is maxed out.
But thank you so much, everyone, for watching this upcoming day 4 of the Asian Games Esports Qualifiers. My name is Sagi, and with me is Sir Cloud and also Adam. We bid you good night.
Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sweat and tears. Ever changing, some.
Turn it back.
It's an honor showtime.